Saga Egmont presents Taken by Monty Marsden and read by Leighton Pugh. Let's go outside. I want to see the moon. Are you happy now, Jack? Are you satisfied? It's so different here, so much bigger, brighter. You didn't answer me. The whole sky looks closer. His breathing had only just returned to normal. We had to do it, Fox. Did we? We can't do without it, you know that. It's just in our nature. Speak for yourself, it's not in mine. All I know is that it's always a risk, and this time it was even more of a risk than all the others. Let's go outside. In this state? For Christ's sake, Jack, use your head. We can't. It's black, shiny in the moonlight. Did you ever notice that, Fox? It's alive with its own luminescence. I want to enjoy this blood we've got on us. Let's go outside, just for a few minutes. No one'll see us. Part 1. Chapter 1. The Alitalia Boeing 747 had begun its final descent to Hartsfield International in Atlanta a few minutes earlier. The passenger looked out from the window of the sea of white clouds below, obscuring the ground. He had left Milan Malpensa over 10 hours earlier, after having exchanged a final email with the United States the day before. During the long intercontinental flight, he hadn't slept for a single minute, nor eaten or drunk anything, or looked at a book or a magazine. He had sat motionless, locked inside his thoughts and waiting for the journey to end. When, with a little turbulence, the Boeing began to pass through the clouds and for about 15 seconds everything disappeared into a thick fog, he began to feel anxious, or rather, he began to feel the vague fear that came over him with every takeoff and every landing. He could see the ground beneath him now, green fields and trees, broken up by roads and tracts of houses that became increasingly clear as the plane lost altitude. The sun and the blue sky above the clouds had vanished, replaced by rain, the real intensity of which he couldn't assess. The vibration of the undercarriage being lowered increased his anxiety. The plane banked gently one last time to align itself with the runway, and the passenger closed his eyes and waited for the aircraft to make contact with the ground. He finally reopened them and breathed a sign of relief only when the reverse thrust of the jets was already closing the Boeing's progress along the tarmac. As the plane taxied slowly along before eventually coming to a halt, he adjusted his watch to local time, 15:26, 2 minutes before the scheduled landing time. Not long now, and he would know if the journey had actually been worth making. He'd always been one step ahead of us, always, right up until that last damn day. After several days of intense cold, it was unusually mild in Milan that evening. Commissioner Sensi and Dottoressa Manara, the director of the Labanov, the Forensic Anthropology and Dentistry Laboratory, sat in a crowded bar in the Navigli area, a glass of Lagavulin on the table in front of each of them. It had been 2 years and 2 months since Giacomo Riondino had disappeared, leaving behind him the charred corpses of his accomplice and of Greta Alfieri, and this was the first time since then that Sensi had talked to anyone about the whole atrocious story. 2 years during which Sensi had never forgiven himself for letting the man escape when he thought he'd had him in his grip, for not having saved Greta, and above all for not managing, during all that intense manhunt, to understand. To see what was right in front of his face, and would have allowed him to stop Riondino before he'd left that trail of blood behind him. The commissioner took a deep breath. He always knew that sooner or later we'd catch up with him, but he had a plan, and every time we took a step forward, he'd already taken one himself. Sensi hesitated a moment before concluding bitterly, "We've only got ourselves to blame. We always gave him enough time to make that step." "You did nearly catch him, though," said Manara. "Yeah, said Sensi, lowering his eyes, but only after he had killed 8 more people in the space of a few days. He took another sip of his whiskey before continuing. We discovered that he had an accomplice who had been helping him, first to escape from the institution he was transferred to, from the high-security psychiatric hospital, then to find a safe hiding place in the city, an accomplice we'd had right in front of us from the start, but hadn't managed to pick up in time. Anyway, the long and short of it is that we discovered he was hiding Riondino and that he was holding Greta Alfieri hostage there. "Were you and Greta close?" asked Manara. "Nowhere near as close as she and Claps were," replied Sensi slowly, emphasizing each word. "There'd been a very deep bond between them since the time he'd saved her life." He took another small sip. "Claps was with me that night when we all went over there, but the Riondino had already gone. It was probably only a matter of minutes, but we missed him. The house was empty and the accomplice's car had disappeared. It was sighted in Como less than an hour later, with Riondino at the wheel and Greta lying on the back seat as though she was sleeping." "She was already dead," remarked Cristina Manara sadly. "When I did the autopsy, I didn't find any trace of smoke in her lungs." Sensi just nodded and turned his eyes away before continuing. "The sighting wasn't coincidental. Riondino wanted to be recognized. He planned it all out. He stopped at a petrol station and only set off again when he was certain that the manager had recognized him and seen Greta apparently sleeping on the back seat. With cars already on his tail, he took a back road that went through the hills to Switzerland, a narrow road full of bends, and the tarmac was slippery from the rain. It was pouring down that night." Sensi stopped for a moment to suppress the wave of emotion the memories were evidently causing. "He was carrying the corpse of the accomplice he had killed only a few hours earlier in the boot. He fastened him into the driving seat and pushed the car off a cliff, making it look like they'd gone off the road, and then he set fire to the car. After that, all he had to do was walk across the border." Another brief pause, another deep breath. "When we arrived, we found the 2 carbonized bodies, and we had no reason to think that the corpse at the wheel wasn't Riondino. We only found out 36 hours later, thanks to you, when you did the autopsies. By which time it was too late." Sensi's voice seemed no longer able to hold back his anger. "Always one step ahead of us." As though it were actually there before her, Cristina Manara saw once again in her mind the X-ray of the teeth which had proved the burnt body she was examining was not that of Riondino. And in the meantime he'd got to Liechtenstein and his hoard. Almost 5 million euros in an encrypted account. And when we finally managed to get to that account 10 days later, it had already been closed and the money had been withdrawn. With all that cash, it wouldn't have been difficult for Riondino to disappear, maybe to some tropical paradise. "Without leaving any trace?" Sensi nodded. "More blood," he said gravely. "Of course, we were only able to reconstruct the chain of events afterwards, but a young Serbian woman disappeared in Wallenstadt, a Swiss town on the lake of the same name, just a few miles away from Liechtenstein and Vaduz. She was a stripper in a club in Mels, and occasionally pulled tricks with her clients. The day after Riondino's escape, she was seen entertaining an Italian client." "Riondino?" "The description of the man wasn't very detailed, but it was compatible with him. Over the following days, the girl didn't show up at work, saying she was ill, but she was seen several times in town spending more money than usual, as though she had a guest. She disappeared after a week without leaving a trace, and it took another week before the landlord of her apartment became alarmed enough to decide to use his copy of the keys to go inside. And a few seconds later, as soon as he'd got over the shock of all the blood, he got on his phone and called the local police. When the fingerprints and DNA sequences found were run through the database, we were sure that it was Riondino." "The girl's body?" It's never been found." "The lake?" asked Christina Manara, a light tremble in her voice. "Probably," said Sensi coolly. "It's not very big, but it's over 150 meters deep." Speechless, Manara sat in silence for a few seconds. "And since then there's been no news at all of Riondino?" "Nothing. 18 days passed between him escaping from Italy and the moment when his DNA was found in the apartment with the Serbian girl's blood. More than enough time for him to get his money, get organized, and disappear completely." "And you've got no idea where he might have gone? Aren't there any other trails, any hypotheses?" "He could be anywhere," said Sensi, glancing at his watch. "In any case, he's in the databases of police forces all over the world now. Photographs, fingerprints, DNA, as well as his modus operandi, the clinical records on his psychiatric condition." "You mean his identity disorder? Multiple personalities, right?" "Exactly. Riondino has 10 different personalities. The dominant one is Jack. The bloodthirsty one is Hannibal." "There's a female one, too, if I remember." "Julia. And a child. Little." "I can't help wondering how a person with such serious psychiatric problems manages to hide. How is it possible that nobody notices him, that he manages to live an apparently normal life?" Sensi held out his hands resignedly. "He did it for years, right here in this city, before Hannibal started murdering people and got him locked up for 7 years in a high-security psychiatric hospital. He knows how to do it. He has his own equilibrium." "It's incredible. I find it hard to believe that it's possible." "Professor Reti, who was responsible for him during his detention, has analyzed everything we know about his behavior during the escape. He believes that some personalities, including Hannibal, have begun to merge into that of the leader, Jack, to form a sort of super-personality that dominates all the others. In other words, it would be even easier for Riondino to behave, to use the professor's words, in a homogeneous and objective-based way today." Sensi took another look at his watch. "It's late, Christina, and I've already talked about this story far too much." "Do you think he'll kill again, wherever he is?" "I'm not an expert," the Commissioner replied almost abruptly after leaving a banknote on the table. "I'm not a psychiatrist. It's not for me to ask that question." "And what about Claps? Any news of him?" A bitter scowl appeared on Sensi's lips as he rose from the table. "I haven't seen him for more than 2 years," he said, pulling on his Loden overcoat. "Not since the day of Greta Alfieri's funeral. I've tried to get in touch with him several times, but he's never answered my calls. Strange that you would ask me about him, though. They told me that he'd been working with you lot at the Labanov on the university's criminology course." "He did, on and off, for the first few months, but it's been quite a while since I last heard from him." The passenger held out his passport and immigration form to the customs officer, a white guy with cold eyes and a sharp face. After reading his name on the document, the officer briefly looked him over and then pressed a buzzer. A few seconds later, an imposing black man clad in a dark suit appeared and politely invited the passenger to follow him into a small office in the airport police area. As soon as he entered, Joseph E. Monroe, the FBI man in charge of the NCAVC, the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime, of which the Behavioral Analysis Unit was part, got up from his desk. "Welcome back to the U.S., Dr. Claps," he exclaimed with a wide smile. "Good to see you again," replied Clapp seriously in good English. "It's been years," he added, accepting the man's vigorous handshake and surprised at how naturally the words came out. Monroe had run the course on the behavior of violent offenders that Claps, who had spent more than a year living in the FBI training center at Quantico, had attended, and there was a great deal of mutual respect between the two. Since then they had remained in regular contact, but over the last week the exchange of emails between them had become almost frantic. "Sheila Ross," said Munro, holding Claps a photograph. 26 years old. She disappeared in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Her family is one of the most prominent in Atlanta, and her grandfather is a former state senator who's kicking up one hell of a fuss about it. It was the standard posed college yearbook photo. The girl was smiling, showing a row of perfectly aligned white teeth. The beauty of her face, with its radiant smile and light blue eyes, was beyond question, but her posture was too mannered to be able to tell anything real about the person. After a few seconds, Clapp set the picture down on the desk. For months she'd been planning a vacation in the Galapagos with her friend Alice Hartford, continued Munro. On their way back from the islands, they made a stopover at Guayaquil, where they were planning to stay a couple of days before moving on to Quito, but they never got there. Sheila disappeared the night before they were due to leave. That was 12 days ago. A long time, almost certainly too long for her to still be alive. You already told me all this in your email. Tell me about the Italian. That's why I'm here. Once again the words came out smoothly. For some mysterious reason hidden in the folds of his neuropathology, speaking English instead of his own language meant that Clapps's speech was devoid of those hesitations and stutters, which were the result of the aphasia which had struck him years ago. That afternoon they went to visit Malacon, the neighborhood along the river that runs through the city. At one point, Sheila decided to take a break at an open-air bar while her friend visited the botanical gardens. As the friend was returning, she saw Sheila in the distance, sitting at a table, talking to a man who left just before she got there. Sheila was euphoric. She told her friend that she'd managed to speak to that nice man in Italian. "Wait a second," interrupted Claps. "Sheila Ross could speak Italian?" Munro nodded. Her family has Italian origins, and she spent 3 years in Perugia studying comparative culture at the University for Foreigners. Sorry, I interrupted you. Carry on. She told her friend that it had been a bit of luck, and not just because she'd had the chance to speak Italian again. The man who had said that he was from Milan but had been there in Guayaquil for work just over 2 years was really nice, and had told her all the places it was worth seeing in the few hours they would be in town, saying that they really should visit the Cerro de Santa Ana. It's a hill with a view of the whole city. Milan, the city Riondino was from, in Ecuador for 2 years. It had been 2 years since that bastard had disappeared. Claps didn't let any of the excitement and anger that he began to feel humming beneath his skin show. Do we have a description of the Italian? It's so generic that it's not much use. But it might... This time it was Munro who interrupted him. The physical description fits with the data we have about Giacomo Riondino, but also with millions of other people as well. Didn't he give her his name? We don't know. If he did, Sheila didn't tell her friend. Go on. There's another thing. That morning the girls took dozens of photographs. You know what kids today are like with their phones. Selfies and pulling weird faces, and a few pictures of the place. And, the Italian was wearing a hat, a Panama. Well, in 2 of the photographs they took before Sheila met him, in the background, in the distance, you can see a man wearing a Panama. We blew up the photos as much as possible. He's turned towards them, but he has his head and chest turned away, as though at the last moment he'd tried to stop his face appearing in the picture. And the clothes he is wearing also correspond to the description Hartford gave us, a light-colored linen suit. Did the girl identify the man in the photo as the Italian? She wasn't sure, but she didn't rule out that they might be the same person. So he was following her, murmured Claps as though to himself. In reality, we can't be certain that the man in the photos is the Italian, but we think there's a very good chance that he was. A half-smile appeared on Claps's lips. In Munro's language, which he had learned to interpret during his time at Quantico, that very good chance was a certainty. Following the advice the Italian gave them, continued Munro, the two girls set off to climb the Cerro de Santa Ana that evening. It's a stairway of 444 steps that pass between houses, bars, and restaurants until it gets to the summit, where there's a church and a lighthouse, and you can see the whole of Guayaquil. As they were going up, they separated for what was only supposed to be a few minutes. But when her friend got to the place where they were supposed to meet, Sheila wasn't there. She'd vanished into thin air. Not a sign of her since then. Munro paused for a moment before continuing. The manhunt didn't turn up anything, and the idea that the girl might have done something impulsive isn't credible. Sheila Ross was abducted, and at this point the chances of her still being alive are very low. And let me be absolutely clear about one thing. The chances of the Italian, always given that he actually is the person responsible, being Riondino, are even lower. Munro looked Clapp straight in the eyes. But, like I wrote you, your help would be valuable. There had been a time when Claps would have lowered his eyes, not from insecurity, but to seek sensations and to try and empathize with the victim. But since the events of 2 years ago, everything had changed. He held Munro's gaze and waited for him to continue. As I'm sure you know, since the socialist leader Correa took power, relations between our administration and the government of Ecuador have not exactly been plain sailing. Claps was well aware that Ecuador had been a thorn in the United States' side for more than a decade, because of the country's foreign debt of $11 billion, cut by 70% due to the bankruptcy of the state, its relations with Iran and Russia, the $9 billion environmental disaster fine it had given to Chevron Texaco, its friendship with Chavez, and then there was the case of Assange, who for years now had been a guest of the Ecuadorian embassy in London to escape the rape charges which were a certain prelude to his being extradited to the US for an espionage trial. Consequently, Munro continued, even though we have offered our help to the local police, we've been given no opportunity to collaborate, and 2 private investigators hired by the Ross family were expelled from the country after a couple of days once they started asking questions. Basically, we know little or nothing, and our hands are tied. All this with ex-Senator Ross on our backs all the time. What about your local intelligence officer? I imagine you must have somebody there. Sure, but the number of undercover staff has been cut back to the bone, and the administration has no intention of putting the ones who are left at risk over a missing person case. There are more important things to keep an eye on in that country. And so you want me, Munro finished his sentence for him, to go there for us and look for Sheila Ross or her remains. He leaned forward slightly to peer into Claps's eyes, and to look for the Italian for yourself, if it does turn out to be Riondino. Claps remained silent for a long time. Thanks to the network of contacts and friendships he had built up over his years working in criminology, without informing Sensi or the Italian police, he had spent the last 24 months in Switzerland, Turkey, and even Thailand looking for Riondino on the basis of leads which were less solid than the one in Ecuador appeared to be. This Sheila Ross, he asked, was she tall? Quite the opposite. She was petite. Very well put together, though. The type of girl that wouldn't go unnoticed, if that's what you're asking. Petite, like the victims that Riondino chose, so that he, with his less than impressive physique, could dominate them. We can give you all possible logistical support from here. Information, data analysis, money, if you need it, but of course there'll be nothing official on paper, and, as I've already said, no guarantee that this Italian is your Riondino, said Munro. Will you go? Claps hesitated a moment. He didn't care how slim the chances of the man being Riondino were, but before accepting he wanted to be sure that there were no details that meant it couldn't be him. I want to study all the material you've collected first, he said rapidly, and I especially want to talk to the girl's travelling companion. Monroe stared at him impassively. "I thought you would. She's here in Atlanta. I'll arrange for a meeting tonight." With a quick gesture, he took a CD from a drawer and handed it to Claps. "Here's the whole file. I'll have the driver take you to your hotel, and I'll come and pick you up later so you can meet Alice Hartford." Chapter 2. Claps had spent the last 3 hours in his hotel room studying the file on Sheila Ross's disappearance. Her family had distant Italian origins. The founder of the clan, who had landed in New York with little money but plenty of dreams in October 1892, exactly 400 years after Columbus, had been Giuseppe Rossi. Giuseppe hadn't been afraid of hard work and wasn't lacking in strength or business nous. So as soon as he'd started making money, he set up a small business, and 40 years later his first grandson, Joseph Ross, was one of the biggest taxpayers in Atlanta. Sheila was now the 5th generation, and had everything she needed, as well as much more besides, for a happy life. But then she had encountered a man. Could it have been Riondino? Claps sighed. There was nothing that proved for certain that the man Sheila Ross had spoken to in Malecon was the one that had abducted her, much less that it had been Riondino. But he didn't want to overlook anything. That Riondino was abroad was obvious, and from the moment he had disappeared, Claps had been certain that there would be other victims. But there was another thing of which he had been certain. Sooner or later he would find him, wherever he was. He would have no peace until he had succeeded. He unscrewed the safety cap of a plastic tub and took out a pill which he swallowed. Maybe he wouldn't even have peace after he found him. Claps slowly closed his eyes. Greta Alfieri was dead because of him. He had used her to find in himself the strength to follow Riondino when he escaped, right at the time when he, the great criminologist, the profiler, had wanted nothing more than to leave that kind of manhunt behind him. Greta, too, had been keeping her distance from that type of horror story for a long time, but he had manoeuvred her back into the game. And in the game she had met her death. What atrocious irony destiny had reserved for them. Many years before, in the Morphy case, he had saved her life only to then cause her to lose it at Riondino's hand. Claps knew he would never find peace, but he wasn't going to let Riondino find it either. He would follow him all the way to hell, if that was what it took. All the way to hell, and there he would let him burn. That was all he cared about. He opened his eyes again. In addition to a profile of Sheila Ross and her friend's testimony, the file contained the official information the Ecuadorian police had given to the media, as well as what little Monroe had managed to find out from his confidential sources. At first, the local cops had not taken the disappearance of the girl too seriously, considering it the caprice of some impulsive, spoilt American rich kid, and only later, under pressure from the U.S. government, the web and the local press, had the hypothesis of a kidnapping for ransom been advanced. But the demand for ransom had never come. The investigation had widened its scope, but they had found absolutely nothing. As far as the Italian was concerned, they didn't seem to be trying too hard to identify him among the residents of Guayaquil. The latest reports made it clear how the police efforts had progressively tailed off, along with the decline in media interest in Sheila Ross. Claps went to the window and opened the heavy curtains. In the darkness of the evening, a dense, thin rain continued to fall on the lights of Atlanta. If the clues in the dossier led him to think that the man who had taken Sheila Ross was the Italian, none of them suggested that he might be Riondino. But there was also nothing which excluded the idea. Yes, he would go to Guayaquil. The CD that Monroe had given to him contained more photos of Sheila Ross, in addition to the one he had already seen at the airport. He had looked at them for a long time, but without feeling any empathy. Once, that would not have been the case. he would have immediately felt a kind of deep bond with the victim of a crime he was called in to handle. He would have been overcome by a kind of dizziness, would have imagined her way of moving, of talking, of smiling. He would have smelled her scent. And he would have worked as hard to get justice for her as if she had been he himself. Now, though, whether she was alive or dead, he was as indifferent to Sheila Ross as he would be to anybody else. There was a slim chance that her disappearance might lead him to Riondino, though, and if not for her, it was for himself that Claps needed justice. After all, in his own way, wasn't he, like Greta Alfieri, one of Riondino's victims? He was alive, yes, but wasn't it as though Riondino had killed him along with Greta? Justice or revenge? A few years earlier, a person he had known, Elagi, he called himself, had said, "Sometimes revenge and just punishment walk the same path." He could feel the anger rising inside him, and he moved away from the window towards his laptop, where he was about to read the file again for the umpteenth time, when reception called to tell him that Munro was waiting for him in the lobby. He glanced quickly at the clock, which showed 1945. For him, it was 1:30 in the morning, but he didn't feel the slightest tiredness. For months now, he hadn't managed to get to sleep until 3, only to then wake up at dawn from a dark, dreamless sleep. A few minutes later, he was with Munro. "The girl is here. She's waiting for us in a private room." Alice Hartford had blue eyes, a pale complexion, long dark hair that she had gathered into a ponytail, and a face dotted with freckles. Her features were tired and her expression opaque. At that moment she looked older than her 26 years. A hint of darkness under her eyes indicated that she wasn't getting enough sleep. The girl didn't wait for Claps to start asking her questions. Immediately after they had been introduced, she asked, "Are you going to look for her? Do you think you'll be able to do anything?" "I'm going to go there," Claps said slowly, provoking an imperceptible smile of satisfaction on Munro's face. "I'll do everything possible. Everyone here thinks Sheila has been killed, but I know that she's still alive. You'll find her, won't you?" "Mr. Claps is one of the best," cut in Munro, "and he will have all the support we can give him." "Do you want me to tell you about that man at Malacan?" "Tell me about Sheila first," said Claps, in a warm, calm voice. "Let me get to know her." "She's my best friend. She's the person who knows—" Alice spoke about Sheila for a long time, providing a portrait of a cheerful, outgoing girl who was full of life. Even ignoring the fact that they were such close friends, it was evident that Sheila wasn't the impulsive type, not the kind of person to get herself into trouble. "How long did you stay in the Galapagos?" asked Claps when Alice had finished talking. 9 days. We went around almost all the islands." "Did you meet a lot of people?" "Other tourists, some locals." "Did you tell anyone you would be stopping at Guayaquil?" "I don't remember, but we might have." "And you didn't happen to meet anyone in Guayaquil that you'd already met in the islands?" "No." "Not even someone you'd only glimpsed in the middle of the crowd, even only for a moment? Someone who might have looked like him?" Alice Hartford hesitated for a few seconds while she rummaged around in her memory. "No." She was silent for a moment, before breathlessly adding, "Do you think that whoever took Sheila might have followed us from the Galapagos?" Claps narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, there was always a chance that it was an unplanned abduction, maybe for sexual purposes, someone acting under some sudden animal impulse. But if it was Riondino, he would have noticed her before and fantasized over her for some time before acting. Why not already in the Galapagos? "For the moment, I'm just trying to build up a more accurate picture," he replied neutrally. "Riondino, his obsession. For a moment, for an elusive instant, a doubt crossed Clapps's mind. Was his obsession making him see the shadow of Riondino where there was actually nothing at all? Was it making him lose sight of the reality and the facts? "And is the same true for your short stay in Guayaquil?" he asked after a few seconds. "Do you remember anyone you just met that you then saw later in the crowd?" The girl looked up at Claps. She wasn't stupid. "Like he was following us, you mean? No. And we'd hardly been there any time at all. The only person we met, or rather that Sheila met, was that man at Malacan." "You mean the one your friend spoke to in Italian?" "Yes." "During your stay in Guayaquil, were you together all the time? Did you separate at any point, even for a few minutes?" "No, the only time was that half hour when I visited the botanical garden, and Sheila met that guy." "Tell me about it. I know you've already gone over it many times, but tell me, too, and include every detail you can remember, right from when you arrived there." The girl was silent for a moment, as though concentrating to recall every particular of that day. We had arrived the day before on an afternoon flight, and, apart from a quick walk around the area near the hotel, we decided to rest and put off touring the city until the next day. We hadn't read up on what the sights were. For us, Guayaquil was just a stopover between the Galapagos and Quito, so we asked at the hotel which were the most interesting places to visit, and they told us to visit Malacan, along the river. "That's the Guayas," interrupted Munro. "It's a large river that runs through the city." "Who did you ask for advice about what to do?" asked Claps. "The hotel staff." "We asked at reception, and then we asked the waitress who was serving breakfast. They both seemed really proud of Malacan. They told us that it had been completely rebuilt. Art museums, gardens, bars. So, anyway, we decided to go visit it. It turned out to be really interesting, so we spent the whole morning there. It was a really humid day, and Sheila wanted to stop at this open-air bar to cool off and have a drink. But I wanted to visit the botanical gardens, which were just a 5-minute walk away, so we decided that she would wait for me there while I went. I came back after half an hour, and as I was walking up I saw that she was sitting with a man." "How far away were you when you saw them?" "Oh, I'm not great with distances. Maybe 40 meters. Maybe a little more than that." "How long did it take you to get to them?" Alice looked around her with a lost look. "Don't worry," Munro comforted her. "Just try and remember." "I don't know, 30, 40 seconds, but what does that matter? I wasn't even halfway there when the man got up and left." "And you didn't manage to see his face?" "No, like I already said." The girl was getting agitated. "I was still too far away. He looked to be a normal guy about 40, no beard or mustache, thin or at least not fat." "Tall?" Alice Hartford shook her head. "When he got up to go, Sheila stood up too. He was taller than her, but not by much, considering that he was wearing a hat. I'd guess he was maybe 3-4 inches taller than her. He probably didn't make 5'6". "The Panama?" "Yes, he was wearing a white Panama." Claps paused for a few moments before asking his next question. "Let's go back for a moment to when you were walking back towards your friend. Did Sheila notice that you were coming?" "Not right away, no. But then she turned in my direction, saw me, and she waved to me." The girl raised her arm and waved her hand. "Like this. I can see it now." "And it was right after that the man left, or had he already got up to go?" The girl half closed her eyes to try and see the scene inside her mind. "It was a few seconds after," she said with certainty. "They were still both sitting down when Sheila saw me." "When you reached your friend, what did she say about the man?" "She was really happy. really pleased that she'd managed to talk to him in Italian. Her origins were important to her. She'd even spent long periods studying in Italy. Sometimes she'd even say something to me in Italian and then translate it immediately afterwards. Did she tell you how she met that man? She told me that he sat down at a table near hers and that he'd made a call on his mobile and spoken in Italian. Sheila didn't want to miss the chance, and right afterwards they'd ended up sitting at the same table to talk. He told her that he was from Milan and that he'd been in Ecuador for 2 years with his whole family. It was his wife he'd been on the phone to before. It was him who suggested going to see the view from the Cerro de Santa Ana that evening. Sheila didn't tell me anything else, except that he was nice, and that it was a shame that he'd had to leave so soon for an appointment. Claps asked a question that seemed meaningless to the girl. You told me that Sheila sometimes talked to you in Italian. Do you remember if she'd done it recently? What does it matter if— For the second time, Munro interrupted her. Answer the question, Alice. Try to remember. With a sigh, the girl closed her eyes and concentrated. Yes, the night before, she said, after a few seconds. But not with me. It was when we went for a walk near the hotel. Claps looked at her interrogatively. We saw a bar full of people. It looked nice. We went to get a drink, but neither of us could speak Spanish, so Sheila tried ordering in Italian. Were there any other people in the room who might have heard her? Yeah, plenty. Like I said, the bar was crowded. There was loud music. It was chaos in there. She had to shout to make herself heard. Do you remember the name of the bar? Sol y Luna. There was a big neon sign outside. Did you meet anyone? Or even just say hello to anyone? No. She only ordered in Italian. Claps reflected aloud to himself. Miss Hartford, let's take a short break, shall we? Without waiting for the girl to answer, Claps got up and motioned to Munro to follow him out of the room. Do you think that the Italian is our man? Munro asked immediately. That initial contact could have been made the evening before in that crowded bar. Initial contact could have been made, yes. It's a real possibility. Something about the girl might have caught his attention and set his sick fantasies in motion. Hearing her speaking his language. I doubt it was just that, but that might have made him notice her and given him an idea for a plan. Listen. Claps was silent for a moment while he gathered his thoughts and chose the right words. Our man is in that bar when the 2 girls come in. Maybe he's hunting, or maybe he's just there for a drink. He sees Sheila. There's something about her that inexorably attracts him. He can't take his eyes off this American girl. He moves closer. He wants her. He hears her speaking in Italian, and now he wants her even more. A plan begins to form in his mind. And when the 2 girls leave, he follows them to their hotel, and the next morning he is there, waiting for them. He follows them to Malecon, where he appears in 2 photos taken by the girls, ready to take advantage of the first opportunity that presents itself, which occurs when Sheila sits down alone at the table in the bar. He pretends to make a phone call, speaking in Italian to attract the girls' attention. But he couldn't have been sure he'd be able to pick her up, interrupted Munro. If necessary, he would have found another way, Claps replied coldly. But let me finish. He is kind and reassuring. After all, he has just spoken to his wife, hasn't he? He's persuasive when he convinces her to go to Cerro de Santa Ana that evening. But as soon as he realizes that her friend is coming, he leaves, giving the excuse that he has things to do, so that Alice can't see his face and give a description of him later. That evening he is at Cerro de Santa Ana too. He is there, waiting for her, and with the help of the darkness, he abducts her as soon as the opportunity arises. Munro seemed to reflect for a few seconds. Yes, that makes sense as a reconstruction. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Claps. "Especially if you're only thinking of Riandino." Claps held his gaze in silence. "But it is important that you keep your mind open to all the other possibilities," continued Monroe, almost whispering the words. "Anyway, apart from how it might have happened, and if there really was initial contact made, your reconstruction from Malecon onwards is in line with our thinking on the case." "It was the Italian, Monroe," said Claps gravely, "wherever he saw her for the first time." "That's what we think, too. And in any case, it's the only lead we have to work with. But it has to be done in the field." Monroe looked Claps straight in the eyes. "Just now you told the girl that you'd go—" "And I will," Claps interrupted him, setting off towards the entrance to the room. "But now, let's get back in there." "We'd almost got to the top," said Alice Hartford, continuing her story. "We were pretty tired. It was hot, really hot, even though it had been dark for a while." "Do you remember what time it was?" asked Claps. "The same time it was the last 5 or 6 times that I had to answer this question, 10:30. She was tired, and being forced to relive once again the events of that night was clearly deeply disturbing for her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude," she added after a pause. "Sheila needed the bathroom. A little further on from where we were there was a place, a local restaurant, a bar. It was hard to tell exactly what it was. In the meantime, I'd seen a souvenir shop that sold local ethnic products. 6 or 7 minutes later, when I realized she still hadn't come back, I looked at my watch. It was at 10:37. I waited a few minutes more, then I went looking for her. I was worried that she might be feeling sick or something, but she wasn't there. She'd gone." 2 tears began to descend Alice Hartford's face. Claps waited a few seconds to let her regain her self-control. "Were there many people about?" "Yes, almost all tourists like us. The bars were crowded, too." "Did you see Sheila enter the place?" "No, when we split up, I turned round straight away, because the shop I wanted to visit was in the other direction." "So we can't be sure that she actually went inside?" "No, I didn't see her go in." "Did you happen to look at the entrance to the place afterwards? Did you notice anyone going in? A man?" The girl shook her head. "No, I didn't look in that direction until 6, 7 minutes later, when I was wondering why Sheila hadn't reappeared yet." "When you went looking for her, did you ask anyone where the bathroom was?" "I didn't need to. The area outside was full of tables, and inside there was just the bar with a door next to it saying Banyo." "When you couldn't find her there, did you ask anyone if they had noticed Sheila, if they'd seen her leave?" "Of course, but it was chaotic. There was a crowd of people. I couldn't make them understand what I was saying. No one could tell me anything, so I went outside, hoping to find her waiting for me." "Was that when you started to worry?" "I was more than worried. I felt confused and frightened. I went straight up to the lighthouse. I thought maybe Sheila had set off without waiting for me. Then I came back down again. My legs were trembling. I was convinced that something had happened to her. I found a policeman, but he didn't understand what I was saying. He didn't speak English. I think I kind of lost it a bit. Suddenly there were a lot of people around me. Someone said to me in English that it was easy to get separated, what with all those people around, and that I'd soon find my friend again." A bitter smile appeared on Alice Hartford's face. "Soon," she repeated. 2 hours later, a policeman took me back to the hotel. I cried all night, hoping that Sheila would appear, but she never did. In the morning I went to ask for help from the U.S. Embassy. A long, heavy silence fell in the room. "That's all I know," the girl concluded, tears streaming down her face again. As soon as he and Claps had left the hotel, Monroe pulled his overcoat around him. They had not yet exchanged a word since the interview with Alice Hartford. "When are you going to leave?" The rain had stopped pouring down on Atlanta. It was cold. "Tomorrow," Clapp said firmly. "I'll book something on the first available flight." "You don't need to bother," Monroe said with a wry smile. "I counted on you accepting. There's a seat booked in your name on the Delta Airlines flight at 9. You change at Miami, and you'll get into Guayaquil at 2:25 p.m. local time." Claps wasn't surprised. He stared at the headlights of the cars on the road for a few moments. "Another thing. I want to stay in the same hotel as the girls." "I will take care of that personally, too," said Monroe. "Listen," he continued, lowering his voice without perhaps even realizing. "There's a person who can help you in Guayaquil. He is a friend, and he'll be informed of your arrival. He's called Enrique Zambrano. He's an officer in the Policía Nacional, an inspector general, to be more accurate, pretty much the same rank as your comisario." "Police? But didn't you say—" "That the local police have turned down all requests for collaboration on our part, but this is a non-official collaboration. In 2007, there was an attempted coup. It was the police themselves who rebelled against President Correa and forced him to hole up in a hospital in Quito until the army could come and get him out. A lot of heads rolled, and since then, there have only been men faithful to the president in the police force. And this Zambrano? A few friends managed to survive the cull. He's one of them." "A rebel?" "Oh no, nothing like that. He is faithful to his government. He just happens to be a friend we'd worked with before Correa appeared. He will help you. Cautiously, of course, even if you're not connected with us on paper. Officially, you are an Italian criminologist trying to track down Riondino." "Which is actually the truth," Claps murmured, as though speaking to himself. "Zambrano will provide you with support on the ground and all the information the local police have." Monroe's voice became hard. "But make sure you're not as generous with him. This operation is ours, not the Ecuadorian police's." Claps shifted from one leg to the other. It was starting to become clear what Monroe wanted from him. "If I do find the man who abducted Sheila Ross, that bastard abducted and probably killed an American citizen, and he was enough of an idiot to choose the wrong one. If he ends up in the hands of the Ecuadorian judiciary, they will never allow us to take him to trial, and there will be no chance of extradition." Monroe paused for a few seconds. His voice became even more severe. "It has to be us who make him pay for what he has done. You find him, I'll take care of having him brought here before he or the Ecuadorian police realize it." "Even if it is Riondino?" There was a dark light in Claps's eyes. "It's our operation." Claps seemed torn. "He's committed many crimes in Italy, and they would almost certainly grant us extradition." "You'd put him in a high-security psychiatric hospital, and, after a few years, maybe even let him out. Here, it'll be a lethal injection. Come on, Claps, be honest. Which would you prefer?" Chapter 3. A needle in a haystack, but at the end of the day, so was every investigation like that. Clapp still had half an hour to wait in the terminal at Miami International Airport before embarking on a direct flight to Guayaquil. The one from Atlanta had been relatively short, but had given him the impression of passing in a couple of hours from a cold, rainy winter to a sweet spring. Outside the windows, Miami looked to be flooded with sunlight. A needle in a haystack. Claps was practically certain that it had been the Italian who had taken and killed Sheila Ross and then done away with her body. The question was whether he might actually be Riondino. It was a gamble, but one with virtually no leads to start from. And the Italian, a needle hidden in the damned haystack of the 3.5 million inhabitants of Guayaquil. There was only one way to hope to find him. He had to look for the Italian and at the same time look for Riondino, or rather, look for the man in Malacon, as though the certainty of his being Riondino was incontrovertible. That was the only way the leads would suddenly start to appear, and the haystack would begin to thin out. His identity, first of all. It was obvious that Riondino must have a false one, and he must have a residence permit, if it was true that he had been living in Ecuador for 2 years. How many Italians were there in Guayaquil? Would it be possible to see the documents that had been presented at the time? If it was, with the means available to him in the US, Monroe could cross-check them. Secondly, the appearance. Of course, Claps was certain that Riondino would somehow have altered the way he looked, but there are some facial features that can't be modified. All he would need would be a good photograph and some dedicated software to identify him with 90% accuracy. And soon after that, once he'd got his fingerprints and DNA, they would be certain. And finally there was Riondino's pathology, which must have left some traces, if he was only able to find them. Multiple personalities, 10 in all. A group that had almost melded into one, with Jack as the leader and the fox, the actor, the count, backing him up, along with the professor, each with his own talent, with his own inclinations. And Hannibal, of course, the animal impulse rising from the depths. There was also the wimp, the only personality not to be aware of the existence of the others, weak, ineffectual, and not surprised by the leaps of space and time in his consciousness. He didn't ask questions of himself or of others. And then the last 3 personalities, opposed to Jack and his gang, and the most mind-boggling of all. The rebel, 17 years old, Little, who was 7, and Julia, good, sweet Julia. Silently lamenting the lack of a decent espresso, Claps threw down the last of his cup of coffee. And what if the Italian wasn't Riondino? All of his research strategies would be useless. It would be a guaranteed failure. But that was no bad thing, after all. If that was the case, he had no interest at all in finding the man who had abducted Sheila Ross. The tannoy announced that his flight was boarding, and Claps headed to the gate. He would wait. He would travel the whole world, if necessary, until somewhere Riondino appeared again. In Milan, the darkness of the evening had begun to descend, along with a fine, dense rain that seemed to promise there would be no more dry spells after the short one that afternoon, and for a long time Commissioner Sensi didn't leave his office. He was sitting at his desk, looking down at the lights of the city outside his window, as one by one they lit up. The Lagavulin he had drunk the night before with Cristina Manara had somehow brought the thoughts that had been shifting about in the back of his mind, like background noise, to the fore. In the end he gave in to the compulsion he felt, and with an impulsive movement grabbed the handset of the phone on his desk. He knew Claps's mobile number by heart, but, overcome by indecision, sat staring at the wall in front of him without dialing it. Was he calling to hear the usual recording inviting him to leave a message? How many had he left in the last 2 years? 20? 30? And the last one just a few weeks ago. Of course, from a rational human perspective, he had always tried to understand and respect Claps's need to keep apart from everything and everyone. But after all this time he could no longer bear it, or at least not in such absolute terms. He could at least give him a sign. Only then did the Commissioner seem to notice the time shown by the clock on the wall, much later than he thought, and perhaps he was already irremediably late for an appointment he'd made long ago. Claps. Claps could please himself. Sensi would never have admitted it, but there was a hint of anger in the way he put the receiver back down. As soon as he set foot outside the airport after a flight of more than 4 hours, Claps walked into what almost felt like a wall of hot, humid air. Along with the time, 3:06 p.m., a digital panel on the wall indicated that the temperature was 34 degrees centigrade. It would be a problem to continue wearing the clothes he had brought with him. He set his watch to the local time. The whole facade of the airport was decked out with plants and flowers. Claps could smell their penetrating scent, almost as intense as tropical fruit. "Welcome to the equator," he said to himself, wiping from his forehead the first drops of sweat, a gesture he realized he would be repeating often. He climbed into the first available taxi, yellow like they used to be in Milan, and gave the address of the hotel before retreating into his own thoughts, ignoring the landscape and the city of Guayaquil passing by. It was clear that whoever had taken Sheila Ross had behaved in accordance with Riondino's modus operandi. Among the murders he had committed, 10 in all, it was necessary to distinguish between those linked to the, so to speak, necessities of his escape, and those which were the result of Hannibal's murderous insanity. The latter, 3 plus Terry Schiavi, the only victim who had survived, bringing about his capture, all displayed identical behavioral strategies. First, Riondino made direct contact with his prey. He wasn't content to see her from a distance. He had to talk to her, to interact with her, to somehow gain her trust. That way, when it was time to take her, it was easier for him to approach without her suspecting anything. He had offered Laura Mintz a lift to work. He was already a client of Dorina Ghiorca, and Terry Schiavi hadn't been worried when he had offered to help her load her shopping from the supermarket into her car. And finally, the young shop assistant from the photography shop had taken some passport photos for him a few hours before and had let him enter, even though it was closing time and she was about to pull down the shutters. So far, everything seemed to coincide with the behaviour of the Italian, except that Riondino didn't bother to hide the bodies after Hannibal had vented his murderous animal viciousness. Sheila Ross, on the other hand, seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Was it some new development of his modus operandi? The body of his last victim, the young Serbian stripper in Wallenstadt, had never been found either. Was it a necessity dictated by the fact of being in a foreign country and not wanting to leave any traces that might lead back to him? Type of wound, traces of DNA. Hunting a resident foreigner is less complicated than hunting one of the inhabitants of a populous city like Guayaquil. The pool is much smaller. For the first time, Claps watched the city slide past through the car window. He listened to the noises, the smells. He closed his eyes in search of an old dizziness. Was Riondino here? The taxi pulled up gently in front of the hotel entrance. The driver turned to Claps, who was still lost in his thoughts. "Señor?" Soraya Palacios was 38 years old, and despite the fact that life had not been kind to her, she was still a beautiful woman. She smiled as she approached the gate of the villa. She was in one of the smartest neighborhoods in Guayaquil, Los Ceibos, and this was one of the most beautiful houses she had ever seen with her own eyes, and it was where she lived. After leisurely putting down the shopping bag, she continued to smile as she put the key into the lock of the door in the huge gate. She lived there. She had the keys. What did it matter if she was only the maid? Even though she had been born in the Andean Sierra, hundreds of miles from the coast, Soraya Palacios was not serrana, but costeña, as her physical appearance, height, and the delicate features of her face showed. Her family had moved from Salinas, on the shores of the ocean, to that meagre huddle of houses at nearly 2,000 metres above sea level, almost in the foothills of Chimborazo, where Soraya had spent the first 20 years of her life. In poverty. The Palacios had never had much money, whether it was the old sucre or the dollars of the current monetary system, and life, even in the few lucky moments, had never been easy. For all that time, Soraya had spoken more Quechua than she had Spanish, but she had studied as much as the village allowed, and always dreamed of going to live on the coast, and seeing every day the vast ocean that she only knew from her mother's stories. and whose waves she tried to imagine breaking on the shore every night before falling asleep when she was a little girl. Her dream had come true when she had met a man, a banana and cocoa trader who was passing through on his way to the plantations. Soraya was costeña, so different from Andean girls, and more beautiful than she had ever imagined she could be. She'd married him when she was a month over 20, and followed him to his town, Guayaquil, which was near the sea, but whose great river was almost as beautiful. She immediately fell in love with the city, where life was so different from what she was accustomed to, and she worked hard to be a model wife, despite, almost with a sense of guilt, not being able to find in the frequent moments of intimacy that her husband demanded from her the transport and the pleasure she felt you were supposed to. After 3 years, though, her spouse, who was a quarter of a century older than her, fell ill, struck down by what the doctors called acute leukemia, and just 4 months later left her even poorer than when she had lived in the Sierra. But those who have lived in the Andes are tough, and Guayaquil was a big city where there was no lack of work, however humble and occasional. Soraya wanted to stay. She wouldn't have gone back to that village where everything seemed to be stuck a century in the past for anything. She worked hard, she made sacrifices. Although her beauty attracted a lot of attention, only infrequently and without passion did she sleep with other men, nor did she think to remarry, and only once had she accepted the company of one of them in exchange for financial assistance which would allow her to survive, and she still felt ashamed of it. She had managed to resist. Now, 15 years later, she didn't speak Quechua anymore. The Sierra was a distant memory, devoid of nostalgia. She sang cumbia wonderfully, and above all, for just over a year, she had had that wonderful job. An elegant villa to keep in order. One employer who lived there, a foreigner. She saw him in the back, coming to meet her in the entrance hall. "Señor, I'd like to eat Italian tonight," he said in perfect Spanish. "Whatever you feel like cooking, Soraya." While he was checking in at the reception desk, a man he had noticed sitting in a chair in the small lobby reading a newspaper when he arrived approached him. "Dr. Claps?" Enrique Zambrano seemed to have walked straight out of a film. He was the walking embodiment of every cliché about Latin American policemen that one might expect to see. Short and a little hunched over, a light linen suit over a blue shirt stretched over a slightly corpulent stomach, black hair smoothed back by some hair product, a moustache, and on his forehead sunglasses with frames and lenses as black as his hair. Claps wondered how long it would be before he put a cigar between his lips. "Did you have a good journey?" Fortunately, he spoke excellent English. There would be no communication problems. "I am at your disposal. I suppose you want to have a shower and get changed, but please don't rush. We have all the time in the world." Claps picked up the key of his room and looked into Zambrano's dark eyes. "No, if there's one thing we don't have, it's time." 14 days since Sheila Ross's disappearance, 14 days for the Italian to cover up his already meagre traces. "Just give me time to take my bags up to my room. I want you to take me to the place where the girl disappeared immediately." Chapter 4. Zambrano drove his unmarked Ford sedan calmly through Guayaquil's fast, chaotic traffic. "Our mutual friends, the Americans, are convinced that they are the only ones who know how to do this job properly. They think that our police force is ineffective and made up of amateurs. In fact, that's what almost all the police in the world think. The truth is that we have dealt with this case with the utmost seriousness and concern. A foreign tourist who disappears in a country where tourism is important is not something we take lightly." Claps tried to cool himself in the air which came in through the window. Why the fuck didn't Zambrano put the air conditioning on? "But for the first few days you didn't believe it was an abduction. You thought the girl had just gone off on her own accord. Do you really believe that? That's the version we told the media. We didn't want to create panic, negative publicity, the feeling that Ecuador is a dangerous place. As I said, tourism is an important resource. This is where the planes for the Galapagos fly from. So you're telling me that the hunt for the girl and the investigation began right away? 12 hours after her disappearance, and after the first pressure from the U.S. Embassy, all available patrols were combing the city. Before nightfall, we had spoken to every informant, and we were tracking anyone who had a record for violence against women. We took this very seriously. Results? Zambrano gave a sneer of frustration. Nada, he said in Spanish. Nada de nada. And the Italian? The man they met at Malecon, the one who advised the Roskel to visit Cerro. Claps nodded. Why didn't you think that was a promising lead, or do anything to identify him? Is that what the American geniuses told you? Cursing, Zambrano swerved to avoid a car that had suddenly entered the stream of traffic. The Italian, he repeated slowly. We did not neglect any line of inquiry that might lead to our finding the girl, not even that. Always given that it was a casual encounter, a simple piece of advice about what to visit. No, we did not neglect anything, Mr. Claps, much less your Italian. Zambrano quickly licked his lips. Despite what your friend Monroe thinks, we too have computers and databases. Guayaquil is a city with more than 3,700,000 inhabitants, 3,500 of which are Italians, of which only 20% are women. Most of the Italians are pensioners who have come to retire here, perhaps after marrying one of the many Ecuadorians who emigrated to Italy. There are 842 Italian men between the ages of 30 and 50 out of a total of 2,812, and the number goes down even further if we consider the build of the suspect. Claps had become extremely attentive and suddenly no longer noticed the oppressive heat.
Did you use the data on the original documents to do that?
He asked, interrupting Zambrano. Exactly. We set the search parameters to find men of less than 5'9" in height. And? 562. That is the number. But we didn't stop there. The Italian told the girl he had come from Milan and resided here for 2 years. If that is true, the number goes down again, 156. All from Milan? Asked Claps in astonishment. No, the search took into account the place of birth, extending it more broadly to northern Italy. Some of our men had to study the geography of your country. And as regards the period of residence, we expanded the period of stay in Ecuador to between 36 and 6 months. Zambrano paused for a moment. What do you say, Dr. Claps? Are we really so ineffective and amateurish? What did you do once you'd got those 156 names? We did what policemen do, and the number went down again. A lot of them were at work the morning our man made contact with Sheila Ross at Malecon. Others are fat or have some other physical feature which is incompatible with the description Alice Hartford gave us. One was even blind. So that left 32 of them. Zambrano parked the car in a small square that seemed to have suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Okay, we dare. Claps gave no sign of intending to get out of the Ford. Go on, tell me about these 32. Zambrano turned to Claps. Over the space of 2 days, we spoke to all of them, informally, of course. None of them admitted having met Sheila Ross at Malecon. In fact, they all denied being there that morning, just as they denied their presence at the Cerro de Santa Ana in the evening. We checked their statements. 13 of them are not able to prove what they say. 13, a bad number, bad luck. In Italy, it's the opposite. It's good luck, said Claps. who in that moment knew he had been immensely lucky. Thanks to the work of the Ecuadorian police, the haystack was getting smaller and the needle bigger. "We've stayed on their case. We tailed them for a few days. Looked for any traces of their presence at Malecon or at Cerro. Nothing. And I can add that there isn't even any proof that it actually was the Italian who abducted Sheila Ross. As it stands, unless something else emerges, the trail ends here." When he got out of the car, Zambrano gestured in greeting to two police officers who were leaning indolently against a police pickup, standing guard at the foot of the staircase that climbed up between the colourful houses through the Cerro. "It's a staircase that goes all the way to the top," Zambrano said, putting a foot on the first step. "There are 444 of them to get to the summit of Cerro, with the lighthouse and the church of Santa Ana. As you see, every step is numbered. The American disappeared at the 382nd. "Have they been stationed here since then?" asked Claps, pointing to the two policemen. "No, and you'll see others as we go up. You know little about this city, Mr. Claps." Zambrano opened his arms wide, taking in all the colourful houses that lined the Cerro. "This is Las Peñas, the oldest barrio in Guayaquil, and one of the most dangerous. Sure, things are better than they once were, but this staircase goes through the heart of Las Peñas, and thousands of tourists walk up and down it every year. We want them to be safe." "The way Sheila Ross was?" Zambrano, who had started to climb the stairs, ignored Claps's sarcasm. "You see that gate on our left? It prevents access to the stairway from a side street on that side of the barrio, and as we climb, we will see many others. The houses there are old, and the alleys dark, and they are home to all sorts of criminals. But what big city doesn't have a neighborhood like this, where even the police hesitate to go? On the right, instead, there are no gates. The houses have been renovated and repainted. This is the picturesque side that you see from the river and the postcards. There are no alleyways there, just a few policed routes that connect to the Cerro at various points. Basically, in theory, the route is sealed off, and the only entrance to the Cerro is the one we took. There are no others." This time it was Claps who stopped in his tracks. The step he stood on was marked number 11. "You mean that there is no way of leaving the stairs and entering the barrio to get to other parts of the city?" he asked. "You mean disappearing among the houses? No. Theoretically, that's not possible." Zambrano's eyes narrowed slightly. "I know what you are thinking. You are wondering, but how did the Italian take the girl out of here? It looks like there's only one explanation. He must have persuaded her to go with him without telling her friend." Claps was confused. He couldn't see Sheila letting the Italian persuade her to follow him and leave Alice Hartford there. He thought quickly as he felt the sweat sticking his shirt to his skin. Zambrano's expression turned sly. "I said theoretically, but only theoretically. There are actually a lot of flaws in the system. For example, some of the shops and bars along the left side of the staircase have a back door that opens onto a street in the prohibited part of the barrio. And in fact, one of these is right. Well, you will see for yourself." Zambrano resumed climbing with a slow, regular pace. "Come on, Mr. Claps. We still have nearly 400 steps to climb." When they eventually reached step 382, the stairway opened out into a sort of square. On one side, on the ground floor of one of the typical multicoloured houses of Las Peñas, were a couple of small shops, and on the other side, over to the left, was the bar where Sheila had gone looking for a toilet. With the handkerchief he had been grasping in his hand for the last part of the ascent, Claps once again wiped the sweat from his forehead. His legs were weak, and his chest felt as though something heavy were pressing against it. The sensation was as though he were slowly drowning in the tropical humidity of that sultry heat. He glanced at Zambrano, wondering how he could be wearing a jacket and yet not show the slight hint of fatigue or perspiration.
"I told you that climbing the cerro was no joke, and your clothes are no good for our climate. You would do well to get something more suitable."
"Is that it?" Claps cut him off, pointing to the bar. It was a 2-story building painted bright blue, and the part overlooking the staircase looked as if it were the rear. Behind a sort of pergola, with 4 or 5 tables and a rickety neon sign that looked as though it flashed when it was turned on, the narrow entrance to the bar, which must once have been the back door of the house, could be seen. Zambrano nodded to the building.
"That is the place. It takes up the whole ground floor. The top floor is a house, but there's no way to get from one to the other."
Claps looked around him to check that there were no ways into the barrio at that point.
"We questioned the owners, the staff, and even some of the people who were there that night. There were a lot of people. It was chaotic. Some of them remember a girl coming in, but they're not willing to swear that it was Sheila Ross," said Zambrano as he headed towards the entrance of the bar. "What is certain is that no one remembers seeing any girls come out in those minutes," he concluded just before they went inside.
The room inside was not as small as Alice Hartford had described it, but the door bearing the word "Baño" was clearly visible just beyond the bar. The owner gave them a brief glance and a silent greeting before returning to what he was doing. He must already know Zambrano, or at least, after all the police officers who had been in there, have recognized him immediately as one of their number. Claps followed Zambrano, discovering that the door actually opened onto an inner courtyard of a few square meters, which gave onto the actual entrance to the toilet. Claps looked around. There were no lights. In the evening, the only lighting would be the stars. A tall wall, no more than 2 meters high, closed the courtyard off from the outside, with a small door that seemed to have been painted stuck.
"You see?" Zambrano asked, pointing to it. "It opens onto the barrio, but it can only be opened from here, from inside. You can get out, but you can't get in."
Had he followed her in, waited in the yard, attacked her, and then dragged her out? Claps tried to see the scene in his mind, but it was a struggle. There was no trace of that old dizziness.
"Of course, the barrio was the first place we looked for her," Zambrano continued, "at practically every house."
"And once he'd dragged her off, did he have a car to drive her away in? But how could he have known that he would have the chance to abduct her right there and to keep his car parked close by? Was it conceivable that he had dragged her through the streets of the barrio to his car, without anyone noticing them, without leaving a single trace? Zambrano seemed to read his mind.
"Yes, here it becomes more difficult to continue believing the story about your Italian following some plan. It would seem rather to be the ideal situation for a casual and unfortunate encounter with some lowlife."
Unfortunate encounter? A lowlife? As he approached the door, Claps bristled in irritation at those words, which seemed to be trying to play down the severity of this hateful crime. Was Zambrano, too, trying not to create alarm among the locals and the tourists? At the end of the day, a lowlife doesn't create as much alarm or attract as much attention as the presence of a serial killer. A lowlife doesn't make people cancel their hotel bookings. Had the Italian found a way to persuade her to follow him in his car, he asked himself, before snapping,
"Is that the hypothesis you're working on? A lowlife? He's probably the most likely one, but..."
Claps pushed the door open, and in front of him the maze of alleys and ginnels of Las Peñas opened up, no longer the bright colours and tidiness of the buildings along the staircase. The buildings here were almost uniformly grey, apart from the few residues of old paint. Empty beer bottles and assorted rubbish lay abandoned in the street.
"But we have informers in the barrio, and there is also the reward." "What are you talking about?" "Didn't Monroe tell you about it? The Ross family has promised $500,000 to anyone who provides useful information. That's an amount of money that would get a mute talking. And on this side of the barrio, The walls have ears and eyes, too. If it had been a local thug, by now we would know his name, address, and phone number. But nobody knows anything, and nobody has seen anything. Not even a foreign girl walking off with a man." Zambrano stood in silence for a few seconds, staring at his shoes, before raising his eyes to Clapps's face. "Whoever took her was not from this area, and he had a car out here waiting to take her away. What would they call that at the Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico? Organized behavior?" Zambrano didn't wait for an answer. "No, Mr. Claps. Whatever the official position is, if it is difficult to believe the Italian did it, it is even more difficult to believe that it was a local hoodlum." A gang of little boys ran past, shouting as they chased each other. In the building opposite, an old man clad in a vest watched them from a window. "Couldn't it simply be possible that nobody saw them leave?" asked Claps, while he asked himself if it was reasonable to think that the Italian had been clever enough to convince Sheila to follow him to his car. From the way they had described her to him, the girl didn't sound like the type to venture into a barrio that was considered dangerous with a man she'd only just met, and without warning her companion to boot. "Are you joking? It was only 10:30 de la noche, not in the middle of the night. At that time, and with this weather, there are more people out on the streets than in the houses. Do you really think no one would have noticed an American girl? Here in this part of the barrio, where no tourist sets foot, especially at night?" Soraya was a good cook. She loved cooking, and her ceviche de camarones with fried plantain was unbeatable. But she struggled with Italian food. She was never certain that the dish tasted right, or, more precisely, tasted the way her employer wanted it to. To tell the truth, after some teething troubles at the beginning, he had never complained, and indeed he had often expressed his satisfaction, and only given her a little advice to help her improve. She liked the man, and she was grateful to him for giving her the opportunity of this job. After years spent in furnished rooms or small flats with damp, peeling walls, she now lived like a grand lady in a villa more beautiful than she could ever have imagined. She also liked him because he was a handsome man who dressed with that gentleman's elegance you only usually saw in films, and he was always kind to her. He was tall enough for her tastes and didn't look like one of those pale gringos with their delicate features. He had olive-coloured skin and long hair gathered in a ponytail like many Latinos in the north, a ponytail, not the long braid of the mountain people, which she hated. And then there was that thing, a secret that Soraya would never tell anyone. Yet at times, even though he was always polite, his gaze became so hard and cold that she got the chills when he spoke to her. But that hardly ever happened, and anyway, at the end of the day she didn't even see her signor that often. When he wasn't out, he spent a lot of time shut up in the living room, or sometimes, in the evening until late at night, in the large garage, the only place in the house where she was forbidden to set foot, the only key, in this case for a heavy padlock, that she had not been given. He had asked her to cook Italian for that night, and that meant preparing 2 dishes, in accordance with his curious habit of eating a first course, as he called it, and then a second course. Soraya was uncertain. Maybe she would start with rice cooked in that strange and complicated way that meant she couldn't leave it unwatched for more than a few seconds. Even the name sounded a bit strange. Risotto. For the second course she would come up with something. During the descent they had exchanged only a few words. Claps, with his legs aching more at every step and his garments stuck to his skin, had kept peering around and trying to think of a way the Italian could have taken Sheila without being seen by anyone. Only when they got in the car and had been driving for a few minutes did he return to the subject. "I saw CCTV cameras along the Cerro staircase." "Yes, but not many of them actually work. It's more for show, It gives the tourists an impression of safety and efficiency. Have you seen the footage? Of course. Sheila Ross never came back down. She only went up, and not beyond step 382. There is no doubt that she must have left the Cerro through the Las Peñas barrio. We also searched the footage for images of the 13 Italians I mentioned to you before, the ones without an alibi, as well as our local usual suspects. And can you guess? Nada? Ah, you are learning our language, and you are right. Nada. He might have disguised his appearance.
Riondino was very skilled at this, as Claps knew well.
Puede ser, answered Zambrano laconically. Maybe. Is it possible to see those films, together with everything you have on my 13 countrymen? Tomorrow you will have everything.
Chapter 5. Clad in a bathrobe, after taking a shower, Claps went out onto the small balcony of his room. The oppressive heat seemed even worse than before, but he resisted the temptation to go back inside and take refuge in the air conditioning. It was just gone 7 o'clock in the evening, but darkness had already fallen. The sun sets early every day of the year at the equator. It was a different darkness from the one he was used to, as if in that part of the world the sky was luminescent behind the starry stretch of the sky that looked more curved, more open. A breath of cool air from who knew where brought him a brief moment of relief, as well as new doubts and questions. Could the Italian really have managed to talk Sheila into leaving the Cerro with him, without saying anything to her friend? Or was Alice Hartford hiding something? No one had seen anything. The car he had taken her away in must have been there, waiting. He knew. He was waiting for her. There was no other explanation. The lights of the city were on, and people walked calmly through the streets. Claps went back inside and called a number on his cell phone. It took several seconds for the call to connect, but at the second ring, Munro answered immediately. "So, have you already got a clearer idea?" "I'm starting to find my feet. Tomorrow I'll have some material to work on." "Zambrano will be useful to you. Don't underestimate him." "He's no idiot. He seems to know his job. Tell me, how is it that he speaks such good English?" Claps would have bet money that a sly smile had appeared on Munro's lips. At the start of his career, he spent nearly 2 years here, a training course which was part of a bilateral project. Then Correa turned up, and that was the end of it. Claps thought it might have been fairer to say that Correa had been elected. "I have a question to ask you about Alice Hartford. Is it possible that she lied in her deposition?" "Why do you ask?" "Or that she simply kept something hidden," continued Claps without answering. "Have you noticed inconsistencies in her story?" "As I told you, I'm just trying to find my footing, Munro. I'm hypothesizing about possible scenarios, that's all." Claps took a deep breath. "So is it possible that she lied, or is hiding something?" "Well, naturally, that was one of the first questions we asked ourselves," Munro began calmly. "Is Alice Hartford a trustworthy witness? Is what she is telling us the truth? She was the last person to see Sheila Ross, and the only one we could count on to understand how it all happened. We had to be certain she wasn't lying." Munro paused a moment. "You know what our witness interrogation practice is in cases like this. There are hidden high-def cameras filming her, long-shot close-ups of the face and hands. We also use software that lets us assess the heart rate and breathing, and even the skin moisture from the images." "To see how much they're sweating?" "Yes, it's a good way to tell if someone's lying. Then all the footage is viewed by a group of experts who analyze it frame by frame. Posture, every little change of expression, wrinkles, pupil diameter, hand movements, linking every image to heartbeat and breathing, and
Skin moisture, Claps concluded for him. Alice Hartford wasn't lying. You can be sure of that, said Munro with the tone of one for whom the issue was resolved. Claps let a few seconds pass. And did she keep anything hidden? Not regarding the questions that were put to her. The reactions are similar to when someone lies. We would have noticed. But if she hadn't been asked about what it was she wanted to keep hidden, insisted Clapp stubbornly, what exactly have you got on your mind? We can interview Hartford again at any time if there's something you want to ask her. Clapp said nothing for a moment. No, not yet at least. I don't have a precise idea. For the moment, all I need to know is that she didn't lie in her deposition. After he'd hung up, Claps threw the phone onto the bed and quickly dressed to leave the hotel. One of the habits of her employer to which Soraya had had to adapt to was dinner time, between 6:30 and 7 p.m. at the latest, well over an hour before the ideal and healthiest time to eat the final meal of the day. This was the habit that Soraya had struggled to get used to most, and the one that even now irked her slightly because of the way it altered the rhythm of the day she had always been accustomed to. But it was nothing serious, if she considered how lucky she'd been finding that job. Yes, a little annoyance was the right word for it. Another woman who she sometimes stopped to exchange a few words with when they met had confirmed that it wasn't a widespread habit. Her, Signor, an Italian from the north of the country who lived in a villa nearby, never dined before 8:30 in the evening. In any case, that night her employer had expressed his satisfaction with her Italian cuisine once again. "You are a good cook," he had said as he slowly sipped a coffee. Soraya was happy when she received his compliments. They made her feel proud and kept at bay the slight fear which was always lurking inside her that she would have to leave that house because she had proven unable to satisfy her Signor. "That will be all, Soraya. You can go," he had added with a smile, placing the empty cup on the tablecloth. Soraya thought she had recognized something in that smile. "Signor," she had asked, lowering her eyes, "would you like me to have a bath later?" The man's eyes had suddenly become icy. "Not this evening," he replied in a cold, sharp voice. It did not take him long to find the Sol y Luna, the place where Sheila Ross and Alice Hartford had stopped to have a drink the evening they had arrived from the Galapagos. It wasn't particularly crowded yet, but probably would become so over the next few hours, and the music wasn't as loud as he had expected. After looking around, Claps approached the counter, sat on a stool, and ordered a beer. "Hay alguien que habla inglés or Italian?" he asked, fishing among the few words of Spanish he knew. "Italiano," repeated the bartender who had served him, before calling a young man who was serving at the tables. "Rafael, este señor quiere hablar italiano." The boy looked bright and had a friendly smile, perhaps too friendly to be entirely real. "Can I do something for you, signor?" he asked in fluent Italian. "You speak my language well," Claps observed. Noticing that his stutter returned immediately, he began speaking his native tongue. "I lived for many years with my oldest sister in a town near Bergamo." The boy smiled again. He could not be more than 25 years old, Claps thought. "I practically grew up there," he added. "I only came back 4 months ago." "Is your sister still in Italy?" said Claps, not wanting to get to the point until he had managed to establish at least a modicum of empathy. "She's married to an Italian and has a good job. I couldn't find one, that's why I came back. There are a lot more opportunities here now than in the past. Your country is very charming, but tell me, do you often happen to speak to Italians when you're here at work?" "Sometimes, but not often. Some tourists." Raphael cast a worried glance at the two tables where a group of new arrivals had just taken a seat. "If there is something I can do for you, just ask," he said in an attempt to speed things up. "Perhaps, though, you hear my language more often than you speak it." "Of course that happens more often, but forgive me, Signor. I should go and take care of other customers. They are waiting." Claps raised his hands in apology. "I don't want to take up your time. Just one thing," he said, placing a picture of Sheila Ross on the counter. "This girl, do you remember her?" Raphael stiffened instantly as he saw the photo. "She's the American girl who disappeared." "You recognized her immediately, I see." "Her photo was everywhere until a few days ago." Claps nodded. "Sure, but I know that she also spent an evening in here, in the company of a friend," he continued. 2 weeks ago, more or less?" The young man had now completely lost interest in the table with the new customers, and his friendly smile disappeared in a moment. "Are you a journalist?" he asked in a quieter voice. "Are you a cop?" "I'm not a journalist." Raphael's tone became cautious. "And why is an Italian policeman interested in this story?" "The truth is, I have no official jurisdiction," answered Claps with a studied smile. "You can refuse to answer my questions if you like, but it would help me a lot if you did." The boy remained uncertain for a few seconds, then returned to his colleague. "Ricardo, take my place at the tables, please," he said quickly in Spanish. To the annoyed look he received, he answered with a whisper that was scarcely legible on his lips. "Policias." "So," Claps continued patiently after the boy had taken the stool beside him, "do you remember her?" "Yes, she was sitting with her friend at that corner table." Raphael pointed at the place. "Her picture was in all newspapers. It's impossible not to remember." Claps took another sip of beer. "Was the place crowded that night?" "Very. We spent all night running from one table to another." "And why do you remember her so well, out of all the people you served?" "Why do you think I spoke to her in Italian? An American and an Ecuadorian speaking to each other in Italian is strange, no?" The sympathetic smile returned to Raphael's lips. "And as well as that, she was a good-looking girl." "Did you speak to her for long?" The boy shook his head. "Just a few words apart from the order. She told me that she had lived in Perugia for a while, and that's why she spoke the language." "Okay, Raphael. That's your name, right? Did you speak Italian with anyone else that night?" "No, I told you it doesn't happen often." "And do you remember if there was anyone else in here that was speaking Italian?" The boy hesitated for a few moments. "No, I don't think so." "Think about it," Claps insisted. "No Italian tourists?" "No." Claps remained silent for a few seconds. He took another sip of beer to play for time and organize his thoughts. "Do you remember if there was someone who looked interested in them near the girls' table? Perhaps a man on his own who could have heard your conversation?" Raphael focused, trying to see again the scene of that evening. "It's been too long and there were a lot of people here." "I'm sorry," he said after a few seconds of indecision. Claps remained silent for a long while, staring at the young man as though waiting for him to add something else. "Thank you," he said, sliding a $10 note and a piece of paper with a phone number on it across the bar. "Just in case you remember any other details," he said, and then got up and walked wearily out of the bar. The glass of beer he had left was still half full when Raphael took it to be washed. "What did the cop want?" asked his colleague as he returned from the tables with an order. "He wanted to know about the American girl." "The one who was abducted?" "Do you know another American who has been here and that the police are looking for?" His colleague took a few moments.
Then a sort of smirk appeared on his face.
"This place is cursed, I tell you."
"What do you mean?"
"Don't you know? It happened a year ago."
"What happened, Ricardo?" Chapter 6. Claps had slept little, and unusually for him that little had been agitated and filled with dreams that he couldn't recall. What was certain, though, was that he felt tired and disorientated, as though his jet lag had arrived 2 days late. Or maybe he should just have been more careful about the dosages of the pills. After some coffee and a few fruitless questions to the hotel staff about Sheila Ross, he had gone out to buy himself some clothes better suited to the climate, and then to Malecon, where he had an appointment with Zambrano, more or less at the same place where Sheila had spoken to the Italian. His skin covered with perspiration despite the lighter clothes, he watched the policeman approaching from afar. "Here is what you asked me for, all in digital form," said Zambrano, before adding with an ironic smile, "It will be easier in the event that you want to give it to your friends in the north. You'll only need to send an email." Claps took the pen drive Zambrano was holding out to him. His mind had regained its usual lucidity, and the feeling of disorientation had disappeared. "There's the footage from the surveillance cameras on the Cerro staircase, and of course the full dossiers on the 13 Italians. I hope getting this material didn't cause you any problems." "Problems?" said Zambrano, an eyebrow rising over the top of his dark glasses. "Monroe told me about the complete refusal of your police force to work with them because of the relations between your countries. Giving me this information is a risk for you." Zambrano made a vague gesture with his hand. "Los Americanos like seeing everything as a conspiracy. Spies, the CIA, undercover operations. But I am running no risk. Listen to me, Mr. Claps. In recent years in this country, the economy has grown by 4.5% per year. The poverty rate has dropped from 40 to 17%, and unemployment to 4%, while literacy has risen to 95%, and health and education are guaranteed to all. All this is the result of a policy of independence that addresses our interests and not those of the United States. Indeed, it is often in conflict with them." Zambrano paused for a moment. "In Ecuador, we have the Andes and the Galapagos, the Amazon rainforest and the coast, the Sierra and the countryside with its plantations. Different ethnicities, cultures, traditions, and dialects. But everyone here is proud of the progress of their country, and frankly, they couldn't care less about annoying the Americans. You closed their airbase, consolidated your friendships with Chavez and Iran, expelled the U.S. ambassador and military personnel, and gave shelter to Julian Assange in your London embassy," observed Claps calmly. "That's a bit more than just annoying them." "True, and much more besides. Relations between the two countries are tense and complicated, that is undeniable. But despite that, relations do exist. The U.S. are easily our biggest import-export partner, and most of our tourists are American. In short, where there is a common interest, we work together, with, of course, both sides being careful not to let it be too visible." "Are you telling me that—" "I'm telling you," Zambrano interrupted, "that one of our common interests is also getting our hands on whoever abducted Sheila Ross in the hope of finding the girl alive. And we are not foolish enough to ignore the fact that the resources and technologies Monroe has at his disposal can be of great help." Claps understood everything now. "But agreeing to cooperate closely with the investigations, and moreover in the national territory, isn't possible in the current political climate. Is that it?" "Exactamente." "And so you talk to a European so the Americans know, and they can contribute to investigations through Mr. Claps." Zambrano narrowed his eyes. "We had you looked into. We know of your vast experience in this kind of manhunt, and we think your assistance is vital,
especially if you have the resources Monroe can make available to you. Please ask for anything you need. Consider me your unofficial liaison with the Policía Nacional." There was something in Zambrano's words that perplexed Claps, until he suddenly saw the light. "This experience of mine which you say you appreciate so much isn't related to individual kidnappings or missing persons," he said slowly. "In the past, I have only been involved in investigations into serial killings. The difference cannot have escaped you." Zambrano didn't answer and turned his eyes to the river. "Is there anything else that I should know about?" Zambrano hesitated for a few moments as though trying to find the right words. "Do you believe in statistics, Mr. Claps? Do you think they are a useful resource?" "They're important if you know how to use them. You see, we are not a third-world country where people disappear overnight without anyone caring. In this city, we get over 500 missing person reports each year. Older people whose memory is not what it was, youngsters acting impulsively, people with psychiatric problems, some with deaths. It's not that different in my city," observed Claps. "Almost all of them are resolved in the first few days, let's say in 90% of the cases. Most of the ones that are left are mentally unstable elderly people that the river has probably taken away and who will wash up unrecognizable on the seashore or who knows where. Not many of those who do not turn up or are not found are under 30, and of course the young women under 25 are rarities. Less than one case per year." Zambrano stopped for a moment, his eyes once again turned to the river. "In the last year, 3 young women have disappeared, 4 if we count the American girl as well." He turned to look at Claps. "Does that suggest anything to you?" Claps didn't bat an eyelid. "We're talking about a small sample of people and a relatively short period of observation. The numbers are too small to be statistically significant," he said cautiously. "This is still an increase of 400%, and there is also a clear correlation in the type of missing girls." "A correlation?" Claps felt his muscles stiffen. "Go on." "And furthermore, and I'm talking now about the local women, but basically it is the same for Sheila Ross, there was no obvious reason for any of them to disappear without leaving a trace. None of them was married or had a family here in Guayaquil. They all had a job that they said they were satisfied with, and which put them in contact with a lot of people. A shop assistant in a mall, a waitress at a busy bar, and the museum guard at the Museo Antropológico y de Arte Contemporáneo right here in Malecón. And finally," said Zambrano, emphasizing the words, "they resembled one another physically, attractive, long dark hair, slim. Our local women are generally not very tall and tend to be wider-hipped, but they were, how can I put it?" "Petite?" Claps concluded for him, suppressing a shiver, while Zambrano nodded slowly. "Riondino. So, what do you say now? I un serial killer in Guayaquil?" "Would you like me to have a bath later?" Soraya had asked the night before. Of all that wonderful house, it was the bathroom that had astonished Soraya most. It had left her with her mouth hanging open in amazement the first time she saw it. It was huge, so big that it was more spacious than almost all of the humble dwellings she had inhabited before then, and the marble it was covered with, and the brass fittings that glittered like gold. And now she was cleaning it, that beautiful big bathroom that had taken her breath away. She was doing it with her usual care, her usual love, even though something had been gnawing away at her since the previous evening. She loved that marble, the way it shone, the mirrors, the brass, but what she really loved was the bathtub, just above floor level, and so big that you could almost swim in it. Although that morning she would have no opportunity to,
She would often sit on the rim and daydream. And it was while she'd been doing just that one day, it might have been a little more than a month after she'd been hired, her signor had surprised her. Though perhaps surprised wasn't the appropriate term. Rather it was Soraya who, not realizing that he had entered, surprised him observing her. How long had he been there? His face wore an expression she had never seen before, a sweet, almost dreamlike look, and his features looked as though they were softer, his face stretched out, every wrinkle gone. His hair, which he had only ever seen gathered neatly into a ponytail, was loose. When she made to get to her feet, he gestured to her with his hand not to. "It is very beautiful, isn't it?" Even his voice seemed to have changed. It had lost that depth or that sharp coldness that it sometimes had, and the tone had become more delicate, softer. "You can use it when you want, Soraya," he said, pointing to the big tub. "I'd be pleased if you did, really." He had approached her with that sweet look on his face, and had caressed her face, his hand barely touching her skin. "This evening would be perfect," he had whispered in her ear, before silently leaving. There is not much to tell. All three disappeared suddenly. The day before they had all been at work as normal, and the next day Zambrano made a gesture like a conjurer. Poof! Vanished. "Without any trace of violence?" asked Claps. "Do you mean blood or signs of a struggle? Somebody hearing shouts or seeing something unusual?" Zambrano shook his head. "No, nothing like that. Otherwise we wouldn't have opened straightforward missing persons cases, and we would have started investigating. They just vanished, without there being anything in their previous life that gave any clue as to why. Quite the opposite, in fact. They all had plans for the near future. Moving house, buying a car, starting to work for themselves. No matches with unidentified corpses found in other parts of the country." Zambrano shook his head again. "I dealt with it personally. There were no matches." "When did the missing women disappear?" A smile appeared on Zambrano's face. "I was wondering when you would ask me that question. Do you want to know if there's a correspondence there?" Claps narrowed his eyes. He no longer felt the humidity or his clothes sticking to his skin with sweat. "Is there one?" "Yes, and it is very specific. If we count the American, we have one disappearance every 90 days. "Every 90 days, 3 months," Claps repeated mechanically as though to himself. "Do you think Sheila Ross's disappearance is the work of the same person?" Claps had been convinced of it right from the start, but he didn't want his obsession with Riondino to cloud his analytical abilities. "All about the same age, all physically similar, all vanished into thin air, all disappearing at regular intervals." Zambrano looked Claps directly in the eyes. "Are you in any doubt?" Claps looked away and let his gaze wander along the river for a few moments. "Unlike the others, Sheila Ross is a foreigner, a tourist," he said slowly. "Whoever abducted the local women chose them so that at first nobody would suspect a crime and the alarm wouldn't be raised, meaning that a manhunt wouldn't be initiated. He couldn't not have known that was exactly what would happen if he abducted an American citizen. That's a pretty big difference in modus operandi." "But he certainly couldn't have known that she had such important relatives," replied Zambrano, "and that the case would be taken so seriously by the media and the police, and that even the Bureau would get involved." "True." Claps looked back to the river. If it had been a normal person, the Ecuadorian police probably wouldn't have paid much attention to the story, nor would the media, and after a few vague attempts the American consulate would have stopped interfering for fear of rocking the boat and further worsening relations. "Let's go back to the missing local women," he said after a long pause. "You told me they all worked in contact with the public." "Yes,
They could easily have caught the eye of the wrong person without him having to put himself at risk. Zambrano pointed out the large modern building of the Museum of Anthropology and Contemporary Art, which was nearby. That's where the last to disappear, Ines, was working. The first, Maribel, a year ago, in a place near the hotel where you are staying, Doctor. The second— Wait, interrupted Claps. You said near my hotel. What kind of place? A bar? Yes, one of those ones young people like so much. Lots of music, lots of cerveza. Do you know the name? Interrupted Claps again, more loudly than he would have liked. What's it called? Sol y Luna, said Zambrano. Claps felt a shiver run down his back. Sol y Luna. Chapter 7. Claps got back to the hotel just in time to avoid the sudden cloudburst. He would probably have been glad to let the rain soak him, knowing that after it finished, the humidity would be even worse, or maybe he wouldn't even have noticed it. All his thoughts were focused on the Sol y Luna. Lying on his bed with his eyes closed, he followed them one by one, attempting to put them in order while the rain and the wind beat against the windows of his room. Sol y Luna. 2 of the missing girls had been there before they had disappeared into the void. Was it the clearest trail Riondino had left? The point of departure from which to set off in search of him? Because it had to be him. 4 missing women, 4 perfect victims for him. Claps found himself once again trying to feel the old dizziness that allowed him to immerse himself, but it wasn't there. He couldn't find it any more. It belonged to a Claps that no longer existed, a Claps that had been lost, that had disappeared with the death of Greta Alfieri. After a few seconds he opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. There were other trails to follow. He looked at the clock. It said 1 o'clock. Given the time difference, he wouldn't be disturbing Munro's meal. The line was even worse than the day before. "Are you making any progress?" Munro asked immediately. "Too early to say," replied Claps, who had decided for the moment to keep the 3 missing women and the Sol y Luna to himself. "But I am about to send you a series of files. It's quite a lot of stuff." "Images?" "And documents. It's about 13 Italian citizens who are resident in Guayaquil. Can you check their documents are authentic?" "This can't be fake, Claps. From airport customs to immigration, the first thing they do is put the passport under a reader and check the code. They'd know right away if it were false. There's an international database for that." "It could have been cloned, though." Same number, same name as an unknown citizen, but with a different photograph. That's possible. Riondino has already done that, with the ID card, after he escaped from the psychiatric facility. We can carry out checks using our intranet. It's extremely powerful and has access to a virtually unlimited number of databases. Say we want to check up on a certain John Smith. We can see all his credit card payments, each ATM withdrawal, his subscriptions and telephone bills, air tickets or rail tickets purchased on the net, and if something comes up in Italy or in a country other than Ecuador, while our John Smith is in Guayaquil, concluded Claps for him, we'll have hit the jackpot, said Munro. Of course, he added, it only works if the man you're looking for has tried to conceal his real identity. We don't know if he's using cloned documents and hiding his real name. Naturally. The man you are looking for. There was a flash of dark lightning in Claps's mind. Riondino was the only man he was looking for. He had absolutely no interest in anybody else, no matter who they might have killed, and Riondino must have used cloned documents. Can you do it? How long will it take? Give me a few hours. Then there are the pictures. What are they? First, the photos on the documents of those 13 men. Do you want a computer anthropometric analysis, a comparison with the data about Riondino's face? Yes, exactly. You know the program can't guarantee over 85% accuracy, right? And if there's been plastic surgery, it doesn't go beyond 50%. It's practically like flipping a coin. In any case, it will be something. How long? You'll have to be patient. It's a longer process than you might think. The images have to be prepared beforehand, and there are quite a few of them. There's also the footage from the surveillance cameras on the stairway up to the Cerro. It doesn't look as though any of the 13 Italians makes an appearance, but he might have been disguised, Munro sighed. It'll be a pain in the ass to analyze all the faces that appear in the footage and compare them with those 13 people. 14, Claps corrected, if Riondino doesn't turn out to be one of them. Would you like me to have a bath later? Soraya had asked the night before, in answer to her Signora's smile. Not tonight, he had replied, the look in those suddenly cold eyes wounding her, and since that moment something had begun to nag at her. Yes, she felt sorry about being misunderstood, the smile he had given her, and angry with herself, because she knew well that it was not up to her to offer. She had never done it before. The truth was that she had deserved that frightening stare. But that wasn't the real reason for the agitation that had seized her. Soraya knew very well the nature of the thought that kept gnawing away at her. Simply put, she would have liked to have that pleasure tonight, or rather she felt a physical need for it. The first time had been the year before. This evening would be perfect, he had told her when he had surprised her sitting on the edge of the big tub, daydreaming. And she had done it. Slowly, barefoot and without closing the door behind her, she had entered the bathroom, which was lit only by the moon. The large tub was already full of lukewarm water. One by one, she had carefully lit the candles on the edge of the bath. Soraya was wearing only a thin undergarment. She was alone, but somehow she felt that he was watching her as she began to modestly remove one of the shoulder straps. She slipped off the other, too, feeling her nipples harden as the thin fabric slid over them, almost catching it. She knew that she had nice breasts, soft with gentle curves and dark areolas. Some might have said that they were small and perhaps slightly asymmetrical in size, but at 38 her breasts still looked like those of a 20-year-old. Her underwear slipped down her body, catching for an instant on her hips, as though it wanted to give her time to ask herself if the vibration she could feel in the air behind her, from behind the open door, was actually the breathing of her signor. With a slight wiggle of her hips, she had let the garment drop to the floor, leaving her body naked, her glossy skin reflecting the soft light of the moon and the candles. With an almost dance-like movement, she had stepped over her discarded underwear. She had immersed one foot and then the other. Now she was sure that from behind her, from the open doorway, he was watching. She had knelt down, showing her still perfect violon. Look at me, she had thought, fighting off a thrill of embarrassment. She had heard 2 footsteps, only 2, and light ones, but in that silence it was as if they were a low, resonant note. And so she had completely immersed herself, the water coming up to her chin and her head resting on the edge of the tub. She had closed her eyes while her body grew lighter and her toes began to break the surface of the water. For a long moment it had been as though time had stopped. Then she felt him approaching, first his warm breath nearby, then his steps skirting the tub. Her eyes were still closed, her immobile body rigid with the tension of expectation. Was he looking at her? Was he judging the beauty of her body? She had accepted boldly the sensual pleasure that, second after second, was growing in her at the thought of being naked before him, but she had not opened her eyes. In the end, After a time that had seemed to last forever, she felt the señor's hand gently take her foot and begin to caress it between his fingers. "You have a very beautiful foot, Soraya. Soft. The toes are long, tapered." The voice of the señor was different to the one she knew, but the same as the one which had surprised her that morning, kind and soft. Hearing it with her eyes closed, she might almost have thought it was a woman's. "You should paint your toenails, though. Then they would be even more beautiful." Soraya had felt the caresses climbing from the sole of her foot, his fingers creeping between her toes. Red nail varnish would be nice. What Soraya felt was a warm pleasure which soothed the tension at the same time that it increased it. Yes, deep down she had known since she had entered that bathroom, leaving the door open behind her and allowing him to watch her undress, but only now did she understand it clearly. She would give him whatever he wanted. More, even. Now it was her who wanted him. She hadn't been able to stop her hand from slipping onto her breast, feeling the nipple escape under her fingers. She felt an intense thrill of arousal. His hand had now climbed up to her thigh. Soraya sensed that her sex was ready to receive him. But his hand had stopped. "I'll buy some for you. A nice red nail varnish, like the one that a person I knew a couple of years ago for a short while, too short, used to use," the man had said before pulling his hand away and leaving the bathroom. The Ford was parked with the engine running by the curb opposite Soli Luna. The windows were closed. This time Zambrano had turned on the air conditioning. The first shadows of the evening had yet to descend on Guayaquil, and the water from the violent downpour a few hours earlier had completely evaporated from the streets, making the humidity even more suffocating. "We didn't know the two Americans had been here," Zambrano said, breaking the silence without looking away from the entrance to the bar. "You obviously didn't question her friend properly," Claps replied with a hint of sarcasm. Zambrano made a vague gesture as if to underline his impotence. "It wasn't me who did it, and anyway, the girl went to her embassy the following morning and flew back to the U.S. at the speed of sound. There was no time to get a more complete statement from her." Claps, too, was staring at the entrance to the Soli Luna. It seemed as though he were trying to look right through the walls and see the secrets that the bar might conceal. "Maribel, is that what you said the missing girl who worked here was called?" he asked after a few seconds. "Maribel Castillo." "Had she worked here for a long time?" "Only a few months. That evening she finished her shift, and then a witness saw her in the distance climbing into a black car that was waiting for her in the vicinity of the bar. That was the last that was heard of her." "That car?" "It was a long way off, as I told you, Doctor, and it was night. The person who saw it didn't recognize the model, and of course he wasn't able to read the license plate either. I would like to see the file of the investigation about her, and those of the other two girls as well, of course." "Investigation? There has never been a real investigation into the disappearance of the three girls. And not just because there were no bodies, no murders. There wasn't even anything that really pointed to a crime. And the disappearances weren't reported by desperate family members or relatives, but only by friends or employers after some time had passed. Add to that none of them left debts, and none of them had had any problems with the law." Zambrano paused briefly. "Technically, these are three people who left their jobs and homes without notice and without giving any contact details. No investigation, Mr. Claps, just a search for some information. So nobody questioned the staff after Maribel vanished." Zambrano shook his head. "He was only reported 40 days after her disappearance. It was her landlord who wanted his rent. The staff of the Soli Luna were only asked to confirm that the girl was no longer present at work and to check if she had left a forwarding address. Not exactly questioning. But I presume you've started moving now. Only over the last couple of months, since the last disappearance, and my memo to the top brass when I finally realized there was something going on, said Sambrano almost in a whisper. But up in their offices, hardly anybody believes much in statistics or in coincidences, apart from the fact that they consider it socially dangerous to spread news about this type of crime. In short, I'm working by myself and with strict orders to work undercover. No official inquiries, no paperwork that can end up getting leaked to the press or the web by some official who wants to make a few dollars on the side. The last thing they want is for news about the existence of a possible serial killer in the city to get out here or abroad. I have a well-protected file on my PC, though, and I'll let you have it. But there's not much in it, and what there is all had to be reconstructed after the fact. Claps thought in silence for a few seconds. Sheila Rossi's disappearance, hasn't anyone linked it to that of the 3 local girls yet? No, they thought I was crazy when I suggested the possibility, but now, said Sambrano, pointing to the Soli Luna, we have something concrete, a trail. It might just be a coincidence. That 2 of the girls were here a few hours before they disappeared? For the first time, Sambrano took his eyes from the Soli Luna and turned to Claps. I do not think it's a coincidence, and I'm sure that you don't either. Claps's only response was a gloomy look. Then, after a few seconds, he repeated, "That black car." Sambrano had already understood what he was about to ask. No, none of you countrymen resident in Guayaquil and compatible with the Italian possessed a black car at that time. For a few moments there was only the sound of the air conditioning in the passenger compartment. Suddenly, almost impulsively, Sambrano turned off the engine. "Let's go and take a look. Can I offer you a beer, Mr. Claps? They say it's very good at the Soli Luna." Claps stopped him with one arm as Sambrano was already opening the door. "Let me go on my own to ask a few questions," he said sharply. "If whoever took the girls really does hang around here, for the moment it would be better for the police to stay away, so there's no risk of alarming them." After thinking for a few seconds, Sambrano slowly nodded and restarted the engine. "For the moment," he added in a murmur. "Pick me up at the hotel after dinner," said Claps, slipping out of the car. "You can buy me that beer, and I'll tell you what I've managed to find out." "Welcome back, Signor. Do you want to drink or to talk more about the American girl?" said Raphael, greeting him with the same cheerful smile as the night before. Both, Raphael. But I don't have any questions for you. I'm looking for someone who was working here a year ago." "Riccardo," the young man said, nodding to his colleague who was nearby. "He's worked here forever." Like the first night, Claps placed a banknote on the counter, but this time for $20. "You are very generous to him, but I will take a part of that. Riccardo only speaks Spanish, and so you will need an interpreter." Raphael took the note and showed it to his colleague. "Riccardo, el señor quiere hablar contigo." Half an hour later, Claps was peering at the house numbers of the street not far from Soli Luna, which Riccardo had told him about. Riccardo! Of course. He had been there a year ago. He remembered it perfectly. That was when pretty little Maribel had disappeared, and nobody had heard anything more of her. Did he also remember whether there had been any Italians going to the bar at the time? How could he say after so much time and with all the people who came to drink at the Soli Luna? But, come to think of it, there was one that he remembered, or at least he thought he was Italian. He used to come with Maestro Riveros and the other actors from his theatre company at least twice a week. The maestro, the important man of great culture, had continued to honour the place with his presence, and sometimes, the last time had been 3 nights ago, had even allowed Ricardo to help him return home because his legs had been made a little wobbly by all the cerveza. Could he describe the Italian exactly? No, signor, it had been too long. He only remembered that he was very serious, though kind, and not very tall. He hadn't seen him at the Soliluna again, but he couldn't say anything about the last month because he had spent it in hospital after his ropey liver had made his stomach swell up, and he had only been back at work for a few days. He was sorry that he couldn't give him any more help, but Maestro Riveros's theatre was nearby, and if he was lucky, he would find him there. In reality, as Claps discovered as soon as he arrived at the number Ricardo had mentioned, it was not a theatre at all, but what must once have been a modest gym in the basement of the building. The door was open. Inside, the air was hard to breathe. There were a dozen chairs, and in a corner an old desk at which, immersed in the reading of who knew what papers, sat a man of about 50 with white hair and a slightly shaggy beard. "Señor Riveros?" "Sí, soy yo. Señor..." "Claps. Mi nombre es Claps." Riveros held out his hand. "Sit down, Señor Claps. What can I do for you?" he asked in slightly slurred Spanish, the butt of his cigar dangling between his lips at the corner of his mouth. "Soy italiano y mi español es pésimo. Habla el inglés, Señor Riveros." Shaking his head with an apologetic grimace, Riveros smiled. "Muy mal. But I speak a little of your language. We entenderemos. We will understand one another." Claps looked around him. The walls were covered in posters for the performances staged by the Compañía Amatorial de Teatro. "I see that you have performed Pirandello." "The rules of the game, a year ago. We are a small company of more or less amateurs. We all make our living doing other jobs, but we love to perform great theatre." "And I also see that you speak my language very well." "I've been to Italy many times, Rome, Florence, the Spoleto Festival, and I've read Pirandello and many of your clásicos in the original language. Quiero vuestro país, su arte." Riveros paused for a moment to relight what remained of his cigar, without even dreaming of asking Claps if the smoke bothered him. "So, how can I help you?" Claps once again ignored the question. He wanted to get to the point in a way that seemed almost casual. "And what are you rehearsing at the moment?" he asked, looking at the posters for old shows the company had staged. "A wonderful comedy by a local author." The acrid smoke of the cigar mingled with the oppressive humidity of the air. "I can guess what you must be thinking. It's a step down compared to Pirandello, but we will be performing it in 3 weeks at the Sanchez Aguilar. A fantastic opportunity. Una ocasión única." "Is that an important theatre?" "The biggest, and I would say the most prestigious de todo Guayaquil." "So you aren't just a company of more or less amateurs, as you said then?" "Oh, no," smiled the Riveros. "We certainly are. It will be only one performance just to fill a gap in the programme, but my actors are all very exicitados." "Well, I can imagine that must be a great satisfaction." While Riveros nodded, Claps turned his gaze away, adding nonchalantly, "I've been told that you even have one of my fellow countrymen as part of your company." "Yes, occasionalmente, el Signor Giorgio. He comes from Milan." Giorgio. Claps seemed to remember that one of the Italians on the list sent to Monroe had that name. He has been part of the company for just over a year, but he doesn't act. He isn't ready for the language yet. He needs to concentrate too much on the pronunciation in order to be able to perform with the necessary naturalness. He comes, watches the rehearsals. He's a great connoisseur of the theatre. I've promised him that I'll find him a part as a foreigner that will be perfect for him one day soon. From Milan, a great connoisseur of the theatre, like the actor, one of Riondino's personalities. Claps told himself not to jump to conclusions. When is the next rehearsal? Tomorrow night. We are planning a muy importante rehearsal. And will Signor Giorgio be there? Riveros pulled a face. I don't know, but I do not think so. We haven't seen him for about 20 days. Work commitments, he said. Giorgio what? What's his last name? Here we all just call him Signor Giorgio. Wait a minute, though. He said that he had a stage name when he was acting in Milan. Riveros lowered his head and closed his eyes in an effort to remember. Not his real name, an invented one, a nombre d'arte, he said. He thought hard again, and suddenly his face lit up. Yes, of course, like that chess champion of the past, Areti. And like the psychiatrist responsible for Riondino in the Institute, the man who had managed to bring out all of his personalities and had tried to merge them into one, the man who more than any other knew Riondino, and the one with whom Riondino himself had created a relationship that was in its way profound. Just another coincidence? On the wall there was also a picture of what appeared to be the entire company. Is he the one in the corner, the tall one? Asked Claps, approaching. Oh, no, smiled Riveros in amusement. El Signor Giorgio es... Short? Suggested Claps, seeing his hesitation. Like many great men, Signor, but you will not find him in that photo. He didn't want to join us. And why ever not? Asked Claps, pretending that he too was amused. Because, for the moment, he is not acting. He has not yet made his debut. Un hombre de gran modestia y sensibilidad, el Signor Giorgio. Claps continued to smile, trying to demonstrate to Riveros that he too appreciated the modesty and sensitivity of Signor Giorgio. Do you have an address for him? He asked quietly. Do you know where I can find him? For the first time Riveros showed a certain circumspection, an Italian coming from the other side of the ocean who asked with such insistence about another Italian. Is it for Signor Giorgio that you are here? He asked, his expression suddenly serious. To find him. Has he done something wrong? Claps had been expecting a similar reaction and was ready for it. You have asked me 2 questions. I will answer them both. It is true, I am looking for my countryman here in Guayaquil, but it is not certain that this person is Giorgio Reti. In fact, I would say that it is unlikely. I am just following all the available leads. But you have not told me if the man you are looking for has done something bad, insisted the Riveros. No, Claps smiled reassuringly. He did not commit any crime, but he decided to leave the country to start a new life and make a clean break with the past. The expression on the face of Riveros remained worried, and he continued to stare at Claps questioningly, clearly waiting to be told more. I shouldn't really tell you anything else, said Claps with a conspiratorial expression, but I work for a law firm. There is a divorce in progress, and there are papers to be signed which are in the interest of this person I'm looking for. Finally, Riveros seemed at least partially reassured. From your description of him, Claps continued, as a knowledgeable lover of the theatre, I very much doubt that it is Signor Giorgio. But you can never know, and I want to be sure. Do you have an address for him?"
"Unfortunately, I cannot help you," said the Riveros, his expression regretful. Perhaps too regretful to be genuine, thought Claps for a moment. "You see," he widened his arms as though justifying himself, "Signor Giorgio does not appear on stage to act. E non tiene ningún papel operativo. How do you say it in Italian? He does not play a role in our company. As I told you, he comes, watches, sometimes gives advice, good advice, but nothing more. We have never needed to have a way of contacting him."
"Maybe someone else in the company might? Perhaps he is friends with one of them?"
"Puede ser. But you would have to ask them. Come back tomorrow night after the rehearsals. They will all be here."
Of course he would come back, and he would bring the photos of the 13 Italians with him. Claps left, finding relief from the acrid smoke of Riveros's cigar, but not from the onslaught of thoughts about Signor Giorgio. The stage name, Reti, his origin, the physical description and the way Riveros had described him as a connoisseur of the theatre, his not wanting to appear in the group photo, as well, of course, as the basic fact of having been seen in the Soli Luna around the time of the first girl's disappearance. Was it just coincidence, or was he on the right track? A track that led to Riondino? He headed for the hotel, feeling his step growing arrhythmic. Just time to have dinner and then meet Samprano. But first he would check if, as he thought he remembered, there was a Giorgio in the list of 13 Italians who didn't have an alibi. Riveros, too, had his own worries. As soon as Claps had left, he scrolled through the phone book on his cell phone, found a number, and called it. It was answered after it had rung twice. "It's Riveros," he said in Spanish into the phone. "I still have to thank you for your great generosity. Without your financial help, we would never have managed to perform at the Aguilar." Riveros paused for a moment to choose his words. "We need to see each other. I have just had a very peculiar visit." Chapter 8. The restaurant was on the other side of the river. Samprano and Claps sat at a table in the open air with their beers. In front of them, the Cerro de Santa Ana was lit by the lights of her respectable site, and the light of the lighthouse on the summit cut through the darkness at regular intervals. In the evening, the humidity seemed even more suffocating. Slowly taking a swallow of the cold beer, Claps looked away from the Cerro and wondered again how Sheila Ross could have disappeared from there through Las Peñas without anyone noticing. There must have been a car ready right outside the bar. There was no other explanation, and this was certain. But how could the Italian have known that the girl would go into that specific bar? Had they made a date during their meeting at Malecon without her telling her friend anything? But why not tell Alice Hartford? It was of something else, however, that Samprano, who knew absolutely nothing about Claps's visit to Riveros, wanted to speak. "Giacomo Riondino," he said slowly, as though he wanted to let the name float through the air, thick with humidity. Though surprised, Claps could not show any reaction when he heard that name come from Samprano's lips. He put the jug, which was still almost full, down on the table and turned his gaze back onto the lights of the Cerro without replying. "As I told you this morning at Malecon," Samprano continued, "when I was informed of your arrival, I informed myself about you. I found out about your successes, but also that you have not been involved in any investigations for the last 2 years. Since Riondino slipped through your fingers in Italy, vanishing who knows where after killing a dear friend of yours." A muscle in Claps's face twitched almost imperceptibly. "Tell me, Is he the one you have come halfway around the world to find, Mr. Claps?" The lighthouse blade cut through the darkness before disappearing once again behind the cerro. "What makes you think that? I'm here to find the person who took Sheila Ross, to repay a debt I have with Monroe," Claps lied, his face immobile. "What makes me think it? First of all, there are many other profilers that Monroe could have sent here instead of sending one from thousands of miles away, who also knows nothing about this country, its language and culture, habits, and the way its inhabitants think. And, above all, one that has not been active for 2 years. That's a long time in this job." "I don't like the term profiler," was all Claps murmured. "I'm a psychiatrist, and I specialize in criminology and the behavioral analysis of violent crimes." "Whatever you prefer, Doctor. But it's still true that you haven't worked for a long time, and you don't seem to me to be the best qualified to analyze the criminal behavior of one of the inhabitants of a country you don't know." Zambrano took a large sip of beer before continuing. "But if the Bureau sent you, there must be a good reason. For example, something I was not informed of, which means that the Italian Sheila Ross met is definitely guilty of having—" "Nothing has been kept hidden from you," Claps interrupted. "If he is not," continued Zambrano, with an almost annoyed gesture, "actually even suspected of being someone you know very well, someone you have already hunted, Giacomo Riondino, for example." "You are letting your imagination run away with you," replied Claps after a brief silence. "Perhaps, but let's not forget that there are other women who have disappeared at regular intervals. And if we look at the victims—" "I didn't know about the 3 local girls until this morning," snapped Claps in irritation. "True," acknowledged Zambrano. "But in any case, they're all very petite, physically identical to the type of prey that Riondino used to pick." "Don't you think that's sparse evidence to jump to conclusions?" "No, it's not sparse, if I put it all together. Your history, Doctor, the characteristics of the victims, your request to see the documents of the Italian residents and to see the footage from the security cameras, as though you were looking for a familiar face. It's not hard if you put it all together. And isn't it the job of a good investigator to put together those little clues that taken individually wouldn't mean much?" Claps did not answer. "And in any case, Doctor, what difference would it make for me to know that you are looking for Riondino instead of a stranger, instead of some other person? None, except that of allowing me to assist you better. I am your ally, a resource at your disposal in this country. Do not forget it." Zambrano removed his gaze from Claps and turned it towards the lights of the cerro. "So, tell me sincerely," he asked calmly, "do you think it was Riondino who took Sheila Ross and the other girls?" Claps's hand gripped the still, cold jug, and he searched through the few words of Spanish he knew. "Es una posibilidad." "Una posibilidad real?" "Una posibilidad real." Soraya had now finished tidying up the kitchen and doing the last domestic chores her job necessitated. It was hot, and the humidity was barely tolerable, but she, who had lived in that climate her whole life, preferred not to turn on the air conditioning when her signora was not at home. He had gone out, like he did almost every evening, and as usual he would not come back before late at night. Soraya knew that very well. Even in her sleep, she waited to hear his footsteps go from the hall towards his study, and soon afterwards towards the master bedroom. She didn't know where her signor spent his evenings, but sometimes the clothes she picked up the next morning smelt of smoke and alcohol, and of women. On rare occasions, some bore the impalpable remnants of an odour that must have been intense, almost acrid, a damp, human, masculine smell which in some obscure way attracted Soraya, who liked to imagine that it was somehow a trace of a body through which some intense, deep emotion had passed. Soraya went to her room, holding in her hands the sandals that she had slipped off. She dropped into the armchair beside the open window and breathed in the smells of that evening, searching in vain for some relief from that subtle, intangible sensation of restlessness and agitation which had been bothering her all day. He was a methodical man, Herr Signor. He did not sleep much. At 8 o'clock in the morning he was already completely dressed and ready to go out to buy the newspapers. He came back to read them in the cool of his study and to use his computer. Once, when she entered to bring him a glass of fresh lemonade, Soraya had caught him with a triumphant and vaguely unpleasant smile on his face. On the screen there was a colourful, complicated graphic. "It's the New York Stock Exchange," he explained, noticing that she was looking at the monitor. "It's dropping quickly. A lot of people are losing their money." His smile had become even more unpleasant. "And I am collecting it." Perhaps that was his job, his business, Soraya had thought. Until then she had never believed that her signor was simply rich and did not need to work. And he seemed to devote only a part of the morning to this business. In the afternoon he was either still shut up in his study using his PC, but in that case he was on other sites, often Facebook, or he went out to then return home for that early dinner, as was his habit. Then he changed his clothes and went out again, until late at night. Soraya did not know if he had friends, but what was certain was that except on a couple of very rare exceptions, no one had ever come to that house to visit him, and never a woman. Those, as the perfume and sometimes the smell of sex that remained on his clothes told her, he often met in the evening when he went out. Soraya sighed and turned on the television to watch Ecuador Tiene Talento, her favourite programme, but immediately realised that she was unable to stop her mind from wandering.
Giacomo Riondino. As I told you, I have looked into the case. Almost 10 years ago he killed 2 women after having kidnapped, raped, and tortured them at length. You, Mr. Claps, took part in the investigation, didn't you?
"It was the first time I was called in to work with the police," replied Clapp slowly, almost whispering the words.
"He took a third, too," continued Zambrano, "who fortunately managed to escape and get him captured. Riondino didn't end up in prison, though, but in an asylum for the criminally insane."
"A psychiatric hospital. It sounds better that way," interjected Claps with a hint of sarcasm before continuing. "After a long trial, Riondino was found to be not guilty by reason of insanity due to a rare psychiatric condition."
"You mean dissociative personality disorder, DID?"
"Multiple personalities. He had 10 of them."
Zambrano pulled out a notebook and started reading from a page scribbled in pencil.
Jack, the fox, the wimp, the professor, the actor, the count, Little, Julia, the rebel, and finally Hannibal, the one responsible for the crimes.
Zambrano paused for a moment while he put his notebook away. "We do not have the death penalty, but we would have locked up this Riondino of yours in a deep hole and thrown away the key."
He took another sip of beer.
"Along with Hannibal and the other 9, he concluded with an oblique smile.
Clapp said nothing. "While you instead," Zambrano said, "gave him a kind of conditional release after 7 years in the criminal asylum. 7 years during which he was subjected to psychiatric therapy, don't forget. At the end he was considered to be making progress towards recovery, and no longer a danger to himself or to others. Only then was he sent to an institute to help him recover and rejoin society, from which he managed to easily escape, killing, among others, 2 guards. They weren't guards, they were just nurses. They weren't properly trained.
But your commissioner who went after him a few hours later was properly trained, and yet—"
The humidity was becoming unbearable. Or perhaps it was the memories that Zambrano was stirring up inside Claps that made it feel that way.
Did he have a reason for escaping when he was so close to being given complete freedom after being transferred to the Institute?
"Come on, Zambrano," snapped Claps angrily. "If you've read up on his case as much as you seem to have, you know the reason as well as I do."
Zambrano nodded. Thanks to one of his personalities, the Fox, Riondino had swindled the finance company he worked for and the customers, stealing nearly €5 million that he kept hidden in Liechtenstein. He was in a hurry to retrieve the money and disappear to start a new life. Zambrano tried unsuccessfully to catch Claps's eye. A decent sum, but not enough to allow you to live in luxury for years in Europe, whereas here, Claps ignored Zambrano's last observation. In reality, he couldn't have known either if or when he would be released. The smallest incident or even a partial regression, and he would have been straight back to the lunatic asylum, as you call it. And anyway, once free, he would have been subjected to periodic psychiatric examinations and checkups, as well as being followed, or monitored, by social workers. It wouldn't have been easy for him to get his hands on the money, and even if he had managed, how would he have been able to enjoy it with all those eyes on him? He had to escape. And when he did it in such a bloody fashion, you were called in again to participate in the investigation to capture him.
Greta. Clap stood up abruptly from the table. Greta. "I don't want to talk about it," he said, his face suddenly pale. "And it's getting late. Could you take me back to the hotel?"
Zambrano threw open his arms with a disarming smile. "Doctor, there is still much cerveza in our cups. I will not ask you about anything that you do not wish to speak of. I only wanted to understand who Giacomo Riondino was, his illness." After hesitating for several seconds, Clap slowly sat back down. Zambrano waited a few moments before speaking again. He did it when the pallor of Claps's face had disappeared. "Dissociative disorder of identity. You will admit that it is rather unusual, and 10 different personalities. I thought there could be only 2.
"That's the way it is in films or detective stories."
Slow and gloomy, Claps's voice seemed to come from a distance.
"Where they use it as a way of adding a twist to the story, or to explain things that otherwise would have been impossible. In reality, it is a very rare disease, and there are always a large number of personalities, often more than 20. He paused. "I know that you were at Quantico. Didn't you hear about the case of Billy Milligan and his 24 personalities? They teach it there." "No, never while I was there." Zambrano shook his head. "But my training was not as a profiler. I did read that a movie about his story starring Leonardo DiCaprio is coming out. A story of robbery, kidnapping, sexual assault, and 24 different personalities." Zambrano sat in an almost unbelieving silence for a few seconds. 24 personalities, this Milligan. Riondino, 10. I ask myself, how is it possible, and how does it work? Is it as though there are several people inhabiting the same body?" he asked finally. "Yes, in a way it is. Each personality is independent and behaves differently to the others."
Claps took a small sip of beer.
"Each of them has a space of varying dimensions in which he or she interacts with the outside world. That is, as they say in the jargon, out or outside. It is as though they are different people, each with their own personality, their own way of perceiving and doing things, and even their own individual habits, too. For example, some smoke and some don't. Some don't drink, while others," Claps pointed at the mug he had just put down on the table, "drink beer. Even the age and sex can be different."
"Increíble. But how does a person fall ill with such a thing?"
"At the heart of it, there is a biological basis that favors the pathology, a rare and distinct morphological and functional condition of some areas of the brain called the hippocampus, the insula,
and the amygdala. But that alone isn't enough. It simply provides fertile soil. The cause is psychological. DID appears in childhood, even if it only fully relieves itself in adulthood. It forms in the middle of that delicate process of maturation during which a child integrates its consciousness of the self. Stop a second, Doctor. You are talking like a professor. I cannot follow you. Claps thought for a few seconds about how to better explain. Tell me, Zambrano, do you always react in the same way to the same situation? Of course. Are you sure of that? Don't you sometimes find yourself laughing about something and other times worrying about it? Or that sometimes you are sympathetic and other times angry, generous or misanthropic, involved or uncaring? Okay, Doctor, okay, I don't always behave in the same way, but that happens to everyone, no? And everybody knows that they are a single person who sometimes behaves in a different way. Claro. Well, that awareness of being a single person is the consciousness of the self. It shapes, develops, and integrates all the different aspects of our personality during childhood. Es complicado, but perhaps I am understanding something. Then picture a baby, a child, with those rare anatomical conditions that I mentioned. A child that undergoes a psychological trauma so serious that even an adult would struggle to overcome it. Imagine that it has no help, no one to turn to. In this way, it will not be able to form a single consciousness of itself. In fact, a huge dissociative reaction will take place. The parts of the self will be disconnected from one another and perceived as different entities. In a word, as different people. For a few seconds, neither of the men spoke. Each personality with its own memory, which it does not share with the others, continued Claps. Or rather, it remembers events which took place in its presence when it was out, but not what happened when it was another personality who was out. Does that mean that the memory of those like Riondino is fragmented, split between all the personalities, that there is no overall memory of what that person has done? In general, that is the case. Typically, people who go to see a doctor when the condition begins to present itself say that they have gaps in their memory, that they sometimes find themselves in certain places without remembering how they got there. They say that they have the proof that they have done things, often things that are strange or even inconceivable to them, without remembering having done them. A hombre broken into many pieces, or many men inside only one. Zambrano reflected in silence for a few seconds. So many presences in a single mind. With a long gulp, he emptied his jug. There is one thing I would like to understand, he said after carefully wiping his moustache. How, or rather why, does the transition from one personality to another take place? Is there an order, a reason why one takes over from the one which is out in that particular moment? Claps shrugged. Sometimes it can be a stressful situation, or the opposite, being particularly relaxed and distracted. And sometimes there is no apparent reason. So 1 minute I can be a smoker who loves reading thrillers and listening to classical music, and a moment later I turn into a health nut who listens to rock music on his headphones while he goes jogging, more or less. But then there is something you must explain to me, Doctor. Zambrano leaned forward towards Claps. Something I do not understand. How does Riondino manage to evade capture for years, and have a plan, if he is actually made up of different personalities who do not remember, who do not know what the others have lived? How is it possible that one or more of these hasn't given him away, or at least distracted him from his goals? Well, you see, Claps hesitated. The truth is that things are much more complex than I have briefly explained to you, both in general and specifically in Riondino's case. I do not understand, Doctor. Although there are huge differences between one case and another, personalities that seem to be completely unaware of the existence of the others are rare. In fact, most of them seem to interact with one another. Interact? Interrupted Sambrano, looking shocked. Yes, in a kind of inner world they have. There is a sort of awareness of the situation and a search for an equilibrium. In short, as absurd as it may seem, they talk to each other. They discuss and debate things until one knows what the other did while they were out. Claps paused for a moment to give Sambrano time to absorb the idea, before saying, "It's all very complex, as I told you, and there is often a kind of hierarchy between the personalities, with a leader, Jack, in the case of Riondino." "Do you mean there is one personality that guides the others, which imposes its behaviors and a common goal?" "That would be an oversimplification, but it's fairly close to Riondino's situation when we captured him." For a few seconds Claps was silent, uncertain as to how to proceed. "When he began this killing spree 10 years ago, Riondino was known as a shy and reserved man who led a secluded existence, had no friends, and the few people who, for work or because they lived near him or whatever else, had come into contact with him, even for a very brief period, gave very different or even contrasting descriptions of him. For example, at work, he was a financial advisor. He was considered by his colleagues to be intelligent and skillful at his job. So skillful and intelligent that he managed to steal nearly 5 million euros from the company and from the wallets of his clients without anybody noticing. Exactly. And outside work, people considered him someone with his head in the clouds, insecure, always distracted, and probably mentally subnormal. But that's not all. We also collected testimonies from people who had seen him being a womanizer and a gambler, and even one from the cashier of a cinema that specialized in cartoons and films for kids, who swore that she had often seen him there, and that she had heard him speaking like a little child. Was that his various personalities which were out at the time? Obviously, or at least some of the 10. But all always confined to the same context, the same environment. Basically, whoever knew one aspect of him never had the chance to see him when another personality was out. This way, each of them had their space, and he never exposed himself to suspicions that he suffered from a mental disorder. And was Jack the director of all this? Was he able to manage the traffic of the various Riondinos? He was aware of the diversity of the secret, as he called it, and of the need for it to remain that way. Jack knew all the other personalities, and in their inner world he was able to interact with and at least partially control them. Control them? How? Claps hesitated. 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to listen to the recording of one of Riondino's first therapy sessions, where Jack himself explained it. He remembered vividly the tape that Professor Reti had recorded when Riondino had met Jack for the first time. The words instantly came back to his mind.
Chapter 9. You wanted to meet me, Professor. It's a pleasure, Jack. Do you want to tell me about yourself? Slow down with the questions. Don't you want to know why I decided to come out first? Certainly. You had never wanted to until today. What made you change your mind? Let's just say that I was pissed off. No one was supposed to know about me and the others. The others? There are others besides the fox and the wimp. I've already told you. Slow down with the questions. Fine. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Of course I don't have to fucking answer.
But can I ask why you didn't want anyone to know about you and the others? Can we talk about that?"
"I'm not going to answer that question, but I can tell you why I've decided to talk to you."
"I'm listening to you, Jack."
"Just one thing first. Are we friends?"
"I hope we can become friends. In fact, I'm sure we can."
"Yeah, sure. Big buddies, why not? You haven't got a fucking clue. Are we friends? Do we eat together? I don't think so. So why are you talking to me like you know me? Do you think you're so superior to me that you can just look down your nose at me?"
"No, of course not. It's just a habit. It's the way I speak to the fox."
"Never mind the fox and the wimp. They're minions. But I'm the one in control, and I demand respect."
"Control?"
"I decide what to do, and I can see everything about them."
"So you know what they do and say?"
"If I want to, I can see what they do any time I like."
"And can they see what you do?"
"Absolutely not. Have you already forgotten what I told you? They're minions."
"I see. Are there others apart from them?"
"Maybe, but it isn't time to talk about that yet."
"Then could you explain to me more precisely what you mean when you talk about having control over them?"
"If a decision has to be taken, I take it, and I tell them how to behave."
"And otherwise are they free to behave as they see fit?"
"Obviously, but they know not to fuck up."
"Like revealing—"
"Our secret." "Exactly."
"So you are well aware of your differentness. But why keep it hidden? Don't you think you can be helped?"
"What a stupid question. So we can end up in the office of some head shrinker who can't believe their luck, that such an amazing case has fallen into their lap. To become a freak show attraction, for fuck's sake. Listen to me, Professor. We are the way we are, full stop, and we like being this way."
"Going back to the others, to the ones you control, have they ever fucked up?"
"Sometimes."
"Like Hannibal, for example?"
"Yeah, and that's exactly why we're talking now."
"Do you control him, too?"
"What the fuck? Do you think I was controlling him while he was butchering them? I let him come out every now and then, and that's the type of control I had over him. He'd always been a problem, but he'd never tried to do anything even remotely like what he did. He only came out rarely, and then only in particular circumstances. But anyway, Hannibal will never come back. He's been put away, buried. There's no point talking about him."
"But—"
"No, for the moment, I'm not saying another word about Hannibal. But you keep telling the fox that you want to help us. Well, the only reason I came out is to ask you this question. Can you help get us out of here? That is the only thing we care about."
"It is very early to talk about that, but the path I would like to undertake, if you will allow me, certainly leads to the realization of a condition where detention in an institution like this is no longer necessary."
Christ, what a complicated way of saying such a simple thing, Professor. Can you get us out or not?
"As I said—"
"Look, I don't want to waste time on chit-chat. You can think that we are an interesting case to study, an evolution of human nature, a freak show, whatever you like, but what is certain is that we haven't committed any crime and that Hannibal is never coming back. So can you get us out of here?"
"We will have to work hard together for a long time to achieve that goal. It will be necessary to accept the help, the therapy, that you have so far refused to consider, that you wanted to avoid. That is the way forward. Let me repeat that. It will be long and difficult."
"Time doesn't frighten me. As you can imagine, we don't have anything else to do at the moment."
"Good, Jack. Then let's start right away. Before, you told me you have control over the wimp. How can you have control over him if he doesn't know about your existence?"
"I talk to him. I tell him what to do, but he doesn't realize that I'm there."
"As though he was hearing voices?" Voices? Jesus Christ, you psychiatrists just love that stuff, don't you? Right back to the time of Joan of Arc and even before. Saints, witches and sorcerers, and nowadays lunatics, all hearing voices. What then? He perceives them as though they were his own thoughts. What is the right thing to do, and what isn't? Let's say that in a certain sense I'm his conscience. But you speak to the fox normally, as though it were a real dialogue. Yes, I speak to all the others. The others? Let me repeat the question I already asked you yesterday. In addition to the wimp, the fox, and Hannibal, are there other personalities? People, Professor Retti, not personalities. Okay, people. Are there any others? Yes. Good. But before you tell me about them, I'd like to understand how your conversations work. Do you speak aloud or only with thoughts? Full sentences or sensations, mental flashes? Both. Sometimes it's completely internal, hard to explain, like a thought that flashes across your mind in a split second. More often it's an actual dialogue, and when we're absolutely sure we're alone, it happens aloud. How many other people are there? There are about 10 of us. And you, Jack, speak to all of them? Yes. Do they speak to each other? Only some of them, the ones who know each other. So not all of them know of the existence of the others? Exactly. I'm the only one who knows them all, and I have control. You're going to have to explain to me what exactly you mean by control, and I'm going to have to speak to all the others, Jack. We've got all the time in the world, Professor. Well, let's start by speaking about your particular situation. The existence, if you can call it that, of several people in the same body who take turns at taking control. How would you describe it, Jack? How does it happen? I know that you psychiatrists like theatrical imagery, so imagine a theatre, a beautiful theatre with a big stage that we're all on. Some of us are sleeping in the dark. Others are thinking quietly or talking amongst themselves. A single spotlight picks out a person. That's the one who's out and who engages with the outside world. Engages. Do you like that clever word, Professor? Very well chosen, Jack. But can you explain in a bit more detail what you mean when you say the others are thinking in silence or speaking amongst themselves while one of you is out? I mean exactly what I said. Our lives aren't limited to when we're out. We continue to exist even though only one of us can interact with the outside world. Is that so hard to understand, Professor? Don't you yourself, perhaps, have thoughts that continue to live at the same time in your brain, that sometimes interact with each other, affect one another? And how does the person who is out interact? I mean, can they behave in a completely autonomous way? Of course, as I've told you on several occasions, it's not just an aspect of my personality. Even though you seem to refuse to believe it, it is a person. But I do believe you, Jack. We wouldn't be having this conversation otherwise. I'm just trying to understand. I'm sure you'll admit that your situation is, out of the ordinary. You hesitated. Do you perhaps mean pathological instead of out of the ordinary? Jack, you wouldn't be in a psychiatric hospital unless you were considered pathological. So you think that I'm a lunatic? Let me repeat. I'm just trying to understand. For example, can you see what another one of you does when he's out? I can do if I want, or I can rest, but I'm the only one. The others can't see what he does. And do you also know what they think? What the fuck do you think I am, some kind of witch doctor who can read people's minds? You know that's not possible. But the others, if they can't see the person who is out, if they can only see what happens occasionally when the spotlight is on them, aren't they confused, disorientated by the lack of a temporal continuum? The wimp, for example, who knows nothing of the others. That's true. He doesn't know about our existence. What he does know is that he has time gaps in his memory.
Can you explain that?
It happens to all of us sometimes. You're out somewhere doing something, and then suddenly you're in another place, and you know that some time has passed, but you don't know what has happened.
It must be terrible.
For you, maybe. It's always been that way for us. There's nothing terrible about it. That's the way we've always lived.
You keep saying that you have control over the others. What exactly do you mean? What kind of control do you have?
Well, just to continue with the theatre metaphor, let's say I'm able to maneuver the spotlight.
You mean decide who can go out?
Only partially. Each one takes their own space, and when I'm resting, even I don't know who is out. But I can stop someone from going out if I don't think it's appropriate.
Can you explain how you can do that?
All I have to do is want it. That's it. I don't know how else to explain it, but if that's not a good enough answer for you, you tell me how I manage it. You're the fucking shrink, Professor.
Let's talk a little more about this coming out, about the spotlight that picks people out. Does it happen randomly when you are not the one controlling it?
At the beginning, when I was a kid, it was like that. Or maybe it was the situations we found ourselves in that favoured one of us coming out rather than another.
And is it different now?
There's a kind of agreement, based on the need to keep our condition secret. We have rules, space for everyone, but causing trouble or jeopardizing the security of everybody else is forbidden. And there must be absolute honesty. It's a question of honour that we never lie to each other.
And that never happens?
Never.
Not even by not telling the whole truth?
Not telling the whole truth. Not telling the whole truth isn't lying. When one of us asks another a direct question, the answer is always honest. At most, they might not answer or might say something ambiguous. Our language allows that fairly easily, but according to our code, that isn't lying.
So you have rules. Who decided on them?
Can't you imagine, Professor?
You?
Well done.
So you have authority over all the others.
Wasn't that already clear to you, Professor? Only I know all of them, and only I decide what to do when an important decision has to be made, or when there's a critical situation to face.
Critical meaning a situation like this?
I can't think of a more critical situation than being imprisoned.
So if I understand correctly, at the moment, Jack, you are the one who teaches all the others how to behave.
You understand correctly.
And do they all obey? Have they always obeyed?
I told you that I have no intention of talking about Hannibal, goddammit.
I didn't mean him, Jack. Didn't you tell me that he'd been buried?
Sure, he's gone. That's why you have to get us out of here. We didn't do anything.
We've got a long way to go before that is possible. But today we are already taking a first step, don't you think? Even though you haven't told me yet if they all always obey you.
I will admit that at times there is tension with a couple of the others.
Do you want to tell me about it? And do you want to speak about the other people that are there with you?
I'm tired now. I think I've spoken enough for today.
OK, let's stop there then. We'll resume our talk in the next few days. There's only one last thing, but it's not a question. Let's say it's a kind of homework, an exercise that I'd like you to do, Jack, until our next meeting. It's important.
Another step forward?
Yes.
Tell me then.
Who's the person you speak to most often?
The fox.
Well, here's what you need to do. I'd like you to concentrate and try to hear the fox's thoughts, or even better, to try and see one of his memories.
That's fucking ridiculous.
You need to trust me and trust my methods if you want to get out of here, Jack.
You can't just go into the mind of another person, and a man of science like you ought to fucking know that.
I only asked you to try, to concentrate and to try. It's an exercise.
Will you do it?
Maybe. Chapter 10.
As soon as he had finished telling Zambrano about the recording, Claps let his gaze wander back towards the Cerro and the light of the lighthouse.
But things change, he said after a long silence. Today's Riondino is no longer the same person as the Riondino of 10 years ago. 7 years passed between his arrest and his escape. 7 years of imprisonment, but also of medical care, drugs, psychotherapy, often under hypnosis, to allow each personality to come to the surface. Do you know what the care strategy is in DID cases? Obviously bringing the patient back to feeling like a single person. That is the aim, the result that is technically called fusion. But how do you achieve it? I'm not the psychiatrist, doctor. You try and fuse the memories of the various personalities. A single memory, a single person. We are teaching him and he is consuming us. When he knows everything, we will disappear. That's what one of Billy Milligan's personalities said during the therapy. For 7 years they worked patiently on Riondino to achieve this, trying to ensure that by integrating the memory, the various personalities would merge into a single one. Jack, the all of Riondino in one place. And did that actually happen in those 7 years of detention and therapy? Partially, but enough to make the commission that examined him think that Hannibal had disappeared and that complete fusion was close. In other words, that Riondino no longer represented a danger to society. But Hannibal hadn't disappeared. They thought that Hannibal in particular was the result of the unresolved tragedies in Riondino's life, an extremely difficult childhood with a mentally unstable mother and a stepfather who perpetrated violence and sexual abuse on him. And not only on him, also on the little brother he adored, who died in an accident. But Jack managed to make them believe he had overcome all those traumas. He had a plan right from the beginning, to be transferred to a recovery facility from which it would be easy to escape. In fact, though we only discovered this later, there had been only partial integration with 7 of the personalities, including, hidden but very much present, Hannibal. The other 3, Julia, the rebel, and Little, remained independent, and although they were under Jack's partial control, they were far from merged. A woman, a young man, and un niño. How many times must Zambrano have thought incredibly that evening? Little, of all the personalities, he is the only one who remembers the traumas he suffered, and along with the memories he retains all the pain. Claps paused for a long time before resuming. But this isn't the Riondino of 2 years ago either. We don't actually know what he is like today. At that moment, Claps's cell phone began vibrating repeatedly. Munro's name appeared on the screen. Claps rose quickly and, with a gesture of apology to Zambrano, walked out of hearing distance before answering. Banco Pichincha, Claps. You know what that is? Munro's voice was loud and clear from 9,000 miles away. A bank? One of the biggest in Ecuador, if not the most important. And 8 of your 13 Italians have an account with them. Go on. Thanks to our intranet, we were able to see their electronic transactions. Of the 8 that I mentioned, one is called Giorgio Sala, and he's a pretty interesting character. At the sound of the name, Claps felt his entire body go tense. He opened an account 16 months ago, and since then he has used his credit card regularly. Obviously, when we started looking for other Giorgio Salas using credit cards, we found plenty, but among them there is one that was born on the same day and in the same place as the one living in Guayaquil. And how about this for a coincidence? He lives in Italy, in the same city and at the same address as the documents provided to the Immigración Ecuadoriana
for the residence permit of our Giorgio Sala. Clapp struggled to suppress an exclamation as he felt the adrenaline suddenly pouring into his veins.
"And have they used the cards at the same time?" he asked, struggling to remain calm.
"Not at the same time, but bear in mind the time zones. When it's still day in Ecuador, it might already be night in Italy. Let's just say that Giorgio Sala did his shopping in a supermarket in Milan in the morning, and in the afternoon he was buying things in Guayaquil. That's over 10,000 miles as the crow flies. With an Air Force jet refueling in midair, he might just have managed it." This time Claps couldn't hold back his reaction. "Fuck!" he exclaimed in Italian. "Slow down, my friend. All that proves is that the Giorgio Sala in Guayaquil used cloned documents to get into Ecuador. Nothing else." The presence of the Italian, the physical characteristics of the victims, and now the modus operandi of hiding his identity by cloning a real one. There was a question Claps absolutely had to ask.
"Have you compared his picture with the images of Riondino?"
he blurted out. "We have. At first glance, they would appear to be two different people, but we—"
"Plastic surgery," interrupted Claps. "I'm sure that he will have tried to change his appearance."
"Naturally," agreed Munro. "He's wanted all over the world and has plenty of money at his disposal. That was probably one of the first things he took care of after vanishing in Switzerland. Like I said, though, at first sight. We analyzed the images with our software, which is the most advanced around."
"And?" urged Claps.
"The program did find some correspondences, like some skeletal matches and interpupillary distance, but its conclusion was a probable identification of 62.9%, which is more or less like saying don't cross him off the list."
"Fuck!" exclaimed Claps a second time, but in a very different tone from before.
"Listen, though. Bear in mind that the software couldn't do wonders with the grainy old photo on Giorgio Sala's documents. The results might be different with a clearer image. If you could manage to get me one—"
"There is a simpler and more certain way. I'll let you know," Claps cut him off. "You keep going through the stuff I sent you. There are pictures of the other Italians, as well as the footage from the CCTV cameras on the Cerro de Santa Ana." He was about to say goodbye, but Munro stopped him.
"Hang on. You remember that we have no proof the Italian plays any part in this story, right? And just how slim the chances are that our man is Riondino. In any case, we still have to get the bastard who took Sheila Ross, whoever he turns out to be, and despite everything, she might still be alive. Keep your mind open to all possibilities. Don't let your obsession with finding this Riondino lead you astray."
"I won't. Don't worry." Claps felt his jaws tighten. "That's the man I'm looking for. It doesn't matter who he is." He lied for the second time that night. "And I will find him."
It was Riondino who had taken her, and by now neither Sheila Ross nor the other three girls were alive. "And remember our deal. We want the bastard here in the States, where there's a lethal injection waiting for him. If he stays in Ecuador, he has to stay as a dead man. Don't forget that."
"Take his fingerprints without him realizing?" Zambrano was puzzled. "It can be done, but at this point, wouldn't it be better to arrest him?" "On what charge? As it stands, we've got nothing to link him to the disappearance of the girls. Identity theft is a crime. We can arrest this Signor Giorgio Sala and hold him as long as we want while we put the screws on him. Search his house, look for evidence."
Claps shook his head. "Hand him over to the Ecuadorian police." That wasn't the agreement he had made with Munro, though if it actually was Riondino, he wouldn't have cared either way. But in any case, he had to find out first.
"We have to understand who we are dealing with before we act. If Giorgio Sala really is Riondino, we might find ourselves questioning the wimp.
The only one of his personalities who knows nothing of all the others and their activities, and that would get us nowhere. Zambrano didn't look convinced. But we might find evidence in his house that it was him, and in any case, we would have caught him. Isn't that what you care about more than anything else? You're forgetting one detail, Claps insisted, trying to find a way to convince Zambrano. Let's suppose, however unlikely it is, that Sheila Ross is still alive, kept hidden somewhere so we will never find her. She'll die of hunger and thirst, buried alive in there. Zambrano sat silent in thought. And if he isn't Riondino, Claps continued, we will still be able to study him and work out if he is really involved in this story. And if not, why he's got clone documents and what he's running away from. Zambrano drew a deep breath. Don't try and make me think that Sheila Ross might still be alive, Doctor. But in any case, está bien. You will have your fingerprints, and we will do as you say. We will take them without him knowing, so as not to make him suspicious. No more than 10 days ago we spoke to him when we were trying to identify the Italian from Malecon. Tonight, I'll set someone to watch him.
Zambrano stopped the car in front of Claps's hotel. Neither of the two had spoken a word on the way back.
Doctor, I know that 2 years have passed, but what Riondino do you think we might find ourselves facing now?
Claps stopped as his hand was moving toward the handle of the door. We can't know. He took a long breath. After 2 years without therapy, it seems highly unlikely that the process of fusion completed itself. But I'm equally convinced that the Riondino I'm looking for today is basically Jack. A more complete Jack, I mean a more complex one, who has taken over most of the memory and talents of the weaker personalities of his group.
And do you have any idea which?
I doubt that the Fox is among them. He is the strongest personality after Jack himself, so I doubt he has fused with him. He's smart, manipulative, a very talented salesman, unscrupulous about defrauding other people out of their money. I met him when I hypnotized Riondino just after he'd been captured. His personality is very sophisticated, so I am sure he has remained autonomous. Claps paused for a moment. For the opposite reason, I doubt the wimp has fused either. He doesn't know anything about the others. He is weak, emotionally fragile, absolutely harmless. He handles repetitive jobs and is incapable of autonomous initiative. He is the personality Jack lets out when he wants to go unnoticed. There'd be no advantage to merging with him. That leaves the Count, the Professor, and the actor. And, of course, Hannibal. The first three you mentioned are weaker personalities, but with specific traits. I think they have actually fused with Jack. The actor loves the theater. It is his only interest. He's a dreamer and an extrovert, good at imitating voices and at making himself up to change his appearance. They say that he's talented enough to be able to do a good job of playing any part in modern theater. The Count loves women, cars, beautiful clothes, and gambling, which he's very good at. He has no other interests, and he shows no moral scruples about obtaining what he wants. And then there's the Professor, shy and introverted, with his head in the clouds. He likes to read and study, but he is an expert in electronics, especially IT, pharmacology, and floriculture. He is also passionate about chess, but apparently isn't a very good player. That only leaves Hannibal. The only personality that never appeared during therapy, not even under hypnosis, but which obviously was always present. He only manifested once, during an interrogation right after the first arrest. I saw the video of it. Terrifying, cold, monstrous fury. If he actually was a real person, we would say
He was a sociopath or a serial killer. Did he fuse too? He didn't just fuse. I'm convinced that he has always been a part of Jack, not another personality. A part Jack managed to keep quiet, but a part of himself. The difference between that and him being another personality is a subtle one. Yes, but it's fundamental. That's why Jack always refused to heal. That, in addition to the money, was the reason he made such an effort to escape, so that he could be Hannibal again.
Chapter 11. Soraya knew the subtle anxiety, that sense of obsession that had accompanied her all day, very well, and now, lying in her bed in the dark, she was preparing to satisfy it. After that first bath there had been many more. The caresses of her señor had become more and more daring, but without his ever going all the way. In the early days, Soraya had hoped each time that it would happen. She felt every fibre of her body longing for it while her skin burned under the hands of the señor. When she finally realized that it would never happen, she had already known for some time that it didn't really matter. She had learned to tremble at the soft sound of that voice, to gently guide her señor's hand, so that it gave her such intense pleasure she couldn't have asked for anything more, and which, until then, no man had ever come anywhere near giving her. She had only ever managed to give it to herself. Just like, her fingers almost hesitating under the lightweight underwear she was wearing, she was now about to. After leaving Sambrano, Claps had gone to his hotel room to pick up his laptop, and then had headed immediately back over to Soli Luna. There was a free table outside, and Claps sat down at it, waiting patiently and seemingly as relaxed as a tourist looking for his last beer of the day. When he caught the eye of Raphael, who was coming over to take his order, the boy's face seemed to darken for a moment, but perhaps it was just an impression, because a moment later his usual friendly smile was back on his face. "More questions about the American, Senor?" he asked almost cheerfully in Italian. "If it's going to take a long time, you'll have to hang on, though. There are a lot of people in tonight, and the owner wouldn't be happy if I kept the customers waiting." "Are you on your own?" Claps asked, looking around. "Wasn't Ricardo here to help you before?" "He doesn't stay on every night. At the hospital, they told him not to get overtired. So, Senor, what else do you want to know about the American?" "No questions, Raphael. Just beer. I can't take this humidity, even at night." "It takes a while to get used to our climate, but there's air conditioning inside. Do you want me to tell you when there's a free table?" "No, it's fine. Just a nice cold beer. A bottle, if you've got one." "I'll bring you one of our local ones," said Raphael before moving away from the table. While he waited, Claps booted up his laptop, and after just a few clicks, Giorgio Sala's photo filled the screen. After a couple of minutes, Raphael returned. "This is my favourite local beer," he said, opening the bottle, which was dripping with condensation. "Just at the right temperature." "Produced in Ecuador?" asked Claps with some perplexity as he read the name. "Pilsner." "Produced right here in Guayaquil. The factory is in Las Peñas." Las Peñas. Everything seemed to revolve around that neighbourhood. Was it Giorgio Sala who had convinced Sheila Ross to go there, to the Salita del Cerro? And had he abducted her in that bar at step number 382, whisking her off through the barrio without anyone noticing anything? Giorgio Sala. Riondino? He would soon know. "Raphael, just one thing," Clapp said, putting aside those thoughts and turning the laptop towards the young man. "Have you ever seen this man? Is it possible that he was here the night that Ms. Ross came?" "Who is this person?" This time Claps was absolutely certain that Raphael's expression had become serious. "I asked you if you've ever seen him," Claps repeated patiently. Is he something to do with the American? Asked Raphael. It's just a person I need to talk to. So, have you ever seen him here? Raphael scrutinized the photograph, and Claps watched him carefully as he did. There was concentration, but also anxiety, thoughts flitting quickly through his mind. That was what the wrinkles of expression that appeared on his face, along with the slight contraction of his jaw and lips, said. It's a very common type of face, easy to mix up for someone else, but yes, he might have been here sometime in the last month. How sure are you? I told you it's a common type of face. I can't say that I'm sure. Let's say it's probably around 70%, no more. 70% isn't that low of a probability. Is it possible that he was also here the evening that Ms. Ross and her friend came in? Pressed Claps. Raphael seemed to make a further effort to sort through his memories, but this time the lines on his face didn't change. Claps was certain that the boy had already prepared his answer. Come on, Raphael. How many times have you thought about that night after you found out about the disappearance of Ms. Ross and after our interview yesterday? Yes, I think he was here, sitting alone at a table next to the girls. Only when the gate had closed behind him did the Señor get out of the 300-horsepower black Camaro to go and open the heavy padlock on the garage door. Since he had rented that villa, he had never allowed anyone else to enter it. Or perhaps, he thought, as he opened the lock, it would be more accurate to say that he had never allowed anyone to leave. The starry sky of the equator was extraordinarily bright that night. With a low rumble of the engine, the car slipped inside. The garage was large. It could have held 3 cars, and there would still have been room left over, but the Señor was forced to park right at one side, next to the wall. Most of the space was already occupied by 2 large chest freezers and 1 metal locker by the opposite wall, while an aluminium table took up the center of the space. As he got out of the Camaro, the Señor looked over at that side of the garage, checking for the 1000th time in recent days that everything was clean and that no visible trace was left. You don't need to worry, Fox. It's been 2 weeks now. 2 weeks isn't that long. And in any case, it was a pointless risk, Jack. Choosing that girl was dangerous when this city is full of other possibilities. You don't understand. It had to be her. You're right. I don't understand. And yet you understand very well. It was her who made herself be chosen, Fox, just like the others. Her way of moving, of talking, demanded it, her teeth, her sandals, the way that flimsy dress of hers swished around her body. It had to be her. The Señor watched his hands trembling just before he closed the door of the garage behind him. And anyway, don't you run your own risks when you play the stock exchange? Isn't taking risks what you actually like? No, Jack, I just like winning. And even though to do that a margin of risk is inevitable, it's always calculated and minimized. And I don't jeopardize the security of everyone else. Fox, fuck you. It had to be her. Chapter 12. This is Los Ceibos, Doctor. A barrio for people who have mucho dinero. In the already humid morning, the car with tinted windows that Zambrano was driving had slowly climbed the hill overlooking the western part of the city. Only San Borondon, on the other side of the river, is more exclusive and elegant, but this is the neighborhood favored by foreigners. The most beautiful villas belong to the Americans, but there are also many Europeans. Germans, English, Italians. The car lazily pulled up to the pavement. That white villa on the left, about 100 meters ahead, Zambrano pointed out. That's where this Giorgio Sala lives. He flashed his headlights, and a pickup parked not far from the entrance of the villa flashed back.
I've had 2 men watching him since this morning."
Claps felt the tension rising. After all this time spent chasing after a shadow, was he really just a few yards from Riondino? He didn't seek confirmation in sensations he could no longer feel, as he once would have done. He only felt a muted anger, a profound hatred like a boiler about to explode.
"I went over all the information that we've got on him," continued Zambrano. "He came here 14 months ago, and he rents the villa he lives in through an agency from an American citizen. As for the rest, it would be easier to list what he doesn't have. He doesn't have a waterproof alibi, either for when Ross met the Italian at Malecon or for the night when the girl disappeared. He has no family, and he lives in that villa with a maid. He has no financial problems. He was granted a permanent visa 6 months ago, after proving, among other things, a deposit at the Banco Pichincha of $400,000 and an income from foreign funds of $9,500 a month. In short, a very wealthy man by our standards, and I would add, considering the annuity, with capital compatible with the money stolen by Riondino."
Zambrano took a deep breath afterwards, waiting in vain for Claps to comment.
"The time of his arrival in Guayaquil coincides with girls beginning to disappear, just as the type of victim is similar to the Italian ones. He uses cloned documents as Riondino also did, and the money that he possesses between his account here and his funds abroad are around the figure that Riondino had when he fled. What do you say, Doctor? Is it him?"
Claps was closed inside his tense silence. For a moment he saw again the carbonized body of Greta. "Here we go!" exclaimed Zambrano a few seconds later, pointing to a police motorcycle which arrived in front of the villa's gate. "This is a fake request for documents for the renewal of the residence permit. Sala will have to sign for receipt, and he will do it on the tablet my man gives him. There is a plastic film on the back, so we will have a perfect set of prints." That morning the Signor hadn't gone out, but without saying a word he had immediately closed himself in his study after having only a cup of coffee for breakfast. It was unusual for him, and Soraya almost wanted to ask him if he felt well, but the cold, sharp look she had received in response to her polite good morning had convinced her not to do so. It was a look that always frightened her, but that morning, after she had gratified herself the night before by imagining so vividly that the hands which brought her pleasure were those of the Signor, made her feel especially hurt. Ridiculously hurt? Better, stupidly hurt? By mixing up reality with imagination and expecting to be treated differently in the morning? Yet the roles were clear, as were the confines within which she could enjoy her sensuality with him, and the limits beyond which he never went. She had almost rushed into the Signor's room once he had closed himself up inside the study. She had picked up his clothes from the previous night, and though she tried to deny it to herself, she felt relieved that they did not smell of women, but rather of smoke, cheap liquor, and the thick air of some poorly ventilated environment. He obviously hadn't spent his evening anywhere smart. Soraya had smiled to herself, and with that same smile on her face had set off to see who the unexpected visitor ringing the doorbell so insistently was. The policeman came out of the villa a few minutes later. He climbed aboard his motorcycle and headed downhill. In front of Zambrano's car he slowed down, and, looking towards the tinted windows, gave an almost imperceptible nod of assent. Zambrano turned on the engine, and, after quickly turning the car round, set off after the motorcycle. A few 100 meters down the road the biker pulled over, as did Zambrano, who immediately got out of the car. The policeman handed him a small object wrapped in cellophane, and they spoke briefly before he climbed back onto his bike again and sped away. Zambrano motioned to Claps to get out of the car, holding out the mini tablet like a trophy. "We got what you wanted, Doctor," he said triumphantly, but there was some concern in his eyes. "The agent told me that he thought Sala was suspicious. He asked him a lot of questions,
and almost seemed to not want to hold the tablet. It may be that we have put him on guard. How long will it take to compare the prints? Asked Claps impatiently. In any case, there are 2 men watching the villa, said Zambrano, ignoring the question. He cannot go anywhere. If that man really was Riondino, thought Claps, he would easily find a way to vanish with only 2 policemen stationed there, probably leaving 2 corpses behind him. When will we have the prints? He asked again, anxiously. Time is important. It won't take long. I've organized everything. In less than an hour we'll be able to run it through the Interpol database. If our man is on file somewhere in the world, we will quickly know who he is, and... Zambrano looked up at Claps. If it's who we imagine it might be, we'll know right away. I downloaded his biological profile onto my notebook. Claps continued to stare straight in front of him, repressing a half-smile. He'd had a copy of Riondino's fingerprints on his phone for years. Rarely, as in almost never, had Soraya seen her signor looking so grim. It was definitely the fault of the person who had come to the villa shortly before. It had her bring him another coffee to his study, and he had hardly ever drunk 2 in one morning. Furthermore, Soraya had noticed a bottle of freshly opened rum next to a nearly empty glass. "I'll have to go out later," he had told her in a voice that Soraya might have called nasty. "I don't know when I'll be back. Don't wait up for me." Once she had left the study, the signor began blinking rapidly. The rhythm of his breathing had slowed down. "I told you it was too dangerous, you asshole. Now we're in the shit. A whole ocean of shit that's about to come down on us. Not if we act fast, Fox. Taking that girl was stupid. Shut up, for fuck's sake. What's done is done." "Sure, Jack, it's easy to say what's done is done now. What do you want me to do, then? Cut my hand off to atone for my mistake? Sometimes I think you should cut off your dick. It would make everything easier. Fuck you, Fox. And I think we should have let Professor Reti get Hannibal and all the other shit out of our brain. You're part of that shit, too. Don't forget it. Fuck you, too, Jack. Would you rather disappear like the Count and the Professor? And the actor? They haven't disappeared. I absorbed them into me. I have their memories, their talents. They are part of me now, just like Hannibal. You can all go to hell, then. What need was there to take that little bitch, to run a risk like that? I told you, Fox, but you obviously don't understand. It was her who made herself be chosen. But even if you don't understand that, you surely will understand that instead of quarrelling, we have to think up a way of getting out of this situation. There's only one way, Jack. Make a run for it. Mierda. Zambrano had been as good as his word, and in less than an hour the fingerprints of Signor Giorgio Sala were ready for comparison. But the result was not the one he had hoped for. Mierda, he repeated angrily, showing the fingerprints to Claps. He's removed them. It was as if the fingerprints weren't there at all, except for a few small hints of the characteristic whorls at the edges. The rest was completely empty, without any trace of prints. "Did he burn his fingertips with acid?" asked Claps, showing nothing of the angry disappointment he was feeling. "No. Look closely, Doctor. It's not a rough scar. The fingerprints are smoothed off with a light surface scar. I think El Señor Sala gave himself a mild, controlled burn, using electrophoresis, a better, more refined method than acid, and very much in vogue today among those who do not want to be identified through their fingerprints." At the end of the day, it was what they should have expected Riondino to do, thought Claps. His fingerprints were on file all over the world. Zambrano cursed again before snatching up his cell phone. "Está bien. Vamos a cogerlo. I'm ordering my men to pick him up and take him away." Claps was about to say something, but Zambrano, who was now totally determined, did not allow him to speak.
Don't try to persuade me not to rush into it with the excuse that the Ross girl might still be alive, he said, raising his voice. And even if this Sala has nothing to do with the American girl, or with the others who disappeared, even if he isn't your goddamned Riondino or some other fucking serial killer, Zambrano furiously called a number. Well, Doctor, you don't remove your fingerprints and go around with cloned documents unless you've committed a serious offense. He will kill them.
Claps's sudden words seemed to erase any other sound in the room instantly. Zambrano froze. He stopped the call he'd been making and stared at Claps. 2 men aren't enough if it is Riondino. He'll kill them and disappear who knows where, Claps continued in a grave voice. A few hours ago you reminded me of how he had killed 2 cops during his escape. They were professionals, I can assure you, and they had plenty of experience. In Florence, Claps nodded. I agree with you that at this point Giorgio Sala should be arrested, even though he thought this would cause him serious problems with Monroe. But if that man was Riondino and had realized they were onto him, they couldn't run the risk of him disappearing. Time is tight, but 2 men are not enough. You need to organize a team. This is true if Sala is Riondino, but it's true we don't know that he is, Claps interrupted him. But do you really want to risk the lives of your men and face what would happen afterwards, caused by your impulsive handling of the operation? He added with a touch of malice. Zambrano wiped his shiny brow with a handkerchief. It was the first time Claps had seen him sweat. Okay, in 30 minutes I can have a team in place. And the cell phone, Zambrano still clutched in his hand, started ringing. ¿Qué pasa? The conversation was a short one in rapid Spanish, and all Claps could understand was some of Zambrano's imprecations. As soon as he had hung up, Zambrano, his face grim, set off with great strides towards the door, and he gestured impatiently to Claps to follow him. Vamos, Doctor. Our man has just got into a taxi. My men are tailing him. Chapter 13. Not now, Julia.
Is it true what I've heard? Are you planning to take us away from here, Jack?
The taxi drove quickly through the streets of Guayaquil. Not now, I said.
Is it because of that last little slut? I never even got to meet her.
Since Soraya, you've never wanted to meet the others.
You only let me spend a few minutes with the others. With Soraya, it's different. I can be with her whenever I want.
Whenever I let you, you mean?
You're an asshole, Jack.
And you're a goddamn dyke.
I don't want to leave here, not without taking her along too.
Get lost, Julia. I need to concentrate. We'll speak about it later.
I want to speak about it now.
My patience has its limits. Don't force me to put you away. You know that I can.
Like you did with the rebel.
That little asshole put us in serious danger. He put us all at risk. And now he can't come out anymore. I did it with him, and I can do it with you if I need to. Now get lost.
I'm stronger than the rebel, Jack. It would cost you too much energy, and if you need to concentrate on something...
I'll do it anyway. Listen to me, Julia. We've got along fine for 2 years now by respecting the agreement. I promise you that afterwards we'll speak about all this and we'll find a solution. But be reasonable and go away for now.
Don't make me wait too long, though.
The taxi was rapidly approaching its destination. Zambrano's car, which had always been in contact with the policeman following Sala, had been converging towards it, but it was now obvious that his destination was the airport. The radio crackled again, more of that incomprehensible Spanish.
"He's gone inside," exclaimed Zambrano excitedly. "The airport police have been warned, but for the moment we are just following him and waiting for the best time to pick him up. There are a lot of people in there, and I don't want any Wild West stuff and any dead and wounded civilians."
Claps recognized the wide avenue that he had taken from the airport in the other direction just a couple of days ago, but for the last few minutes he had been feeling a strange sensation within himself, as if in a way he was outside what was happening, as though it was nothing to do with him. Yet just a few hours before, when they had been waiting for the policeman to leave the villa with Salah's fingerprints, he'd felt such rage in his body that he could have flung himself at the man and torn him to shreds with his own bare hands, if he'd turned out to be Riondino. Riondino. But would Riondino really not have realized that he was under surveillance? And would he really have taken a taxi to let himself be followed to the airport like a fool? Without trying to cover up his traces? Without trying to conceal his appearance? While Zambrano stopped the car with a screech of tires in front of the main entrance to the terminal, the radio crackled again. He went to the Aerolíneas Argentinas desk and bought a ticket for the first flight, Buenos Aires. Immediate boarding. We'll pick him up when he's in the queue at passport control. He won't have time to react. Claps nodded almost distractedly. He was only interested in Riondino, and Giorgio Sala did not seem to be behaving like Riondino. Not at all. "Vamos," said Zambrano, jumping out of the car and leaving the keys in the ignition and the door open as he rushed into the terminal building, followed by an unconvinced Claps. After they'd gone a dozen yards in the direction of the customs desk, they heard shouting and screams. There was a confused, panicked movement of people in the passport area. Zambrano started running, and Claps arrived only a few seconds after him. Giorgio Sala was standing there, white-faced and handcuffed, his arms tightly grasped by two airport policemen. When Riondino had tried to break free in the Milan Questura, 5 policemen were barely able to immobilize him. Their gazes crossed for a moment. Sala's face was empty, and when he met Claps's eyes, he did not react. As he was dragged away, Claps carefully observed his shoes and the hands held fastened by handcuffs behind his back. Zambrano looked very satisfied. "As smooth as silk. And now we'll lock him in a safe room without air conditioning and let him cook for a while. That way he'll be more malleable when we interrogate him." "That's not Riondino." Claps's voice was completely emotionless. "I can already tell you that he's a little shorter, despite wearing heels to increase his height. And the hands, they don't change over the years. And I remember Riondino's hands from when I hypnotized him in Milan. I would recognize them if I saw them. They are strong, big, completely different from this man's soft, manicured hands." The señor paid the taxi driver, leaving him a generous tip, and then set off calmly along the sidewalk between the passers-by. Even a tip, for fuck's sake. That taxi stank. "We'd better not be seen around in the Camaro, Fox. It stands out too much, and given what we have to do—" Okay. But are you sure we'll be able to find him? Wouldn't it have been better to make an appointment? He might have told someone. Aren't you the one who wants to minimize risks? As long as we find him, don't worry. He's always hanging around here somewhere, and we have all afternoon to find him. Sooner or later we'll see him sitting in some bar drinking beer and smoking that revolting cigar of his. All we have to do is keep an eye on him and wait for the right moment when it starts getting dark this evening. Okay, it's not Riondino, and I'm sorry for you, even though we will have to wait until we have the results of the DNA for the final word. Zambrano was going over events with Claps in an airport police office. But he's still an Italian, like the one Sheila Ross met at Malacon, who doesn't have an alibi for the day of the girl's disappearance. And above all, he has something to hide. Claps didn't seem particularly interested. There's no guarantee that the two things are related, but it will be interesting in any case to see what he's running away from, he said wearily. Of course, he added after a brief pause, he might be the man from Malacon. just like the other 12 Italians without an alibi for that morning. And he might have been the one who abducted Sheila Ross, just like any of the other 3 million people in Guayaquil. I understand your disappointment, Doctor, but, shaking his head, Claps interrupted Zambrano. It would have been different if it actually was Riondino. But by the looks of things, there's nothing to indicate Sala's direct involvement in Sheila Ross's disappearance. It's quite possible that in that security room there is simply a man running away from his past, which is why he tried to disappear when the repeated visits from the police made him suspicious. We are already searching his house. We'll soon see if it's as you say. Zambrano wouldn't give up hope. In the meantime, we'll put the thumbscrews on him. Will you help me with that, Doctor? Help you? How? I'd like you to question him. Me? He will be more willing to talk to a fellow countryman. He will think you can help him. Look, Zambrano, I don't think just this little help. After all, we are all working together to find and stop the person who took Ross and the other girls, even if it wasn't Riondino who did it, right? And in any case, Sala must have committed some crime in Italy. Don't you want to be of service to your country and find out?
Chapter 14. The room was small and lacking windows, and the air conditioning was turned off. For the man inside, it must feel more like a sauna than a security room. On the surveillance monitor that framed him, Giorgio Sala was slumped in the only chair, his face bright red and his shirt open to the waist and soaked with sweat.
Looks like he's cooked just right, said Zambrano. I'll have him brought to the office. You'll be alone. I'll wait outside, but the whole interrogation will be recorded and then transcribed and translated to go into the file. I don't want to have to wait that long, though, so you can give me a precise summary of what he says when you're finished.
Claps nodded almost imperceptibly, then said,
I'll do it.
The truth was, though, that he only wanted to hurry the case up and get back to looking for Riondino, because he must be the person behind all those disappearances, and to hell with whoever Giorgio Sala actually was and what crimes he had committed in Italy. Zambrano and Interpol could find that out for themselves over the next few hours.
Have you already got a strategy in mind for the interrogation? Asked Zambrano.
I'll take it slowly, said Claps grudgingly.
I'll let him talk for a bit before I start asking him about his identity. Put him under pressure, and then try and reassure him straight away. Carrot and stick. I'll get to the point when I feel that he's getting vulnerable. Muy bien. So. Adelante.
As soon as he was brought into the office where Claps was sitting in a chair waiting for him, Sala began protesting.
Soy italiano, un ciudadano italiano. Quiero hablar con mi embajada.
Calm down, said Claps calmly in Italian while he studied the man's face. Nobody doubts your nationality or your rights.
You're Italian? Asked Sala, almost with amazement. From the embassy?
My name is Claps, and at the moment I'm the only person here who can help you. For a moment, the anger seemed to go completely out of Sala, and he slumped into the chair.
3 of them jumped me while I was showing my passport,
he began in a faint, trembling voice,
as if I was some dangerous criminal. They threw me to the ground, handcuffed me. But I haven't done anything.
Why were you leaving the country in such a rush, Mr. Sala?
In a rush? I'm a businessman, and I have interests in Argentina too. You can check if you want. A problem came up that needed to be sorted out on the ground.
I see. And tell me, how long were you planning to stay in Buenos Aires?
A few days? A week? However long it took.
A few days, repeated Claps coolly.
And so why don't you have any luggage with you? Not even a toothbrush?" Salah was speechless for a few seconds, then began to shake with a kind of hysterical laughter. "The luggage! The luggage!" he repeated between giggles. "Okay, then," he said seriously. "Let's not waste time beating around the bush. We both know why they arrested me, but I was only with that girl for a few minutes, and I didn't even touch her." Claps felt a sudden shiver go through him. "Which girl?" Almost without realizing it, he leant toward Salah. "Oh, come on! I'm putting my cards on the table. I told you. The American. The one who disappeared."
"Sheila Ross."
"Who else would it be? I only spoke to her that time at Malecon, and I never saw her again."
Claps had to make a great effort to keep his cool, but felt his jaw tensing and the muscles of his face fluttering beneath his skin. So Salah was the Italian, the man who had convinced Sheila Ross to climb the Cerro de Santa Ana, the man who perhaps had waited for her and snatched her.
"We talked for a few minutes, and I invited her to dinner that night. I made a date with her in a restaurant, alone, of course, without her friend. She told me she would think about it. I waited for ages, but she never turned up. There. That's the whole story."
Thousands of thoughts swirled around Claps's mind. All his convictions about Salah not being involved in the Sheila Ross case had just been overturned. "Let's take it one step at a time," he said, more to himself than to Salah. "Why didn't you tell the police? Why did you explicitly deny having met Sheila Ross?"
"Didn't you read the newspapers when it happened? They were talking about a mysterious man the girl had met at Malecon, and saying that maybe that encounter was related to her being abducted. I didn't want complications. Maybe it was stupid of me, but when the police first came asking questions, I just found it easier to lie. That was all it was. I didn't want complications."
"You were visited by the police several times?" asked Claps with some surprise.
"Twice in the days after the girl's disappearance, and always with this arrogant attitude, as if they knew something. And then it seemed like they were still hovering around me. And finally, that weird request for new documents this morning."
"So you thought the best thing to do was to leave the country?"
"I thought it would be a good idea to have a change of air for a while. That's all. I'm not the person who abducted Sheila Ross."
Claps sat in silence for a few moments, thinking feverishly. He had to work out a new interrogation strategy, and quickly. "Let's go back to your encounter at Malecon," he said to him.
"Wait. I'll tell you whatever you want to know, but first, can I have some water? They kept me in that room for over an hour, and my throat feels like I've walked across a desert."
Salah pointed to the pocket of his trousers.
"And some cigarettes? They took mine away."
At the corner of a small square that appeared almost by magic between the streets thronged with the inhabitants of a less than salubrious barrio of Guayaquil, at a table outside an unpretentious bar, Riveros was happily enjoying his cigar and a cold beer. In the last half-hour, as he had observed the humanity flowing by, he had more than once lazily asked himself which of the two, the cigar or the beer, gave him more pleasure. Riveros was in a very good mood. That morning he had gone to Senor Giorgio's villa to do him the good turn of telling him that a certain Claps was looking for him, and describing the conversation they'd had the night before. Senor Giorgio deserved it. Over the last year, with his generous financial assistance, he had permitted Riveros's beloved creation, the Compañía Amatorial de Teatro, to survive a disastrous situation. Indeed, only the month before, he had handed over the entire amount necessary to have the Sanchez Aguilar to themselves for a night, without batting an eyelid. The invitation he had described to Claps was pure invention. No serious theatre would ever dream of bringing in the mediocre actors he directed. He'd only had one decent one,
and she had just left to join an important Mexican company. But thanks to Senor Giorgio's money, he would get to the Aguilar Theatre, and his reputation would grow despite his actors. He would be able to recruit better ones, and then, with the support of his friend, organize a tour, maybe even go back to Spoleto with a new company. Yes, Riveros was in an excellent mood. Senor Giorgio had reassured him, without his having asked anything, that the reason Claps was looking for him was a woman, a gold-digging bitch he had known when he was in Italy, who wanted to lumber him with the paternity of a bastard belonging to who knew who. It was a question that he could have resolved quite easily by paying, but he didn't want to give her the satisfaction. His friend Riveros had done the right thing to not tell Claps where he was. He was grateful, and Riveros should know that he could always count on his friendship and, more tangibly, on his support. Yes, Riveros was in an excellent mood, and when he raised the jug to his mouth, he finally resolved his dilemma. There was nothing as pleasant as an ice-cold beer on a humid evening like that, and as he savoured its flavour, he seemed for a moment to see, fleetingly on the other side of the square, a familiar face. But it was just an instant. When he put down his jug, he could see it no more. It must have just been a trick of the light. Or perhaps his mind, made fuzzy by the alcohol, was making him see things. Signor Giorgio was nowhere to be seen in the square. After taking several large gulps of water straight from the bottle, Sala appeared refreshed. "I also need a shower and a clean shirt," he said, lighting a cigarette and greedily sucking in the first few draws. "I hope we'll be able to clear everything up quickly. What is it you want to know?" "Had you ever seen Sheila Ross before?" asked Claps, focusing on the way Sala held his body and on the small wrinkles on his face, ready to pick up on any signal that suggested a lie. "Absolutely not." "Are you sure? Think carefully. Maybe the night before in a bar? The Soli Luna, for example?" "Soli Luna? I don't know any bar called Soli Luna, and in any case the night before I was at dinner with 5 other people. I'll give you their names, you can check." "You can give them to the local police afterwards. Do you really not know the Soli Luna?" "No. I might have been there for a drink, but I don't remember the name." He was telling the truth. His face and his body showed worry and tension, but nothing else. He wasn't lying, or he had trained long and hard not to give himself away with little signals. "Maybe after a rehearsal at the theatre with Riveros and the other actors of the company." "What are you talking about? I don't know any Riveros, and the theatre bores me to tears." "Aren't you part of an amateur theatre company, Signor Sala?" "God, no. I have better ways of spending my time." Clapp said nothing for a few seconds. "So," he began again, "you saw Mzroz for the first time that morning at Malecon?" "Exactly." "At the open-air bar near the Botanical Gardens?" "Yes." "Who was there first, you or the girl?" "She was already sitting there. I sat down at the next table." "You chatted a while, and in the end you invited her to dinner. I can't blame you. Sheila was a very pretty girl." "Yes, extremely pretty." "Invited her to dinner, but without her friend?" A leering smile appeared on Sala's face while he stubbed out what remained of his cigarette. "Of course. I had other plans for after dinner." "Do you often do that, Signor Sala? Buttonhole girls so you can invite them for dinner? Are you going to lecture me? I'm single, and there's no law against looking for a bit of fun." "There is against abducting women, though, and only a few hours after meeting you, Sheila Ross disappeared and was probably raped and murdered. Your position is serious, Signor Sala. I hope you understand just how serious." Sala jumped to his feet and banged the table violently with his fist. "For fuck's sake! It wasn't me! What do you want me to say? I never saw her again after that morning." He was extremely agitated, as though only now had he realized the charge that he might be facing. Claps waited for him to calm down. He started speaking again when he saw that Sala's hands were shaking less. "This makes it difficult for me to help you, Signor Sala. Calm yourself. We're here to clear everything up. At the moment, you haven't been charged with anything." Slowly, Sala sat back down. "Let's go back. You told me that Ms. Ross was already sitting at a table when you reached the bar. Is that right?" "She must have been already there a while. I remember that she had had a half-empty bottle of Coke." "There's something that I can't quite understand. When you invited her to dinner, how did you know that she was with a friend?" Sala seemed to be struggling for a moment. She told me." Claps interrupted him. "Signor Sala, remember that we know much more than you imagine. I can help you, but you must tell me the truth. So how did things really go? Had you already seen Sheila Ross?" Sala took a deep breath before beginning again in a subdued tone. "I wasn't lying when I said that I'd never seen her before. That morning I didn't have anything to do for work, so I took a stroll along the riverside to Malecon. I often do it. I like it. It's relaxing. And sometimes," and the smile on Sala's face was bitter, "I meet some cute tourist who wants a bit of fun. The Ross girl was so pretty I spotted her straight away, and I followed her around for half an hour. She was with her friend, a brunette who was also pretty cute, but nothing compared to her. I waited for the right moment to approach her, and it happened when the two of them split up and she sat down at that table in the bar." Sala interrupted his story to light another cigarette. "Go on," said Claps. "I sat down nearby. I was trying to think of a way to start a conversation with her when my phone rang. It was a friend of mine who lives here too, another Italian. We only spoke for a few seconds, and—" "A friend," interrupted Claps. "Not a woman. Your wife, perhaps?" That was what Sheila had told Alice Hartford. "I'm not married. It was a friend." Maybe Sheila had misunderstood. "And did you speak in Italian?" "And when I hung up, she surprised me by talking to me. In Italian. Not great Italian, if I have to be honest. She asked if we could speak together in the language she loved. She told me that she was of Italian origins, and had spent a lot of time in Perugia. We talked for at least half an hour. She was really very beautiful, and she seemed to be, how can I put it, interested. So, when I thought it was the right moment, I suggested having dinner together so we could continue speaking Italian, and then I would show her the most beautiful places in Guayaquil." "The Cerro de Santa Ana?" suggested Claps. "The Cerro? 400 steps in this heat? Are you joking? After that, any woman would just want to have a shower and go to bed, never mind a night of romance." "You didn't even suggest it for an excursion during the day? Before dinner?" "I didn't mention it at all. I certainly didn't want her to be exhausted when we met again." Clapp sat in silence, reflecting for a few moments. So far, everything, or practically everything, in Sala's story made sense. But somebody had lied about her being told to visit the Cerro de Santa Ana. Either Sheila Ross had, or Alice Hartford had, or Sala had just now. The most obvious conclusion was that it had been the man who sat in front of him. If he was the one who snatched the Ross girl, denying that he had made a date to see her in the place where he abducted her was the first thing he would do. But the thing was, though, that Claps felt sure Sala was telling the truth. But then, for what possible reason would Sheila Ross or the Hartford girl have lied about it? Why? And anyway, Hadn't Hartford's testimony been analysed by Munro's men using the most advanced technology to make sure she wasn't lying? That only left Sheila Ross. "Go on with your story, Mr. Sala," he said. Out of nowhere there was a kind of quarrel. When I invited her for dinner with me, alone, she went funny. To tell the truth, she froze up totally. She didn't even try to turn me down nicely. She just mumbled something in English and then asked me in Italian if I thought she was a whore. That was the exact word she used. Then, at that moment, she saw her friend in the distance, and she gave her a big wave. I could try playing the Latin lover with her, if I wanted, she said, but she worked for the police and didn't have a lot of patience with sex pests. But honestly, I hadn't been pestering anyone. It was the Ross girl who spoke to me first. But given how things were going, I decided that I didn't want any hassle, so I just walked away without saying anything. And since then I haven't seen her or her friend again. "So you didn't book a table that night as you told me before? You didn't go and wait for Ms. Ross, who never appeared?" "No." Agitatedly, Sala stubbed out his cigarette. "Okay, I was an idiot. I lied again. But what I told you this time is the truth, the absolute truth. I stayed at home that night, but unfortunately no one can confirm it. I've got a maid, but she only saw me come home for dinner. It was her night off, and she went out dancing and only came back the next morning." Clapp sat in silence for a long time. Why were there so many differences between Sala's version and the version the Ross girl had told her friend? How much could he believe a man who had removed his fingerprints and used a false identity? It was time to tackle this point. "Mr. Sala," began Claps. "Don't you believe me? I've told you everything I know." "Only a small question, just a curiosity of mine, really, to complete the picture. And then can I go? I've explained everything." "That's not up to me to decide. First, you'll have to repeat everything you've just told me to the local police." Sala raised his eyes to the ceiling with an expression of exasperation. "But personally, I don't believe that they'll have a reason to hold you, even if they are angry about the lies you have told them. They might perhaps be a bit unpleasant to you, that's all." Sala was visibly relieved. "It's not like they've been particularly friendly so far," he said with a smile, showing Claps the marks of the handcuffs on his wrists. "So are you ready to resolve my last little doubt?" Claps's tone was now almost friendly. "Let's go back to this morning. I'd like to know what in particular scared you so much about being asked for some straightforward documents that you decided it would be better to leave the country right away." "I'd lied about not being involved, and they were still hanging around. I wasn't worried about anything in particular this morning. It was just the straw that broke the camel's back." "Of course, I understand exactly what you mean. It makes perfect sense. Sorry for the stupid question. I thought there might have been a particular reason." No particular reason," answered Sala with a relaxed smile. "I didn't know," continued Claps, "for example, that you were worried about them taking your fingerprints." Sala went white, his stupid smile frozen on his lips. "Is that why you wanted to, let's say, keep out of trouble's way?" Claps's tone had become sardonic. "So much so that you lied to the police about having met Sheila Ross at Malecon?" Closed up inside a sudden, stubborn silence, Sala said nothing. "Because you were scared they might decide to take your fingerprints?" Still no answer. "Well, we did that this morning without your knowing. Have you got anything to say for yourself?" It took Sala a few seconds to find the strength to answer. "They were removed in an accident," he murmured, struggling hard to appear credible. "A domestic accident, with acid." "I've no doubt that you have a compelling explanation ready. Unfortunately, though, they can't have been removed with acid. You should know that acid leaves a different type of scar, Mr. Sala. Claps looked straight into the eyes of the man in front of him. And, by the way, I'm getting tired of calling you by that name. What do you mean? Asked the Italian, going white again. What is your real name? What is your real identity? The one it says on my documents. Claps shook his head. Those documents are cloned. We know that. The real Giorgio Sala lives in Milan. You're not from the embassy. You're a cop. Neither one nor the other, actually. Tell me, what is it that you're running away from? The law? Are you a wanted criminal? The man took refuge once again in silence. As you like. We'll find out soon enough. And anyway, whatever crime you've committed, it doesn't really matter. You'll get a life sentence here, bluffed Claps. In comparison, San Vittore prison's like a 5-star hotel. Life sentence? Ms. Hartford testified that Sheila Ross told her it was the man she met at Malecon, which is to say, by your own admission, you, who pressed her to go that evening to the Cerro de Santa Ana, where she was abducted. It's only testimony, but that's all they need. They're all in a hurry to find a culprit. A life sentence. And there's no parole in Ecuador, said Clapp softly, before getting up and leaving the man to stew in his own juices. He couldn't have cared less who the hell the man actually was.
Chapter 15. Riveros was reluctant to leave his table, but the light was going, and without needing to check his watch, he knew that meant the time for rehearsals was approaching. He walked along a narrow street where the crowd was less dense. His pace was slow and deliberate, meant to stop the humidity bringing out in sweat all the beer he had poured down his neck. It was after he'd walked 100 meters or so at that slow pace that he heard somebody calling him. Maestro! He recognized the voice, and before even turning round, knew who had called him. Senor Giorgio, so I wasn't wrong then. It was you in the square before, he said in Spanish as he walked towards him. No quería molestarlo en su relax. But let's speak Italian, Maestro Riveros. We spoke your language all morning. I'm surprised to see you. I wouldn't have expected to bump into you in this neighborhood. But it's here that there's something I want to show you. I've been thinking about it since you left this morning. Come with me. It's this way. With the same slow step, Riveros set off along an alley where there were few lights and no other passers-by. What is it you want to show me? What on earth can there be down here? Be patient a little longer, Maestro. It's to do with a large project I have in mind for the company, a genuine brainwave that I had. A project? A big project. Shakespeare. Romeo and Juliet. Shakespeare, Senor Giorgio? Don't say no, Maestro. I'll pay for everything. We'll book a big theatre, and I'll be Mercutio. I love that part. His death scene is wonderful. When he's duelling with Tybalt and he is stabbed because Romeo tries to break them up. It's a sudden, fast jab, and Tybalt has already vanished. Romeo asks him if he's hurt, and he answers, a scratch, a scratch. Married, 'tis enough. So Romeo says, courage, man, the hurt cannot be much, and he answers. Senor Giorgio suddenly stopped as though struck by an idea. Maestro, show me how you would perform Mercutio's words. After smirking for a moment, Riveros stepped to the centre of the alley to seek the little light that was still there, and, assuming a dramatic expression, set out in his most actorly voice to prove his art. No, 'tis not so deep as a well, nor so wide as a church door, but 'tis enough, 'twill serve. Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man.
Wonderful, maestro, wonderful.
The tone was enthusiastic, but a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes and a frosty tone in his voice.
An exit worthy of a true man of the theatre.
Riveros did not immediately understand what was happening. He just had time to see something metallic glittering in the hands of the man he knew as Signor Giorgio before he felt himself shoved against the wall and a violent impact at the height of his stomach that almost lifted him off the ground as he sensed something opening up within him. The mounting buzzing in his ears did not prevent him from hearing the last words that would be spoken to him in his life.
This wound really is as deep as a well. But don't worry, maestro. Like Mercutio, you can say, "Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man."
His legs could no longer hold him up. Riveros slipped to the ground, desperately trying to breathe again. Riondino did not leave immediately. He stared as though hypnotized at the puddle of blood that stretched beneath Riveros's body. He blinked.
"Let's go, Jack. Do you want them to catch us here?" "Hold on a moment, Fox. There's no one about. But there are windows, for fuck's sake. Someone might already be calling the police."
Only after taking one last look at the grimace fixed upon the face of Riveros's corpse did Riondino bend down to take something from the man's pocket before rapidly departing.
"Explain to me what the point of all that fucking pantomime was. Couldn't we just have got rid of him and left it at that?"
In the shower in his hotel room, Claps was seeking respite from the heat and tension of that long day, a day which was not yet over. As he had in a roundabout way hinted to the purported Giorgio Sala, Sambrano had no doubt that he was the Italian, the man who had taken Sheila Ross, and he had no doubt that after he had put the screws on him for a while, he would soon confess to both the abduction of the Ross girl and the 3 other missing women. Even after having thought for days that the Italian was the culprit and that Riondino was lurking behind his name, Claps, however, had plenty of doubts. The discrepancies in the story about being advised to visit the Cerro, first of all. The Italian was telling the truth when he said he would never have dreamed of doing it, just as he was when he said he didn't even know that a bar called Soli Luna existed. But still, Raphael had recognized him from his photo as a regular. When he got out of the shower, Claps felt just as exhausted as he had before. He put on the bathrobe and threw himself down on the bed. The most logical explanation was that Sala had only seemed sincere, but in reality was lying badly to protect himself and try to distance himself from the accusations. That was what Sambrano also claimed, and what he should resign himself to accepting for once and for all. Furthermore, as Sambrano had pointed out, since the Italian could not have been aware of what Sheila Ross said to the Hartford girl, the fact that he denied having recommended a visit to the Cerro that night was another clue. Yet he had questioned the Italian at length and had observed his behaviour, his attitude. He had listened to him, assessed him, weighed him up very carefully. He might be wrong, but that man bore none of the hallmarks of a serial killer. Of course, his obsession with finding Riondino might be making him see shadows where there were none. And, most importantly, accepting that Sala was responsible for everything implied that Riondino had nothing to do with it, and was who knew how many thousands of miles away. Another failure, in short. A pointless journey to the other side of the planet. That was hard to swallow when he had thought he was so close to getting his hands on him, the type of thing that might make anyone grasp at shadows to avoid having to accept it. Were they just shadows? The obstinacy of someone who refuses to admit failure? Agitatedly, he took a pill from the container and washed it down with a sip of water. His cell phone began to buzz, but Claps didn't answer. Only one person could be calling him on that number, and in the light of recent events it wouldn't be a pleasant conversation. He continued to mull things over. One solid point was that the testimony of the Hartford girl, which had been analysed and thoroughly dissected by Munro's team, was surely truthful, meaning that Sheila Ross had really told her that the Italian had insisted at length that they should visit the Cerro de Santa Ana that night. Now, assuming, however improbable it was, that the Italian was telling the truth when he said he had never mentioned the Cerro to Sheila Ross, it was obvious that the person who was lying had to be Sheila. But what possible reason could she have had for doing it? And in that case, who had recommended that excursion to the Cerro if not actually made a date with her there? Someone she'd met at the Sole Luna? The place where a girl had already disappeared? And for the umpteenth time, why lie to Alice Hartford? The cell phone started ringing again. This time, Claps answered. He had some requests he wanted to make now. "What the hell were you thinking? This is not the deal we made." Monroe was furious. "What do you mean?" asked Claps. "You know damn well what I mean. Giorgio Sala is in the hands of Ecuadorian police, exactly what was not supposed to happen." "It all happened so fast. He was trying to escape and Zambrano had to stop him," said Claps quietly. "He was trying to escape because you used those amateurs of the local police, and he immediately realized that something was going down." "Calm down, Monroe. Listen, our agreement was clear. All the technological support, all the money you needed, but you were only supposed to find him, not get him arrested, for fuck's sake."
"Calm down," I said. "It's not him." For a moment there was only the buzzing of the line, then the suddenly cautious voice of Monroe. "Say that again." "It's not him." Claps had made up his mind about who was lying. Giorgio Sala, or whatever the hell he is actually called, is the Italian we were looking for, yes, but he's not the man who took your senator's granddaughter. "Well, that's not what I'm hearing from over there." Monroe was now wary. "My source says the police are certain he's the bastard." "The police here? That gang of amateurs you were talking about before?" Monroe gave only a grunt in response. "It's not him, trust me. And there's something else." "What now?" "Sheila Ross isn't the only victim." Claps told him about the 3 other girls who had disappeared over the last 2 years, and about the Sole Luna, but he did not mention the possibility that Sheila Ross had lied to her friend. "You still haven't told me why you're so convinced that this Italian is innocent." "Trust me, Monroe. I've got a lead," said Claps. He was lying, but only in part. "I just need a bit more time and some help from you." Monroe sounded resigned. "Obviously, you're not going to tell me what this lead is, right?" "No, not at the moment." "Let's hear it, then. What is it you need?" "I have to ask the Hartford girl some more questions." "Fine. Send me a list and I'll get the answers for you." "No, that's not what I mean. It is vital that I do it myself. Her answers might give rise to other questions. You know how it works." "Jesus, Claps. What do you want me to do? Fly her to Guayaquil in a private jet?" "I'll settle for a video conference." "Okay. We can organize that for tomorrow morning. Anything else?" "Yes, there's one more thing. Sheila Ross. Is there anything odd in her past?" "Why are you asking that?" Monroe's tone had become suspicious. "Shouldn't I have? Is there something about her that I'm not supposed to know?" "Go to hell, Claps. I was only asking if your question was connected to this lead you say you've got." "It might be." Monroe gave a long sigh. "Well, yeah, something did come up just after you'd left, but nothing particularly important. It's something that happened years ago." "Tell me." "She got in trouble with the law twice when she was at college, one time in Atlanta and the other in Italy, in Perugia. The little lady likes smoking, it seems, and I don't mean cigarettes. But it was all smoothed out. The senator intervened on both occasions, in person here in Atlanta and through the consulate in Perugia. The allegations were withdrawn." Riondino hadn't taken a taxi to get back to the villa. He was walking,
It was a few kilometres, and he was keeping away from the more brightly lit areas. He had Riveros's blood on his clothes. Not much, but somebody would surely notice if he wasn't careful. Once he got back to his villa, he would go into the garage first, where he could get rid of his clothes, as he had done several times in the past. Not even Soraya would notice anything.
"I hope you don't think that this means we're safe, Jack. We need to get out of here, and soon."
"Riveros was the only one who knew how to find us."
"Christ, Jack, Clapp's got to him, and we've been a part of the company for a year. The fucking actor and his obsession with the theatre. Plenty of them know us. They might have seen us leaving the villa, or have noticed some other thing that will give Claps a way to find us."
Claps. I'd almost forgotten about him.
"Well, I remember him perfectly. He was the one who hypnotized the wimp and let me come out when they arrested us 10 years ago. He's no fool, and he'll find us if we don't get out of here as soon as possible."
"Calm down, Fox. I agree that we have to disappear, but we can't do it straight away. First of all, there's the money. You'll have to move it so that there's no trace of it anywhere. And then we need to check out all the contacts we've had on the internet. Some of them might still be useful. And finally, we have to work out where to go and get organized."
"So you want to wait for them to find us?"
"He won't have time for that. We're talking about 36 hours, 48 at the most, and Riveros can't tell anybody anything. He'll have to find another way of getting to us, if there are any."
"It's too risky. We need to get out of here right away, I'm telling you."
"That's enough, Fox. We'll do as I said, as you like repeating it's a calculated risk."
"Shit, Jack."
"There's only one thing that worries me."
"Julia?"
"Julia."
He had told Munro that he had a lead, but after that conversation there might actually be another too, even though both were very vague. The first one had a name and was called Senor Giorgio, and there was a starting point to follow. Like the night before, the door was open. Claps pushed it aside and went into the Compañía Amatorial de Teatro rehearsal room, gripping in his freezing hands a folder containing 13 photos. What would he do if Riondino was there with the other actors? Claps couldn't hope that he wouldn't recognize him. How would he react to seeing him, and what would he himself do? Only now, when it was too late, did Claps realize that he should have brought a weapon. He would have used it, he thought grimly, and not to defend himself. 10 pairs of eyes converged on him, but he could not see those of Riveros nor anyone who seemed surprised and alarmed. If Riondino was there, he had managed to play it cool. "Senor Riveros invited me to attend the rehearsals," he said in English, hoping that some of those present would understand.
"There will be no rehearsal tonight," replied one of the actors in the group, a hunched corpulent man in his 40s, in good English. An earring with a small stone sparkled against his dark skin. "It appears that the maestro isn't coming."
Claps tried to get a good look at all of them without noticing his scrutiny. There was one at the back of the room behind a woman who might.
"I thought that he would be here," he said, keeping his voice calm. "He told me that tonight was an important rehearsal." "That's what he told us, too," replied the actor sarcastically.
Some of those present who had understood laughed, and others said something in Spanish that sparked general hilarity.
"He said that the maestro will be reflecting upon the direction in one of the tavernas along the river," the actor interpreted for him, "with his cabeza heavy with ideas on the table and his stomach swollen with cerveza."
"That's a shame. I was really hoping to meet him."
"This isn't the first time that it's happened," said the man with amused resignation, "and they certainly won't be his last beers tonight." He smiled ironically. "Are you here because we're about to become famous? Are you a journalist? An international journalist?"
"No," Claps smiled vaguely.
"Isn't Senor Giorgio here either?" he asked.
his heart beating faster as he tried to keep an eye on the reactions of all those present.
Jorge? Oh, we haven't seen him for a while. A couple of weeks at least.
Yes, Riveros told me he'd been away for a while, nodded Claps, feeling the tension drain from his body. He opened the folder that he grasped in his hand.
That's why we'd agreed that I would come back to show him some photographs,
he continued, holding out the 13 photos and gesturing to the others to pass them around.
I am looking for a countryman of mine who's in line for an inheritance, and there's a chance that it's Signor Giorgio. These are all photos of my fellow Italians who live here.
Claps tried to catch the eye of all those present.
El Señor Jorge es entre estos?
Many were shaking their heads as they examined the photos, while others looked at him with diffidence, but it was evident that none of them recognized Signor Giorgio among the 13 Italians. Clapp suppressed a gesture of irritation. No one recognizing him in the photographs was a possibility that he had taken into consideration. If he wasn't Riondino, it was normal that his face wouldn't be among the photos. But if it was, there was in any case a logical explanation.
It's a large sum,
he said with a reassuring smile, interrupting his own thoughts. Does anybody know where I can find him? No, the actor replied circumspectly. He obviously didn't put much faith in Claps's reassurances.
Nobody except the maestro was very close to him.
Yes, I know they go drinking together, at the Soli Luna. I think Senor Riveros told me.
That is one of the maestro's favorite spots, nodded the actor.
Then he turned to his colleagues and repeated Claps's question.
Nadie sabe dónde encontrar.
Just as they had done before, almost everyone shook their heads. But after a few seconds, one of the women said,
Puede ser Lidia. Hablaba a menudo con ella.
She then added with a mocking wink, eliciting more hilarity from all present.
Y la miraba de soslaya, con ojos oscuros de seductor.
Yes, of course, said the actor with the earring. She might know where to find your friend. Lidia Villegas. But unfortunately she is no longer with us. She was blessed by fortune, signed up by the Teatro Nacional of Mexico City. She flew there a couple of weeks ago. Lucky for her, but bad luck for me, said Claps, attempting to look resigned.
While he walked back to the hotel, he continued to think. If Signor Giorgio was Riondino, as cautious and attentive to detail as he had always been, it was natural that he would have constructed an alibi for the evening he had taken Ross, and so would not be among the 13 Italians who didn't have one. He should have brought the over 150 photos that had made up the initial group Zambrano had assembled. Was such a thing possible? Yes, but after the failed attempt of that evening, he couldn't go back with a pile of new photos and without the slightest authority and start asking questions. If he wanted to play that card, he would need the help of the local police to summon the actors to police headquarters, and Zambrano's involvement on this lead was something he wanted to avoid, at least while he still had a promising name. Lidia Villegas. As he walked through the door of the hotel, still mulling over the situation, he found Zambrano waiting for him in the lobby.
He still hasn't confessed,
said the Ecuadorian policeman laconically. His face was tired and drawn.
And the search of the villa?
We didn't find anything, Zambrano replied again, seeming almost distracted.
But anyway, the high-ups are taking care of him now. They can't wait to appear, triumphant and wearing their new medals, on the front pages of the newspapers. They are certain he's guilty.
Just as you were, I thought. Or are you not? Zambrano looked away.
Sala was in Argentina for 3 weeks when the second girl, the one who worked in a shopping mall, disappeared. It couldn't have been him.
Soraya had been worried all day. Indeed, the more time passed, the more her concern was turning into anxiety.
She had never seen her Signor looking so grim. And then there was that nasty expression that had appeared as soon as he had accompanied his visitor to the door. It wasn't late, but she had already retired to her room to prepare herself for bed. She waited near the window, sinking into the armchair without even switching on the TV. With great relief, she finally heard the gate open. She recognized his footsteps and heard the door of the garage open. Was he getting in the car? Was it going out again? She waited to hear the roar of the engine, but nothing happened. It was a few minutes before she heard the garage door close, and immediately afterwards the sound of keys in the front door. Soraya switched off the light and slipped into bed without a sound. As soon as she was between the cool, clean sheets, she closed her eyes to hear the steps of her Signor, and in her imagination she followed his movements. She pulled her nightdress up a little towards her waist. He was in the entrance hall, and then in the study. He stayed there a short while, as usual, one last drink. Then the stairs and the master bedroom right above hers. The sound of water flowing. Then nothing. Soraya wondered if the Senor had fallen asleep right away, or whether he was lying there thinking with his eyes closed, as she was. If he had ever once imagined the thoughts that went through her mind when silence fell on the house and sleep was still far away, and which she would never, for whatever reason, tell of. Those thoughts that were now preparing to carry her off again, while, with a rustle, her nightdress rose up above her hips. A minute, maybe two, passed, though she couldn't really tell how long a minute lasted during the night, and she heard the steps of the Senor again. She was surprised. Soraya froze, straining her ears as much as she was able. She heard his footsteps cross the room. They were lighter than usual, more graceful, she thought. She heard them go down the stairs, pass in front of the office, and go through the dining room, and then the kitchen. They were so close now. Soraya opened her eyes. Her heart was going crazy in her chest. The door opened slowly. His hair hung loose, and his movements were gentle when he sat on the edge of the bed. Like the first time in the bathroom, he started to caress one of her feet. Chapter 16. In tight close-up, just as Claps had requested, Alice Hartford's face almost completely filled the screen of his laptop. There was something else he had asked for, too, that the girl should not be able to see her interviewer on the screen. "Good morning, Miss Hartford. I'm sorry I have to disturb you again. I can imagine how painful it is for you to go over all this." "It's too soon to try and forget." The girl's face was pale and drawn, just like when Claps had seen her a few days earlier. On the screen, the dark rings under her eyes looked even darker. "And I'm not going to lose hope." Claps focused on adopting the right tone. He wanted it to be severe, almost authoritarian. "I have some questions to ask you, and I need precise, honest answers." Almost imperceptibly, the girl raised an eyebrow, perhaps irritated by that honest. "Of course," she replied emphatically. "Start when you want." "Good. The first question refers to one I asked you during our previous meeting. I asked you if, during your stay in Guayaquil, you and Miss Ross had always been together apart from when you separated for half an hour during your walk around Malecon. That's what happened? Can we say, then, that within reasonable limits, you never lost sight of your friend?" "That's right. But I've already told you that," she replied, sounding piqued. She didn't like the tone Claps was using to ask the questions. He sounded like a public prosecutor cross-examining a witness for the defense. "You also told me that the only person Miss Ross stopped to talk to was the man in Malecon." "I can tell you again if you want." "There's no need. What I do need you to do is to try and remember. Was there really never a time when you were separated, even for a few minutes, when one of you was buying a souvenir or choosing a postcard to send?" "Look, I already told you, no. Hartford's expression, together with the micro-contractions of the muscles of her face, betrayed all her irritation and anxiety. "Not even at the Soli Luna. Not even for a moment. Think carefully, Miss Hartford." On the monitor, the girl's face went suddenly motionless, as though the image had frozen upon that one frame. "I needed the bathroom," she admitted in a quieter voice. "So, contrary to what you told me before, you were separated, even though it was only for a short space of time." "You said, within reasonable limits. I thought you meant this type of situation," replied Hartford coolly. Claps continued to press her. "How long?" "What do you mean?" "How long did you leave your friend on her own?" "Don't you remember? More than a couple of minutes?" "There was only one toilet, and there were already a couple of girls waiting, and I needed the toilet to... My period had arrived a few days early." He couldn't say with certainty from the monitor, but Claps was sure the girl was blushing. "I didn't have anything with me, so I had to improvise. It must have taken me a few minutes." "So let's say 5-6 minutes all told from when you left the table." "Maybe a little more. I wasn't thinking about the time, I just wanted to get back to the hotel as soon as possible." Claps waited a few moments before asking the next question. "When you got back, was your friend alone? Was she talking to someone?" "She was alone." "And can you remember who was sitting at the tables near yours?" "No, I mean, there were 4 or 5 guys at the table in front of me, local guys, or at least they were speaking Spanish." "No man on his own?" Hartford thought for a few seconds. No, I don't think so. I don't remember." Claps's tone became warmer, more encouraging. "Try and visualize the scene again. Close your eyes and concentrate." He spoke slowly, with long pauses between one sentence and the next. "Okay, you have just come out of the bathroom. You're annoyed by the situation. You just want to go back to the hotel. You look around for your friend. You see her sitting at the table." "Yes," Hartford said, her eyes suddenly wide open. "There was a man on his own at a table nearby?" "What do you remember about him?" Hartford closed her eyes again. On the monitor, her face strained with the effort of remembering. "He wasn't young. Dark colors. Nothing. I can't remember anything else." "That's fine, miss." Claps's tone continued to be warm. "And what did you do when you got back to Sheila?" "Nothing. We went back to the hotel right away. I couldn't have stayed out. Not in that condition." Claps remained silent for a long time, observing Hartford, whose eyes were now lowered. "Miss Hartford," he asked in the most natural tone possible, "do you use soft drugs?" The girl jumped in her chair as though she had received a sudden slap. "How dare you?" she almost shouted as she glared into the camera. "Don't you dare! I'm here to help Sheila. What have these offensive questions about my personal life got to do with that?" "You haven't answered my question," commented Claps with the same calm tone. "No, sir, I do not use drugs. Not soft drugs, and not hard ones either." She was furious. "And I'm not an alcoholic either, for your information." "Miss Hartford, what you say here is for the sole purpose of assisting our investigations, and will never be used against you. I repeat, do you use soft drugs?" "No!" Claps paused again for an instant. "Can you say the same about Sheila Ross?" The girl froze. Remember what I said at the beginning. If you want to help me find your friend, I need precise and honest answers." "She likes to smoke a bit of grass every now and then." Her voice was a whisper. "Every now and then," Claps repeated. "How often is every now and then?" "I don't know. We don't live together, she snapped, before admitting in a resigned voice, recently, quite a lot.
Had she taken any stuff with her on your journey?
Are you kidding? Try and get through customs with drugs on her.
Did she try and get some once she was in Ecuador?
Alice Hartford sighed. We knew how harsh the laws are there. We agreed before we set off that she'd have to stay away from weed and pot.
And did she?
There were these Dutch guys in the Galapagos, tourists like us. She tried to get some from them, but they didn't have any. They told her it was too difficult to get hold of, that you had to know the place. I was really pissed with her. We had a fight.
So Sheila never smoked during your trip?
Absolutely not.
But if she'd found someone willing to get some for her,
I'd have stopped her. It was supposed to be a holiday. I wouldn't have let her get us into trouble.
Thank you, Miss Hartford. That will be all.
What the fuck, Julia? I woke up in the cook's bed last night.
I'm not leaving without her, Jack. And her name is Soraya.
When I opened my eyes, she was asleep with my dick in her hand. For fuck's sake.
I'm not leaving without her. You said we'd come to an agreement.
The only agreement I remember is that you'd only play with her in the bathroom, and only when I gave you permission.
But as you saw last night, Jack, I can do it without your permission, if I want to.
You're playing with fire. Careful, Julia, or you'll end up the same way as the rebel.
You'll put me away too, bury me, and then who would keep Little away from you?
Don't challenge me. And don't say that name. You know you're never to say it.
Another old agreement. But now I want what you promised me. I'm not leaving her here.
Use your head. We can't take her with us. She probably doesn't even have a passport.
We'll get her one then.
There isn't time, for fuck's sake. We have to get out of here as soon as possible, tomorrow at the latest. Would you rather they catch us? Do you want to end up inside again in some shitty cell in this country?
What exactly is the agreement, then? That I give her up?
Forget it. You can have others, as many as you want, the way it's always been.
For a few minutes before handing them over to Hannibal, thanks, but I've had enough of that. I only want her.
Okay, here's the agreement. When we're safe, and if it's possible, we'll call her and we'll bring her to wherever we are.
I don't know.
It's not negotiable, Julia. It's the only thing we can do.
Will we bring her over straight away?
If it's possible, as soon as we're safe.
Wherever we are?
Wherever we are.
Okay, Jack. It's a deal.
Now get lost. There's a lot we need to do to prepare for leaving, and don't do anything stupid. I don't want to wake up with a cook holding my dick again.
It won't happen. But there's something I want too.
What the fuck do you want now?
I want another bath with Soraya before leaving.
You'll have your final bath. I promise you. Now the PC monitor showed a close-up of Monroe's face. You were pretty hard on her, Claps.
I didn't want her to be protecting herself in some way by playing the part of the upset friend.
What part? Asked a puzzled Monroe.
The mental attitude, I mean. I wanted to shake her.
Don't you think you went a bit too far? You were pushing her buttons right from the start.
I needed her to respond instinctively, without having time to think about what the best answer, the most correct one, would be.
Well, you got your answers. Do you think... Claps cut him off. I don't have a precise hypothesis to tell you about, he said, in a voice which announced he was unwilling to discuss it further. Monroe didn't believe him for a second. In any case, he said, changing the subject, from the initial analysis we managed to run, her answers were totally sincere, except on one point.
Which?
When she said she doesn't use soft drugs. The readings changed. She probably smokes weed, too.
Yes, I got the same feeling from watching her on the screen.
But it's certain that she wanted Sheila Ross to stay away from it when they were there. She was too scared of getting into trouble. Listen, Monroe, there's something else I need. I need you to find a person for me. You know we have problems in Ecuador. She's not here. She's in Mexico City. She's an actress. She's called Lydia Villegas. She's just been signed up for the Teatro Nacional. I need to talk to her as soon as possible. Is it important? It's important. Soraya had awoken gently that morning when the sun had only been up for a few minutes. Just like in the scenes she had seen in so many films, with her hand she had sought the warmth that the Signor had left on the sheets next to her. She had noticed when he had woken up in the middle of the night, and freeing himself of her hand, had gone. But it didn't matter. Since then, Soraya had almost wanted to burst out singing so that her heart could shout its happiness. And it didn't even matter that with all the passion that had gone through their bodies, the Signor hadn't had an erection. Maybe that was another of his secrets. But the sweetness of his hands, his mouth, of his tongue, it was everything, or rather all, that Soraya wanted. She had realized little by little, since that first bath the year before, what the emotion that carried her so far away was. It was to make love as though she were with another woman. More than that, in fact, dreaming, while she stroked his long, loose hair, that the Senora was as much a woman as she was. But that was something Soraya would not admit, not even to herself. And it made no difference that morning the Senor hadn't changed the way he spoke to her. That was the way it had to be. That was their tacit pact. And from that night on, while she waited for the others to come, Soraya would happily respect it, just as she was doing now, by taking him a cool drink in the study without speaking to him or looking at him. She didn't see his eyelids flickering rapidly when she left the room. Do you agree, Fox? Direct flight from Guayaquil to Madrid. It's the quickest way to get to Europe. It doesn't look like there's an alternative. We are running a grave risk, though. The flight is 11 hours, and if they manage to identify us before we land, we'll have no chance to escape. We'll find the Guardia Civil waiting for us like a welcoming committee. Fuck, we should have made a run for it before. And lose all the money, leave dozens of clues. Listen, here in Guayaquil it'll be 10:20 in the morning when we land. If we don't count the hours during the night, that leaves Claps no more than 14-15 hours to try and find us. That's practically nothing, given where he's starting from. As soon as he finds out about Riveros, he'll put the screws on all the rest of the company, and in no time at all he'll have an accurate identikit. And what if we've given ourselves away, somehow, or there's some stupid coincidence? I don't trust it, Jack. It's a risk we have to take. You said it yourself, we've got no choice. If we could only take a shorter flight. You're still talking about that? Rio, Buenos Aires. Even if they don't find out straight away, they'll soon know what name we travelled under, and once we're there, we won't have any other ID documents to use. We've still got the Italian driving license and ID card we used when we were on the run 2 years ago. Sure, the ID in the name of Claudio Aldrighi from Milan. They'll come in useful later, Fox. But with those, we'll be forced to stay in South America. To travel, we need a passport too, and even if we had one, it wouldn't have been stamped on entry. So what? We can always try to disappear in Brazil or Argentina and build a new life for ourselves. Come on, Fox. First of all, down there we've got no way of getting a new identity quickly, and you know as well as I do that they'll soon find the flight we left on, and then all of them, Claps, Interpol, the local police, will know what country to look for us in. And finding a foreigner as soon as we arrive shouldn't be particularly hard. Okay, Jack, you've talked me into it. Let's choose the lesser of two evils. I'll book the flight for Madrid. Fantastic. And once we're there, we can go back to being dear old Claudio Aldrighi. We can use his documents to get to France and then to Italy, where it'll be easier to hide while we organize calmly and choose a place to go.
Yes. Deep down, I don't mind going back to Italy for a while.
Me neither. And anyway, we still have a score to settle over there.
Chapter 17.
Claps had thought it was a good idea to go back to Cerro de Santa Ana again. He thought it was the best place for him to gather his thoughts, and so he had faced the 444 steps with a slow but steady pace, forgetting, as he pursued his ideas, the humidity and fatigue. But they had not forgotten him, and at the 200th step he was so out of breath, with legs that refused to go any further and a shirt drenched with sweat, that he'd been forced to stop. The 12 o'clock sun sat high and almost cruel at the zenith, and there were only rare shards of shade about. Clapp sought shelter in one of them, sitting for a long time on step number 206, but he stubbornly resolved to reach that 382nd step where Sheila Ross had disappeared. When he started climbing again, he was surprised to think that all the fatigue that he was imposing on himself, all that suffering that only his anxiety and determination to arrive made bearable, was a perfect metaphor for his pursuit of Riondino. And in the end he had arrived. Now he saw in front of him, on the left, marking the border with the forbidden part of Las Peñas, the bright blue house containing the bar where Sheila Ross had encountered her destiny. For the umpteenth time Claps ran through his reasoning again. There were many parts to it, some new, and others he had known for a while, and only one story that could bind them all together, only one reason why Sheila Ross would have lied to her friend. So Sheila had been alone for a few minutes at the Soliluna. Riondino, whom Raphael had confused with Sala, was sitting near to her. But it had all started just over a year ago. Riondino arrives in Guayaquil, probably 14-15 months earlier, hiding behind a new identity and starting a new life. Whether his personalities have been partially fused in the meantime, as Professor Reti believes or not, aspects of them begin to emerge a short time after. One, which is innocuous, is that of the actor, which leads to Riondino joining an amateur theatre company within which, though giving very little about himself away, he maintains close relations with Riveros and Lydia Villegas. The other, terrible one, is that of Hannibal. In the company of Riveros, Riondino goes to the Soliluna, where Maribel Castillo works. Maribel is young, very pretty, and she is also petite, just the type of victim Hannibal has always chosen. Riondino looks at her, sees her slipping agilely between the tables, exchanges a few words with her, and before long the monstrous part of him, which is Hannibal, takes control. Poor Maribel. He takes her one night when she is seen in the distance climbing into a black car. In his modus operandi, he must be more cautious than he was before. He cannot afford to leave traces. He is now in another country where hunting down a foreigner would be simpler. So he gets rid of the body after having ascertained, before acting, that Maribel Castillo lived alone, without a partner or family nearby. For the moment, Hannibal's thirst for blood is sated, but it doesn't last long. Only 3 months. It's the turn of an assistant in a shopping centre first, and of a guard at the Anthropology Museum next. All young, pretty and petite like Dorina Ghiocca, Laura Mintz, Francesca Renzi, and Terry Schiavi, the only one who managed to survive, in Italy, and like Sheila Ross. It's a few days before. Once again, 3 months have passed since the last victim. This is his cadence, the period of time when Hannibal remains quiescent. Riondino returned to Soliluna much later. It's been so long since the disappearance of Maribel that he is not afraid to. This time he is alone. Sheila Ross is sitting with her friend at a nearby table. Raphael, who had served both, mixes him up with Sala, the Italian. Question: How did Raphael recognize, even with many doubts, Sala, who had never been to Soliluna, as the man sitting next to Ross? Of course, it was a photo taken from a document, and plenty of time had passed before the young man's eyes, as had hundreds of faces. Still, he was 70% sure. That could mean one thing. Riondino's new appearance must be similar to that of Giorgio Sala, or rather to the photo that the Italian had on his documents. What was certain was that Raphael had seen Riondino and remembered something about him, and perhaps he could still remember more. Sheila Ross is sitting at her table. Riondino is nearby. She is very beautiful, with the kind of beauty that attracts him, and after 3 months, Hannibal is beginning to make his obscene hunger felt. Riondino continues to look at her, and as the seconds pass, his awful fantasies about her, and inside Hannibal with them, grow more powerful. His method requires him to make an initial approach, but the girl is with a friend, and she speaks English. Perhaps he is thinking about following her and trying to work out how to do it, when he hears her speaking in Italian when Raphael takes her order. Riondino smiles within himself. Now he only has to wait for the right opportunity, which arrives shortly afterwards when her friend disappears off to the bathroom. He has so little time, but the language they both speak facilitates the approach. He tells her about Guayaquil, where to go to have fun. Have fun? Sheila wants some pot. She's been desperate for it for days. What kind of vacation is it otherwise? Those kids in the Galapagos had told her that it's not easy to get hold of, and that you need to know someone local. But even so, it wouldn't be easy with her friend clinging to her and always ready to stop her. But now she's been away for a few minutes, and there is this nice Italian who seems to know his way around. She makes some careful allusions to test the water, to see if maybe... Riondino understands right away. He's good at it. He knows how to gain people's trust quickly. By the time Alice returns to the table, it's all set up. The next night, without her spoilsport friend knowing, in a bar on the Cerro. Step 382. It's for tonight, Julia. Our flight's at 11:15, so we'll need to leave the villa by 9 at the latest. And what about the bath you promised me? I didn't say you wouldn't have it, just that you won't be able to have it at night like you usually do. You'll have to have it earlier. I'm sorry to leave, Soraya. It hurts. For fuck's sake, Julia, I'm sorry to leave the Camaro. You're such an asshole, Jack, comparing Soraya to a car. You can buy as many new cars as you want. And you can have as many women as you want, too, like in the past before you met the cook. It's different now. You liked it then, though. It's different now, I said. Do you remember the last one you played with? That Serbian whore in Wallenstadt. She purred like a cat in heat when you licked it. And even louder when Hannibal arrived, and she realized what was about to happen to her. She didn't manage to scream. She just kept meowing while she cried. She kept meowing until we opened her up like a goat. You loved every inch of her, remember? Stop it, Jack. Think about what you're missing, alone with your cook. She's called Soraya, you piece of shit. Whatever you say. With your Soraya. Where are we going, Jack? The flight goes to Madrid, but we're not going to stop there. We'll cross over into France by land, without anybody knowing. We'll walk across the border and head for Ventimiglia. Our destination is Italy. Milan? For the moment, just to catch our breath and organize a new definitive destination. Milan's our city, the one we know best, and above all, the one where nobody will think to look for us. There were 3 things Claps had wanted to do when he came back from the Cerro de Santa Ana: to take a long shower, rest for a while, and put on some cool, dry clothes.
Only when he had done all three did he decide that while he waited to talk to Lydia Villegas, it was time to visit Raphael again. At their last encounter, the boy had known perfectly well that the man on his own at the table next to the Ross girls must have somehow been involved in the girls' disappearance, and he would certainly have thought about it at length afterwards, perhaps remembering some details that could prove useful. And if nothing had emerged from his memory, an in-depth interrogation might help him remember something. But when he left his room at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he found Zambrano sitting comfortably in a chair in the lobby waiting for him. "Doctor, I've got some facts to relate to you, and some questions to ask you. Giorgio Sala? About him, only facts. The doubts, instead, are all mine, and they helped me stay awake while I worked all through last night." "You don't look like someone who hasn't slept," observed Claps caustically, as he took in Zambrano's relaxed face and his perfectly ironed suit. "I was able to spend all morning resting, after I'd spent the whole night dealing with a murder case, a stabbing in an alley, not very far from here." "So you're no longer handling Sala?" "No. As I told you last night, he is now in the hands of the top brass and their right-hand men. But I do have some news about him. We know who he really is." "So soon?" asked a surprised Claps. "When we searched his villa, we didn't find anything linking him to the disappearance of the Ross girl, but we did find a series of clues relating to his identity. We received confirmation from Italy just an hour ago. Does the name Gomil Imp mean anything to you, Doctor?" "Impresa Milanese grandi opere," Claps answered immediately. He couldn't not have remembered. It was a huge scandal which had cost several important politicians their careers, one of those typically Italian things from 3 years before, when Riondino was still only planning his escape. Motorways, viaducts, government commissions, and public tenders all over the country, until they suddenly went bankrupt. Zambrano pulled his notebook from his pocket. "Fraudulent bankruptcy, to be exact," he read, "as well as corruption, misconduct, bid rigging, tax evasion, false accounting, illegal transfer of funds to foreign accounts, and illegal funding to political parties. And, the icing on the cake, the suspected suicide of one of the two partners, which was never properly cleared up. And after being put under home arrest, the other partner disappeared." Claps frowned while he struggled to remember the man's name. "Giovanni Sollima. It's him. He confessed not long ago." "He kept the same initials. Maybe he didn't want to have to throw away his expensive monogram shirts," said Zambrano, grunting with satisfaction at his own joke. "Your bosses still think he abducted Sheila Ross. Of course, they won't give up the bones so easily, but it's not him, even though—" Zambrano let his unfinished phrase hang there for a moment. "Even though it's about that one of my doubts is based, or at least was, until we discovered his real identity." "Go on, I'm listening," said Claps, half-closing his eyes. "Okay. On the table, I had on one hand the certainty that Sala or Sollima couldn't be the killer who had abducted the local girls, since at the time one of them disappeared, he wasn't in Ecuador. On the other hand, though, all the circumstances pointed to him being guilty of the Ross girl's disappearance." Zambrano paused and smoothed his moustache pensively. "So, I was wondering, what if there were two killers? Your Riondino for the 3 girls in Guayaquil, and Sollima for Ross?" Claps expressed at once, and perhaps too forcefully, his total disagreement. "Sollima or Sala, or whatever you want to call him, isn't a predatory killer. I'm absolutely certain. He is definitely an unscrupulous and dishonest businessman, a shark, and perhaps he even did murder his partner, but he's certainly not a predator." Zambrano held out his hands, palms upwards, as though to calm Claps's irritation. "Relax, Doctor. It was only a doubt. I'm convinced now.
I can't really see a successful former businessman who has been forced into luxurious hiding and who is so paranoid about being recognized that he has his fingerprints removed, suddenly becoming a ruthless killer of women. Of course, anything is possible, but... Do you want me to remind you of the regularity of the disappearances, the similarities between victims, the recurrence of the Soli Luna as the location of the... Once again, Zambrano raised his hands to stop Claps. That won't be necessary, he said. We have already spoken about it many times. There is only one predator. And it was Riondino, Claps refrained from stating. What are your other doubts? There's only one, actually. We have always held that our man was Italian, and from the beginning we have only looked for an Italian. All of this because we started with the Italian in Malecon, who then turned out to be Solima. But if we now agree that Solima is innocent, doesn't that destroy the certainty that it is a countryman of yours who is guilty of the crimes? At this point, the serial killer could be of any nationality. German, French, American, Ecuadorian. Claps did not want to speak about Signor Giorgio yet. It's possible, he said laconically. But you seem increasingly confident that it is Riondino. Is there something I'm not aware of? Asked Zambrano. No, there's nothing that you don't know, lied Claps. Zambrano stared at him for a moment, an unconvinced expression on his face. Okay, but going back to the question of nationality, has it occurred to you that Riondino might be using one which isn't Italian? He said finally. That would be a clever way of hiding himself even better. Police all over the world know of the existence of a violent Italian serial killer who has fled his country. Another nationality? No, I'd say no, principally because of the language. What do you mean? As well as he might master it, someone might still easily realize that it's not his mother tongue. For example, we are speaking practically perfect English, but any American or British citizen would immediately notice your Spanish or my Italian accent, explained Claps. And if he met someone from the city he was claiming to come from, he would be in serious difficulty. So the advantage you mentioned earlier would be far outweighed by the risk of exposure. We have to look for him from among the Italians, he concluded with conviction. Zambrano, on the other hand, didn't seem convinced at all. Well, they were only doubts, was all he said. So, Doctor, we have to start all over again. And where do we start from? From the Soli Luna. I want to speak to the staff again. On your own again? On my own again, confirmed Claps. Raphael first, while he waited for news of Villegas. If he hadn't obtained any results by that night, he would speak to Zambrano about Signor Giorgio.
The yellow taxi with Claps aboard made its way along the riverfront in the outskirts of Guayaquil. Not the modern, attractive Malecon, nor a residential barrio. Modest, as in poor, single-story buildings. Detached but fragile-looking, and which didn't look as though they would hold up to a tropical storm. It was in one of these that Raphael lived. After leaving Zambrano to his doubts, Claps had gone to the Soli Luna, and, despite the difficulties caused by his feeble Spanish, had managed to understand that it was the boy's day off, and that if he had to speak to him so urgently, he would find him at home, on the riverfront. Raphael's house was no different to all the others. It was surrounded by a low fence of rusty wire, beyond which there were only a few meters of bumpy, uncultivated soil that no one had ever tended to. Claps looked in vain for a bell or something to announce his presence, before deciding to push open the creaking gate. When he looked up, Raphael had appeared on the doorstep. He wasn't wearing his usual friendly smile. "I'm sorry to disturb you on your day off," said Claps in Italian, stopping just past the gate, "but I still have a few more questions." "I've already told you everything I know." The boy sounded annoyed and suspicious.
I'll compensate you for the disturbance. Con generosidad. Okay?
A sneer appeared on the boy's face. I'm busy now. Can't it wait until tomorrow, at work?
You're always busy when you're at the Sole Luna. Come on, Raphael. We'll be done in a few minutes.
Claps gave him a wide smile, but the boy just stood staring at him almost with hostility, without moving a centimetre.
Just a few minutes, I promise,
insisted Claps, taking a few confident steps.
Raphael began to look doubtful. Claps took from his wallet a banknote for $50 and waved it in front of the boy's eyes. So are you going to let me in?
Just a few minutes, you said.
Just the time to have a beer to cool us down, if you've got one to offer me. Finally, Raphael moved aside to let Claps enter. The house wasn't large, and the rooms, though spacious, needed cleaning and tidying up a bit. There was a kitchen with an old fridge and a sink full of dishes and pots waiting to be washed, a living room with a coffee table and 4 chairs to one side, and a sofa in front of an old cathode ray television on the other. Claps could also see what he imagined must be the bedroom with the bed still unmade. Raphael gestured to him to sit down at the table as he went to the kitchen to take the beer from the fridge. When he came back with a 1-litre bottle and 2 glasses, there was still no sign of his smile.
"Is it that local one?" asked Claps. "The one made in Las Peñas?"
The boy nodded silently as he poured the beer. He seemed to be moving more slowly than usual, as though he was scared of doing something wrong.
"Do you remember the photo I showed you?" said Claps after he had taken a sip. "We found that man, and he wasn't the one who'd been sitting next to the Ross girl."
"I told you that I wasn't sure." Even the words came out slower than Claps was used to from Raphael.
"Of course, I'm not blaming you. I just want to help you remember."
Claps took out the picture of Sala, alias Giovanni Solima, and showed it to the boy again.
"I want you to concentrate, Raphael. You said you were 70% certain. What was that 30%? Was it the eyes? The chin?"
Claps watched the face of the boy, who was holding the picture in his hands carefully. No concentration lines, just perhaps some signs of worry.
"Maybe the nose, and the forehead, higher and a bit wider," he said, but without conviction. "And the nose? How was the nose different?"
A thud, distant and dull, almost just a vibration that seemed to come from below, from under the floor. And only then did Claps realize that there had been another just before, and just as distant. Raphael must have heard them too, but he gave no sign of having done so. He snatched up the picture with lightning speed and began to speak rapidly, more loudly than before, as though he was trying to distract Claps's attention from those noises.
"The nose of the man who was sitting near the Ross girl might have been more hooked."
There was another thud. Claps's senses were all on the alert now. There was a rhythm. The pauses between one thud and the next were similar in duration. This time Raphael couldn't pretend not to have heard.
"Ratones."
"Rats," he said, and finally a smile, tired and fake, appeared in the boy's face.
"I've got a cellar down there,"
he continued, pointing to a trap door in the floor that Claps hadn't noticed before.
"Ratones."
Another thud. Far away, muffled. Their eyes met for an instant, and suddenly Claps understood everything. He felt the blood drain from his veins and his stomach clench up in a tense knot. His trembling legs could scarcely take his weight as he got to his feet.
"Okay, hooked nose and higher forehead," he said, hearing his own voice wavering. "That was all I wanted to know."
He made to go to the door, but Raphael also moved quickly, blocking his way.
"I can't let you leave. You know that, right?"
he said calmly, with a hint of regret in his voice. He was between him and the door, agile and with all the strength of his 20 years. Claps realized immediately that he stood no chance of overpowering him. What an idiot he'd been! Any thriller reader with half a brain in them would have worked it out ages ago. Who could Sheila Ross have spoken to in Italian while her friend was in the bathroom, if not him? And who could she have asked about getting some pot? Some unknown customer at a nearby table, or an affable young guy who worked in bars and was bound to know? Raphael had lied to put him off the trail. He didn't remember a man sitting near the Ross girl's table, and what Alice Hartford had seen was probably the result of suggestions he himself had put into her mind. And Sheila Ross was still alive. "They'll come here, Raphael. When they come looking for me, they'll find out that I'd asked for your address, and right after that they'll trace the taxi that brought me to you." Inexplicably, Claps now felt calmer, and equally inexplicably, he was no longer stuttering, even though he was speaking Italian. "I'll tell them that you came here and that after you'd asked me some questions, you left on foot along the riverfront. They'll think it was strange that I left on foot." "No, not if I tell them that you'd said you needed to think. They'll believe me. I'll make sure they don't hear the ratones in the cellar." Sheila Ross was alive, imprisoned in the cellar. She must have heard Claps's voice and was trying to call for help with those muffled thuds. "Is the girl okay?" "She's got everything she needs. She's just tied up." "You made a date with her on the Cerro to sell her some grass, didn't you?" "You're a smart cop." Raphael's gaze grew slightly veiled. "We kept looking at each other every time I went past her table. I thought she was giving me a certain kind of look, if you know what I mean. When her friend went away for a few minutes, I asked her if we could see each other alone after the bar closed. She said yes, but that I shouldn't get any ideas about us having sex. She just wanted to have some fun. She looked me right in the face and said, 'Some good pot.' She asked me if I had any. She was really beautiful. I really wanted her, but she'd said no sex with you. And she said it with such arrogance and indifference in her eyes. For her, I was just an insignificant Latino waiter, an errand boy." Raphael stopped his story for a moment and narrowed his eyes slightly before continuing. "I felt humiliated. She said she'd pay me well, but her friend absolutely wasn't to know anything about it. These gringos, they think they can buy whatever they want with their dollars. They think everyone's only there to work for them," he concluded angrily. "Was that when you decided to take her?" "I don't know. I was really confused." Raphael's voice became slow and slightly slurred, and his gaze seemed to look off through the walls of the house. "I felt humiliated, but I had to keep smiling. I knew I had to punish her in some way. Make her feel what it means to have a master and not be able to demand anything. But I also knew that I wanted her, that I wanted to have her all to myself. There were lots of people in. The tables were full. I had to think fast. I knew that place on the Cerro really well because I'd worked there. I made a date with her there, in front of the bathroom, for the next night. When I got there, I told her that I had what she wanted in my car, on the other side of the wall. It was easy to take her away." How could he have been such an idiot? Claps was furious with himself, and Zambrano had been right. 2 predators, and now he was about to be killed by the one he couldn't have cared less about. Riondino would remain at large because of his obsession with seeing him behind every crime, and because of an entitled, privileged little American bitch who, as far as he was concerned, could stay and rot in Raphael's cellar if it meant being able to capture Riondino. "Let her go, Raphael. You haven't killed anyone. You'll be able to build a new life." Raphael looked at him with empty eyes. "I'm sorry, Signor. I can't let her go. And I can't let you go either." "Are you going to kill me, Raphael?" asked Clapp, struggling to keep his voice steady. I think I'll have to. Raphael looked around him, and with a sudden rapid motion he picked up the bottle and smashed it against the edge of the table. The piece that remained in his hand was sharper than a knife. He took a step towards Claps. "Do you really want to do it here?" Time. He had to play for time. "You'll leave traces. The police will see them when they come looking for me." "I'll clean everything up. They'll be here before you know it. You'll never finish in time." "Puede ser." Raphael glanced over towards the trapdoor. Was he thinking about locking him down there too, or just about throwing his dead body down there? "And then will you kill the girl too?" Raphael shook his head with a sarcastic smile. "You don't get it then, Mr. Italian policeman. She's mine. I'm going to keep her with me. She's still learning, but soon she'll be perfect. She already knows what she has to do if she wants to eat." Claps had no way out. It was the third time that he had come face to face with death. The first time it had been a knife, and he had only been saved thanks to the aim of a policeman and nearby operating room. The second time had been a shotgun that hadn't had time to fire because of the last-minute intervention of a father made implacable by the desire for revenge. This time there was no hope that someone would intervene to save him. He was going to die there, on the equator, 10,000 miles from home. Another thought flashed through his brain. Riondino. No, fuck it couldn't end there. He couldn't just die without having captured him, without having obtained justice. Revenge. For Greta, for himself, he had to think fast. He had to find a way. Raphael took another step forward. Claps clearly saw the muscles of his forearm contract under the skin, the hand clench on the neck of the broken bottle. In a few moments he would raise it and then bring the razor-sharp glass down on him. He had to do something. Now. "I'll clean everything up," Raphael repeated again. There was no more time. Claps gave a choked cry, clutching his hands to his chest as though something had just struck him with violence. He bent over on himself, his head raised as though seeking a breath he could not find. Raphael stopped in surprise, just as he was already lifting his arm. Claps fell heavily to the ground and lay there on one side, his cheek crushed against the floor and with saliva trickling from his mouth. He wasn't breathing, and his wide-open eyes stared, empty and immobile, at Raphael's legs. "Hey, senor, you think I'm gonna fall for that?" But the boy's voice was uncertain. He took another step towards where Claps's body lay on the ground. "Did you really save me the effort?" He put a foot on Claps's side and shook his body, at first cautiously and then more vigorously. Claps had to keep holding his breath and not moving a single muscle, but it was so hard to keep his eyes immobile and resist the temptation to blink. "Hey, señor policía, ¿está realmente muerto, cabrón?" Another half step. "Come on, you piece of shit. Do it." And Raphael did it. He raised his foot again to shake Claps's body. All his weight was on his other leg. Claps knew he would have only that one chance. With a speed he hadn't imagined he possessed, he grabbed the leg that bore Raphael's weight and pulled it towards him with all the desperate strength he possessed. The boy tried to keep his balance, but managed for less than an instant. His body arched backwards, and the legs in Claps's hands seemed to become weightless and rise up through the air. With a dull thud, Raphael fell heavily on his back. As he crashed onto the floor, his weapon flew from his hand. Claps scrambled to his feet as fast as he could, but he would never have managed to be faster than Raphael if the boy hadn't been stunned by the fall. He just had time to grab the bottleneck before Raphael was suddenly standing in front of him again. Without even thinking, without realizing what he was doing, he swung with the bottle at the boy's face. Raphael's head snapped to one side with the blow, then turned back round to face Claps, a look of hatred on his face. "Hijo de puta, me cago en tus muertos." But something had happened, something that for an instant Claps's mind refused to take in. From the neck of the man who had abducted Sheila Ross came an intermittent, violent red spray, spurting almost a metre onto the white wall. Raphael realized after Claps did. He squinted as he brought his hands to his neck to try and stop the hemorrhage.
Para mi sangre. Ayúdame a parar mi sangre.
Claps stood immobile, as though he did not want to believe what he was seeing. Raphael's face was now pale, as white as a sheet, while an unstoppable stream of blood forced its way out between his fingers. Raphael gave Claps a desperate look. Eventually, Claps moved and took a step towards him, but the first thing he managed to do was wonder how long the boy could resist with his carotid slashed wide open. Raphael fell to his knees, remaining in precarious balance and holding onto the table where he had broken the bottle. The spray of blood had now lost much of its vigour. His arteries were rapidly emptying. A few seconds later, he fell backwards and his gaze became glassy just before he stopped breathing.
I'll be going out at 9 o'clock tonight, Soraya.
Riondino's face was relaxed, and on his lips there was a hint of a smile.
But first I'd like you to do something for me. Whatever you want, Signor. I'd like you to take a bath.
Chapter 18.
How long did Claps remain motionless, incapable of any movement? Just a few seconds? A few minutes? He could not have said. While still short of breath from the struggle, he continued to stare at Raphael's dead body, almost unable to believe he had killed him. For the first time, after a lifetime spent trying to stop those who killed, he had killed. All this hatred, all his desire to push aside anything that hindered him in his hunt for Riondino, seemed to have dissolved into a sensation of anguish as he looked into Raphael's bloodless face. It still bore an expression of terror that death had fixed upon his features for all time. It had time to realize that he was about to die, to try, terrified, to cling to life for what few instants remained to him. In the end, Claps managed to look away. The distant rhythmic thuds brought him back to himself. He approached the trapdoor and, with some effort, lifted it. With trembling legs, he began to descend into the semi-darkness, down a steep staircase with narrow steps. The thuds ceased. Claps found himself in a space as large as the ground floor and full of junk. There was an unhealthy smell, an acrid, damp odour like something that had gone rotten. Dim light filtered through a basement window. From the opposite end of the room there came a kind of choked groan. Sheila Ross was huddled up in a corner, chained to a wall. She was gagged and completely naked. When she saw Claps, she began to shudder, her eyes full of terror. Her body was dirty, and there was a rivulet of congealed blood on her forehead. Claps approached her slowly, his hands held out to reassure her.
"Don't worry, Sheila. It's all over," he said, speaking in Italian for some reason. "In a few hours, you'll be back home."
Half an hour later, they were all there, officials from the U.S. consulate included. It looked like a military exercise, with machine guns everywhere and a constant flow of vehicles, and men with tough, determined expressions on their faces. After a quick initial medical checkup, Sheila Ross had been taken to hospital in an ambulance accompanied by an escort with flashing sirens. Claps had also heard an official from the U.S. consulate requesting that a team of doctors and psychologists be sent urgently from back home. Everyone was agitated except him. He was sitting on a rock near the fence and kept under guard, he didn't know why, by a soldier with a loaded submachine gun. He felt drained of energy, slightly dizzy, and outside of events, as though everything which was happening around him was somehow unreal. Zambrano was the last to arrive. "Doctor," was all he said.
"You were right. 2 predators, and one of them wasn't Italian."
His voice was tired and completely emotionless.
"I should have listened to you."
Zambrano made a gesture as if to say that it was no longer important. He hadn't yet noticed the presence of the Americans. Have you already told your friend in the north? Claps nodded slowly. Right after calling the emergency number. He was pale and did not seem to be able to get up. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. Are you okay? Asked Zambrano with a worried expression. Have you seen a doctor? I wasn't wounded. I'm just tired, said Claps in an even fainter voice, just before his eyes rolled back into his head and he lost consciousness. Is everything ready, Fox? The money has been transferred to safety, and straight afterwards the computer went to the bottom of the river. We're ready. Good. Another 3.5 hours before we go to the airport. Jack, wouldn't it be better to get out of the villa as soon as possible? We can wait somewhere else, in a bar, or we could go straight to José de Olmedo. Are you afraid they'll catch us at the last minute? I'm worried. Have you asked yourself how Claps managed to come so close to us, to come from Italy all the way here, all the way to Riveros? I don't give a fuck how he did it, Fox. He'll go home empty-handed. Well, I think that we must have made some serious mistake without realizing it. I think we've left an important clue. Maybe Lydia. So what? In any case, that cop bastard will never manage to get here in time. But we do not know what clue we've left, Jack. What if it leads him to us sooner than we expect? Let's go. Let's not wait until the last minute to leave the villa. Listen, Fox, if Claps does manage to work out our name, they'll all know straight away, and there'll have been no point leaving the villa early. They could pick us up at the airport as soon as we presented our ID. And anyway, we won't even be safe when we're on the plane. If they find out who we are in the next 18 hours, we're fucked anyway. Shit, Jack. So relax, Fox. We'll wait here. And then there's Julia. What's Julia got to do with it? I promised her a last bath with the cook. We need to keep her happy for as long as we can. She can have her fucking bath. The last one. Claps had begun to recover a few minutes later. He opened his confused eyes and, as though through a mist, realized he was lying on a gurney in an ambulance. He had a drip in one arm. Zambrano's face was nearby. It's nothing, doctor. You just need to rest. Claps had vaguely managed to see a syringe injecting something into the drip. Then the darkness returned. Now he was awakening again, but in a different way. There was no more fog, and little by little the clarity of his senses came back. He was on a hospital bed with the drip still attached to his arm. Zambrano was sitting near the bed. Welcome back, doctor. Claps raised himself into a sitting position. He felt lucid and surprisingly well, considering what he had been through. I'm fine. Get this thing out of my arm, he said, gesturing to the drip. We know you're fine. The doctors did a lot of tests while you were sleeping. Just shock. You'd produced too much adrenaline, and when it went away, well, you went away too. Claps ran his hand over his face. Outside it was already evening. What time is it? 7:30 de la noche, doctor. They made you sleep for a couple of hours. I'm fine now. Get somebody in here so that I can get out of here. Are you sure you feel up to it? Asked Zambrano, raising an eyebrow. My colleagues are outside waiting for you. Hours of questions, explanations, details await you. Let's get it over and done with, said Claps as he began to get out of the bed. Get someone to take this drip out. I don't want to have to pull it out myself. While Zambrano, after having reflected for a moment, unwillingly rang for a nurse, Claps asked, How is the Ross girl? She's sleeping too, and a squadron of grand doctors is on its way from the United States. There is no trauma or serious injury, but that doesn't mean that she's well. Zambrano hesitated for a moment. By the way, doctor, the press is already going crazy over the news of her release. There isn't one channel that hasn't had a special news bulletin on for the last hour at least. A smile flickered across his lips. They're speaking about the amazing police investigation that identified the place where the girl was being held prisoner and sent in a heroic special forces team to free her. It's better that way, said Claps as a nurse entered. I hate publicity. Soraya smiled as she began to climb the stairs. Step after step, on the tips of her bare feet, their nails painted with the red varnish her señor had bought for her. As always, she wore only a lightweight, almost insubstantial slip. Soraya smiled as she climbed the stairs, her skin already glowing with the anticipation of that pleasure. Something had changed in recent days. The smile of her señor when he asked her to take that bath said so, even though it was more of a hint of a smile than a smile itself. But it had never happened before. Even the time was unusual, at least 2 hours earlier than normal, but his request had been clear, no later than 8. Perhaps the señor could no longer go out without her scent upon him. Yes, things had changed since he had spent almost an entire night with her. Soraya entered the large bathroom. Outside, it had been dark for a while, and the moon and the stars were visible from the open window. The candles were burning on the edge of the already filled tub. The breathing of the señor behind the door, her slip, fell to the ground with a slight rustle. Chapter 19. Riondino had gone through security without any problems. Now, standing in front of the gate, he was waiting for his flight to be called for boarding. See, Fox? Smooth as silk. Did Julia see? Julia knows. She'll start causing problems now. I'll keep her apart, at least until she's calmed down. She'll get over it eventually. Don't underestimate her anger. It won't pass quickly, and you can't keep her apart for long. She's not as weak as the rebel. You've even lied to her, Jack, and that's never happened between us. I didn't fucking lie to her, Fox. I just phrased it ambiguously. I said, if possible. And if she took that to mean one thing, well, that's her fucking problem. Okay, Jack. Okay. All I'm saying is that we should be worried about Julia's reaction. The loudspeaker called the Iberia flight to Madrid, and 2 smiling hostesses took up positions at the gate to distribute the boarding passes. We'll deal with that when the time comes. For the moment, we just have to wait another 11 hours, and then we'll be on the streets of Madrid, far from any danger. It was past midnight when they finally let him go, and almost 1 in the morning when, accompanied by Zambrano, Claps had been able to return to the hotel. He was tired and only wanted to rest after the exhausting volley of questions which he'd been forced to spend the last few hours answering, repeating the same story again and again. Munro would certainly be sizzling with impatience to find out how things had actually gone, but as far as he was concerned, that would have to wait until the next morning. Zambrano seemed to read his mind. So, Doctor, los Americanos will be happy, he said with a sly smirk. Claps didn't really feel like smiling, though. For the first time in his life he had killed a man, and even though he had done it in self-defense, he felt as though he'd been broken into pieces. That was not the principal reason, though. Yeah, he answered laconically. Of course, things could scarcely have gone better for Munro. Sheila Ross was preparing for a hero's return home on a plane made available directly by the President, and the question of the perpetrator had been dealt with on the spot, and in a way which fundamentally satisfied everybody. You don't seem happy, though, observed Zambrano. And how could he be? All the theories he had developed about the Riondino and the Ross girl had turned out to be completely wrong, and had led to him almost getting himself killed. Despite the unhoped-for result of having found the girl still alive, he had killed a man himself, and above all, Riondino was still free. Yeah, he repeated a second time, But at the end of the day, I don't imagine that you are either," he added in a mumble. Zambrano had stopped smiling. He peered around himself as though looking for something. "Rafael returned to Ecuador 3 months ago. That is, after the disappearance of the last girl. Whoever abducted them is still at large," he said, adding immediately afterwards, almost disconsolately, "I'm still at square one, and you, Doctor, will soon return to your country." "No, I'm not going back yet. And we might have a lead. I know of an Italian who frequented the Soliluna at the time of the disappearance of Maribel Castillo." Zambrano immediately looked puzzled. "The Soliluna? An Italian? We were looking for an Italian, and it turned out to be an Ecuadorian. We thought the Ross girl was dead, and luckily you found her alive. We were convinced that Soliluna was the hunting ground of a single predator, and instead we discover it's only a coincidence that links that bar to the disappearances of Ross and Castillo." Zambrano held out his hands, palms up, while he sought a tone which was least likely to hurt Clapps's feelings. "Doctor, maybe it's time you stopped looking for ghosts." It took Claps a few seconds to answer. His head was bent downwards, and his gaze seemed to be concentrated on the tips of his shoes. "Yes, perhaps in some ways he is a ghost. I don't know his name, and I don't know where to find him. But in other ways he's very real. I've spoken to people who have met him, and I assure you that they've told me things that have made me think very carefully." "Okay, Doctor, I'm listening," said Zambrano in what was almost a whisper, resigned to hearing Claps out. "Immediately prior to Castillo's disappearance, this man," Claps stopped himself from saying Riondino, "frequented the Soliluna together with the director of a company of amateur actors in which he occasionally took part," he explained. Zambrano froze. "Did you say the director of an amateur theatre group? Riveros? Was the director called Riveros?" "Yes. Do you know him?" "I saw him last night," Zambrano said slowly. And even more slowly he said, "On the table in the morgue, with a large hole in his stomach." Claps remained as immobile as if he had not understood Zambrano's words. "What type of wound was it?" he asked finally, struggling audibly to hide the tension in his voice. "A single, very deep knife wound in the abdomen, from the bottom to the top. It went up through the viscera and slashed the aorta. Whoever did it knew what they were doing." "It's his signature. That's his signature," a suddenly agitated Claps repeated twice. "Riondino has always killed with a knife or with his bare hands, but when he used a knife, he almost always did it that way." "But why would he have killed Riveros?" Claps told Zambrano in detail about his meeting with the director, and all that he knew about Signor Giorgio. "Riveros must actually have known how to get in touch with Riondino," he concluded, "and he warned him that I was looking for him." "I would say it's perfectly understandable that he did," said Zambrano. "A stranger arrives asking about a man he has known for more than a year, who he goes out drinking with, and whom he shares the passion for the theatre. Moreover, this stranger tries to palm him off with a story about a divorce and papers to sign in Italy that sounds like it was made up deliberately to make him suspicious. In Riveros' shoes, I too would have kept my mouth shut and informed my friend. By doing it, though, he signed his own death warrant." Zambrano nodded. He too believed now that it had been Riondino. "After being warned, he arranged to meet him in that alley, and he killed him. Does nobody else from the theatre group know where to find Riondino?" he added. "No, Riondino made sure Riveros was the only one who could lead to him, unless—" "Unless what?" "Maybe there is a person," said Claps, calling a number on his mobile and activating the speakerphone. "Whatever you want, Claps," said Munro's voice a few seconds later, sounding as though it came from inside a tomb. "You got me out of bed, but given that you found the Ross girl, you've got a blank check as far as I'm concerned." Claps got straight to the point. "Do you remember that I asked you to track down a person in Mexico City?" "Ah, yeah, you did. I should have a report about it on my PC. With everything that's been going on, I'd completely forgotten about it. But anyway, it's not important anymore, right?" "No, it's extremely important. Can you tell me what it says in that report?" "Right now? It's the middle of the night, Claps." "Didn't you say I could ask you for anything?" Okay, sighed Munro in resignation. "Hang on a minute. Let me get to my PC." A couple of minutes passed before they heard Munro's voice again. "Why are you so interested in this person?" "What does the report say?" It's weird. Munro's tone had changed completely. "We spoke to the theatre that had signed her up. They were expecting her, but Lydia Villegas never turned up. They'd even bought her a ticket on an Aeromexico flight, but she never took the plane. The strange thing is that she'd done the online check-in a few hours earlier. The theatre tried to contact her repeatedly over the next few days. Nothing doing. She never answered." Claps and Zambrano exchanged a look. There was no need to say anything. Riondino's pattern was every 3 months, and 3 months had passed since the last girl's disappearance. His prey hadn't been Sheila Ross. It had been Lydia Villegas. What was certain was that the girl who had been blessed by fortune, as the other actor with the earring had put it, would never appear again, either on stage or anywhere else. "Thank you, Munro," said Claps in a gloomy voice. "I don't need anything else. Wait, why are you so interested in this person?" "Go back to bed, Munro." "Thanks again," said Claps, and hung up without giving him time to answer. Zambrano didn't give Claps time to curse in anger. He set off at speed towards the front door of the hotel, motioning for Claps to follow him. "Come on, Doctor, let's get to headquarters. It's the middle of the night, and we've only got one bone to chew, but we have to chew it." The plane was flying over the ocean at an altitude of 30,000 feet. The sky was dark, and the sea, or what could be seen of it, looked like a pool of ink, but the Riondino kept peering out of the small window. "We're flying towards the east. It'll be dawn soon. I like seeing the dawn." "Jesus, Fox, you're so romantic. Are all of you faggots romantic?" "Hey, fuck you, Jack. When have you ever seen me with a man?" "Oh, you like them plenty. Sure, you prefer fucking them over on the stock exchange to fucking them in bed. That's my business. Leave me in peace." "You're so touchy. Can't we even kid around a bit anymore? Take it easy, Fox. Enjoy your dawn." "I wouldn't be here waiting for the dawn if it hadn't been for you. I knew that girl was going to get us into trouble." "We don't know if it's because of her." "So you think it's just a coincidence that Claps turned up so soon after we took her, that she was the only one we met several times a week in front of a dozen people who watched us do it? Fuck, I told you 1,000 times taking her was a pointless risk, and now we're paying the price." "Sweet Lydia. Remember how she was always hanging around us, how she used to lift up her skirt when she was dancing, and her sandals, the varnish on her nails, and the smell of her. Remember her smell? She smelt of meat, of sweat, of ripe fruit. She gave me a blowjob one night in the dressing room. She was so sure that I'd loved it, but what I loved was a few days later, when I was able to lick her blood, when I opened her up and put her guts in her hands, when she kept yelling, trying to stuff them back in." Chapter 20.
Zambrano drove through the semi-deserted streets of Guayaquil at a speed which was almost dangerous.
"I'll get some stuff out of bed and print off the photos from the Italian documents,"
he said, the wheels of the car screeching on the asphalt.
"I'll get them blown up, and we'll put them on the wall at headquarters. The members of that theater group will recognize their Signor Giorgio."
Claps held firmly onto the handle above the door. His mind, too, was racing.
"Has it occurred to you that if Raphael was behind the abduction of the Ross girl, that the number of suspects suddenly gets bigger?" Zambrano cut him off. "Of course, it's no longer just the 13 who have no alibi for the day Sheila Ross went missing, because they have nothing to do with that story. There will surely be over 100 possible Signor Giorgios. We'll go through the whole list of your countrymen resident here, Doctor, and we'll pick them out again. A hell of a job, but for tomorrow morning I want to put their photos under the noses of these amateur actors, and I also want a warrant to search Lydia Villegas' house. We might find something. It's unlikely. Riondino is very careful about that kind of thing, but it's still worth a try."
As they went round one particularly tight curve, Claps held on even more firmly to avoid ending up in Zambrano's lap.
"Was there a cell phone among Riveros' personal effects?"
Zambrano thought for a moment.
"No, there was no cell phone among the things he had with him. He had one, though. I saw it on his desk when I met him. Tell me, how else could he have contacted Riondino after my visit?" "I understand, Doctor," said Zambrano, as he skidded noisily to a halt outside the police station. "More people to get out of bed. But in a few hours, we'll have the records of Riveros' phone calls."
"Julia, are you here? I can hear you, you know. Come on. But don't kid yourself that I'm going to let you come out. Julia, I know you're there. We can talk about it if you like. We had to do it, Julia. Even Fox agreed. Julia? Julia? Ah, go to hell, you bitch."
There was nothing to mitigate the oppressive air in Zambrano's office except an old fan, but after the initial impact, Claps had stopped noticing it, just as he had the smell of stale cigarette smoke which hung around the entire police station. Together with Zambrano, he had gone one by one through the files of the 156 Italians who had been identified in Zambrano's earlier attempt to find the Italian before Claps had arrived. Then that number had dropped, first to 32, and then to only the 13 who had no alibi for the day of Ross's disappearance. Now, though, as Riondino had nothing to do with the kidnapping of the American, the presence or lack of an alibi for that day was meaningless. Thus, after more than 2 hours of work, and despite having narrowed the criteria on some aspects like when they had taken up residence in Guayaquil, in the first list they had included all those who had been there between 6 months and 3 years, a window which was too wide for Riondino, there were still 109 possible Signor Giorgios. Claps glanced over at the clock on the wall. The time was 3:35.
"How long will it take to print out the photos?" "They're copies of passport photos. They need a bit of work to improve the quality and blow them up before we print them. We'll do it all on the computer, but we'll need some time. But we should be ready to start showing them to the actors by dawn. Why don't you get some rest in the meantime, Doctor? I'd say you probably need it."
"I'd say the same about you."
"I got some rest this morning, remember?" Zambrano, too, glanced at the clock. "Well, yesterday morning, at this point."
"We're waiting for Riveros' mobile phone records.
I've no intention of going back to the hotel. We've got some empty cells here. There's a pallet you can lie down on. I promise we won't lock you in," said Zambrano with an amused smile. "And I promise that I'll wake you up as soon as we have any news about the phone records."
In the cell there wasn't even Zambrano's old office fan, and the air was thick and smelt of sweat, but Claps had gone out like a light as soon as he lay down on the pallet. His sleep didn't last long, though. A little more than an hour later, Zambrano's hand was shaking him awake.
"Wake up, Doctor. We've got the phone records."
Clapp sat bolt upright on the bed as though he'd been awoken by a bucketful of ice-cold water.
"Riveros made a phone call just after he spoke to you, and then no more in the remaining hours of his life."
It took Clapp a few moments to clear his head and understand.
"That's it, then. We've got Riondino's number," he managed to mumble.
"Very probably." Zambrano, though, didn't look happy. "Unfortunately, the number he called can't be traced to anyone."
"What do you mean?"
asked Clapp, now wide awake, but his voice was thick with sleep.
"Prepaid phone, a burner, no contract. Do you have them in Italy?"
Clapp shook his head.
"Not yet."
"You buy them and then call a free phone number to activate them. You don't have to show any ID. That's not all the bad news, though. The call was made when it was almost dinner time, and it's possible that whoever received it was in their home," Zambrano explained. "Anyway, I was hoping that it might at least bring us near to where Riondino lives."
"Thanks to the cell tower."
Zambrano nodded with conviction.
"The tower the phone connected to is in the Los Sebos barrio. 5 Italians live there. But the first is our Giorgio Sala."
"Who was in custody when Riveros was killed," said Clapp.
"And of the other 4, 3 are in their 70s, and one has only been in Guayaquil for 3 months.
"And so he couldn't have gone out drinking in the company of Riveros at the Solilunar a year ago."
"Exactamente, Doctor. Riondino must have only been passing through Los Sebos when he answered."
With Zambrano still standing before him, Clapp sat in silence.
"Could we trace his position if we called that number now?" he asked without much conviction.
Zambrano grimaced.
"He can't be tracked. These prepaid phones are very simple models, just calls and SMS messages."
"But we could identify the tower he answers from, and get an idea of where he is now."
"Doctor, your Riondino took away the phone Riveros called him on. Where do you think he is now?"
"In a rubbish dumpster,"
Clapp concluded bitterly, glancing at his watch. It was 5:48. The sun had been up for a while and was already high in the sky, and now the ocean sparkled beneath the aircraft. Riondino pulled down the blind.
"We're over halfway there, less than 5 hours until we land in Madrid."
"Are you nervous, Fox?"
"It's as if we were locked up in a cage thousands of feet above the ground, Jack. There's no way for us to escape. I don't like it. The Guardia Civil might already be oiling their guns for when we touch down."
"Come on, Fox. A bit of optimism.
In Guayaquil, the police will be busy with the case of the American girl, and Clapp will be sleeping in his bed. Only a few more hours now, Fox. And we should try and get some rest, too. It's not going to be a holiday when we get there."
"What about Julia?"
"I'm not sure. She might have tried to come out a couple of times, but I've got her under control."
"Haven't you tried to talk to her?"
"No, I just sensed her resentment."
"It's not a good sign that she doesn't want to talk to you."
"No, it's not. But like I told you, I've got her under control. Let's get some rest now."
Zambrano had been as good as his word. The walls of a large room, which looked like it was usually used for meetings, had been completely covered with the 109 blow-ups of passport photos. The first group of 7 members of the company had just been picked up from their homes and brought to the police station without being told anything. Zambrano had gathered them together in a small office, and after reassuring them that they were not in trouble, had explained to them what he wanted. Some were visibly relieved, while others looked even more worried.
"No es el momento,"
he had brusquely responded to those who had asked why they were looking for Jorge. They would be allowed in one at a time to avoid influencing one another, and since the pictures were enlargements of passport photos, in the case of there being even a tentative identification, they would be given a score, from 1 for a vague resemblance to 10 for absolute certainty. The first was the actor with the earring. He entered the room at 6:32 and came out shaking his head 12 minutes later.
Jorge no está entre ellos.
The scene was repeated with the next 3 members of the company. Only one of them gave a 2 to one of the photographs, but specified that in any case he was certain that it was not Jorge. A grim-faced Zambrano turned to Claps.
Another wild goose chase. It's obvious now that Riondino did not use Italian documents to obtain a residence permit.
Claps just couldn't see Riondino playing the foreigner, though. It was too risky for him, as he'd already explained to Zambrano. And anyway, hadn't he told Riveros and the rest of the company that he was Italian?
What if he didn't use them at all?
Zambrano pulled a face.
More than a year with only a tourist visa that would have expired after a few weeks? It happens often enough in my country, even without a tourist visa, said Claps with a vein of sarcasm in his voice. I doubt it, Doctor. He wouldn't have been able to move freely, and if he'd been discovered, he would have been expelled with the risk of his true identity being revealed.
You're right. Claps was forced to agree as he watched yet another actor, a woman this time, come out of the room shaking her head towards Zambrano.
In any case, it hasn't been a complete waste of time. With the help of the actors, we'll be able to draw up a very accurate photo fit, and we'll distribute it to all police, and we'll flood the city and the media with it too, said Zambrano pugnaciously. And in the meantime, we still have one card in hand. Searching Villegas's home.
Claps, too, was still in the grip of grim determination.
It's nearly 8. We'll soon have our warrant.
The hostess saw the passenger's gesture and went over to him, smiling as they had taught her to do. She had noticed that he had been sleeping deeply until a moment before, but now he seemed wide awake. It was that unpleasant one with a serious face who had looked pissed off since boarding, the one that she and her colleague had predicted would be a pain in the ass for the whole 11 hours of flight time. Luckily, he'd been well behaved so far, and at that moment there was a kind smile and an unexpectedly candid, sweet look on his face.
"Could I have some water, please? Still, if you don't mind,"
he asked quietly in perfect and very softly spoken Spanish. When the hostess came back with the water, he thanked her and asked her in the same pleasant voice,
"How long until we land?" "We will land on time in about 2 hours, sir." "And tell me, is Madrid nice at this time of the year?" "Madrid is always wonderful." "What a shame I won't have a chance to see it. I have to get back to Italy, to Milan, as soon as possible. Thanks again for the water, miss."
When she looked at him again less than a minute later, the hostess saw that he was once again fast asleep. Chapter 21. Before she had been blessed by luck, Lydia Villegas had lived in a dignified building at the edge of the Ordesa barrio. Claps and Zambrano entered her small apartment after the lock had been forced, and for an entire hour they meticulously inspected all that it contained. Eventually, though, they were forced to admit that there was nothing there that might lead them to Riondino.
"Our only hope now is the photo fit," said Zambrano as they left. "I'll send men out to show it around every barrio, bars, kiosks, restaurants, supermarkets. Someone is bound to recognize him."
On the landing, leaning against the side of the open front door of her apartment, a cigarette dangling from her lips, was the neighbour who lived across the hall from Lydia Villegas, a woman of about 50 with dark Indio skin and black hair gathered in a complicated braid. She was quite short, but must have weighed more than 70 kilos. Pointing to Villegas's apartment, she said something in Spanish that Claps didn't catch.
"She says that Villegas went to Mexico more than 2 weeks ago," translated Zambrano, "and that she gave her cat to her, but that it's not a very well-trained animal."
The woman continued to speak,
and Clapp saw Zambrano suddenly freeze and change expression.
She says she left her that rude cat, and then, along with all her luggage, got into her friend's black car to go to the airport. Doctor, el carro negro.
Then he turned agitatedly back towards the woman.
¿Lo que era el modelo? ¿E la matrícula de ese carro? La matrícula cuál era no sé, pero el modelo lo conozco muy bien, she smiled. Es un carro deportivo. Mi jefe tiene una, pero blanca. Es una Camaro, una Chevy Camaro.
This time Clapp had understood without needing a translation, and as they rushed out of the building, Zambrano was already on his mobile.
How many black Camaros can there be in Guayaquil, and how many of them that belong to Italians?
The answer arrived a few minutes later, at precisely 9:33. There were 22 black Camaros in Guayaquil, belonging to foreigners or to companies that were leasing them to one. None of them, however, was Italian. But as soon as Clapp saw one of those names and the nationality, it was as though he was struck by lightning.
Marco Zust. It's him.
A Swiss? Don't they speak German up there? What about your theory about the language? Suddenly, in the grip of uncontrollable excitement, Clapp cut him off.
They speak French, too, for that matter. But there's a canton, the Canton Ticino, where the official language is Italian. And Riondino escaped to Switzerland 2 years ago.
Clapp stopped for an instant to catch his breath.
Fuck! That's where he put together a new identity that let him travel the world speaking his own language without seeming to be an Italian, and throwing anyone who might be looking for a vicious Italian serial killer off the scent, observed an excited Zambrano, with a touch of something resembling admiration. Yes, which is exactly what happened to us, concluded Clapp angrily. Let's go. It's time we got hold of this hijo de puta. Did you feel that, Fox? We've started our descent. I'm worried, Jack. The closer we get, the less optimistic I feel. There's no point worrying about what might happen. Worrying's for pussies. Things will go how they go, Fox. That's true. And these years have been very satisfying at the end of the day. I won't complain if it ends here. Fuck that. I want to keep going for a long time. Nothing is going to end today. They aren't going to catch us. Count on it. Listen, then. If we get through passport control safely— You mean when we get through passport control safely? Will we stop being Marco Zust straight away? Not straight away. There's no rush. We have everything we need with us. We'll do it once we're in the city, before we go to France. I'd rather do it sooner, Jack. It would be better to go back to being Claudio Aldrighi immediately. Every second we put between us and Clapp could be vital. I even have an idea about how to do it. Forget it. We'll do as I say. Jack, listen to me. Don't piss me off, Fox. That's enough. We'll do as I say. Like always, Jack. Good boy. You said it. The villa in the Los Cebos barrio had been silently encircled by unmarked cars and undercover police. No escape route was practicable. A helicopter flew over the area. The black Camaro was parked outside, in front of the garage. Riondino couldn't have escaped. Incredible. Just 300 yards from Sala's villa, whispered Zambrano, as though his voice might be heard. Clapp remembered perfectly what he had felt only 2 days earlier outside Sala's house, when it had seemed possible that Sala was in fact Riondino. Once again, an image of Greta's charred body flashed into his mind. His anger, his hate, now were not so very different from then, but for the first time he also felt a dull, savage desire to see Riondino's filthy blood spraying the walls as Raphael's had. He had done it once now, and he knew how. Once again Zambrano seemed to read his mind. We're going to take him alive, Doctor. He won't let you. said Claps through gritted teeth. "You'll have to kill him, unless he does it himself as soon as he realizes he can't escape," he added, a gleam in his eyes which Zambrano had never seen there before. The radio crackled something in Spanish. "We're ready. 10 sharp," said Zambrano for Claps's benefit, then almost whispered in the microphone, "Adelante a mi tres. 1, 2, vamos!" After the dull thud of plastic explosive, the villa's gate swung open. A dozen fully armed men emerged from nowhere and rushed in. Claps felt as though he were just a knot of muscles and nothing more. A moment later, the front door was also open, and straight after that the door to the garage. The helicopter flew low over the house again. From the inside of the villa they began to hear the thuds of stun grenades exploding. There were flashes of light at the windows. To Claps, the scene vividly recalled a similar experience 2 years earlier in Milan, when Commissioner Sensi had led the blitz on Riondino's hideaway, where Greta Alfieri was being held hostage. But the house was empty, uninhabited. Riondino had already fled, with Greta's dead body lying on the back seat of the car. Claps felt a sense of gloomy foreboding. The seconds passed with an exasperating slowness. Apart from the grenade bursts, Claps didn't even hear one gunshot. The excited and to him incomprehensible voices of the men inside the villa crackled through on the radio. "The house is empty," Zambrano said in a funereal tone after one announcement. "We can go inside, Doctor." 3 or 4 minutes might have passed since the operation had begun. Inside, the air was still thick with the smoke from the grenades, and the smell of cordite was strong. There was at least one policeman in each room. His face drawn, Zambrano crossed the entrance hall briskly and walked straight over to the stairs. "Come on," he said to Claps. "There's something we should see on the top floor." Soraya's naked body floated still in the big tub. Her head was turned to one side, and on her neck, just below the nape, there was a kind of lump or swelling. The features of her face were composed, and there was a smile on her lips. "She didn't have time to realize what was happening. He broke her neck with one sharp twist," observed Zambrano coldly. "It must have happened a few hours ago." "Is it Lydia Viegas?" "No. I don't think he would have kept her alive all this time without even a scratch on her," said Claps, looking at Soraya's inert body, while he felt a hint of dizziness in his head. "I know Riondino," he said, snapping himself out of it. "He'll have wanted to have his fun right after abducting her. The maid, then, puede ser." Claps slowly turned his gaze away from Soraya's smile. It was hard for him to do. For the first time after so long, he was inexplicably beginning to feel at least a minimum of empathy for a victim again. Had it been that smile, so sweet and full of the happiness of life? He looked into the distance through the window. "He's gone. Perhaps he's already leaving the country. Otherwise he wouldn't have left a—" Claps struggled to say the word. "A corpse in his house. Get Marco Zust's name to all borders and to the airport. There's no time to waste." Zambrano nodded and gave the order. "The photo fit should be ready by now, too. We'll send it out straight away while we're getting the photo from his passport. Even he must have submitted documents for his residence permit," he said before leaving the room, called away by a plainclothes policeman. Claps felt furiously impotent. Just like 2 years ago, he had missed him by a few hours. Just like 2 years ago, there was another woman's corpse. He approached the bathtub and looked again at Soraya's body. It was perfect, and she was so beautiful with that sweet smile. What had been making her so happy a second before she died? "Palacios. She was called Soraya Palacios." Zambrano's voice almost made him jump and distracted him from his train of thought. "She had a room on the ground floor. She was a maid." "Soraya," repeated Claps. "That's a pretty name." "Pretty or not, It won't do her much good now, observed Zambrano cynically. Come on, Doctor. Let's go downstairs and see if Riondino left any trace of his destination. If you like, but we won't find anything, replied Claps, following Zambrano towards the stairs. He's too cunning. They had hardly reached the ground floor when a uniformed policeman, his face deathly pale, rushed over to them. He spoke fast, almost babbling. Zambrano, too, went white. Virgen Santissima, he exclaimed, before running towards the front door, followed by Claps, who could barely keep up. By the side of the open garage, another policeman was leaning against the door jamb. On the ground was the unmistakable evidence of the vomiting that had shaken him. When Claps reached Zambrano in front of the open chest freezers, he had already imagined what he would see. On top of the pile of body parts, between an arm and a hand with slim fingers, was a head with long black hair. "I recognize her," said Zambrano in a strangely calm voice. "That is Maribel Castillo." Over the minutes that followed, the atmosphere became still more gloomy and surreal. Clapp stood to one side while, with a screeching of tires, more vehicles continued to arrive, and Zambrano, bent over at the door of his car, kept talking on the radio. Suddenly, he heard him almost shout, "Madrid! El avión sigue volando! Oh, carajo!" After peering around in search of him, Zambrano gestured frenetically to Claps to join him. Marco Zus took the 11:15 flight de la noche for Madrid. He landed earlier than scheduled, at 5:10 p.m. local time, which here would be 10:10, said Claps, looking anxiously at his watch, which said 10:33. 20 minutes after landing. He can't have left the airport already. The police were guarding all the exits of Madrid Barajas. It had only taken a matter of minutes. The threat of terrorism had resulted in training personnel to respond very rapidly. The orders were to check all men between 40 and 60 years of age who were less than 5'9", to locate and stop Marco Zust of Swiss nationality who was arriving from Guayaquil on an Iberia flight, to pay special attention as the individual in question was extremely dangerous. Riondino had seen the crowd and the queue that had formed in front of the exit towards which he was heading, and only a few yards later he realized that it was due to the police checking IDs. He slowed down slightly, and after another few steps noticed that only the men's IDs were being checked, and not all of them. A man of well over 6 foot was waved through impatiently without needing to show a document. The police were all in anti-terrorism gear, with bulletproof jackets and weapons at the ready. There was no doubt of it. They were looking for him. Almost without realizing it, Riondino stopped a few feet from the end of the line and, looking around, noticed that several pairs of policemen were moving around inside the airport. He didn't manage, however, to see the two approaching him from behind, in time. They must have seen him hesitate, he thought angrily, when he found them standing in front of him. "Sus documentos, por favor," said one of the two, while his companion kept at a distance with his machine gun at the ready, despite being pointed at the floor. There was no doubt that it was loaded and ready for use. Riondino would easily be mown down at the smallest attempt to react. "Isn't there a less crowded exit?" he asked in Spanish as he searched his pockets for documents. "I have an important appointment." Ignoring the question, the policeman took the document and looked it over, then glanced over at the Alitalia AZ Milan-Madrid tag on Riondino's trolley. "You speak good Spanish, Mr. Aldrighi," he said, returning the identity card. "I spend more time here in Madrid than in Italy. Work." "And is this important appointment for work too?" "Yes," said Riondino, glancing at the queue, which continued to lengthen. "It would be a disaster if we were late." "Come with me, we'll escort you to the exit. No other checks are necessary." As he went into the open air, already looking around for a taxi,
Riondino's legs suddenly felt unsteady.
Fuck, Fox. By the skin of our fucking teeth. If you hadn't kept breaking my balls to stop being Marco Zust before we left the airport, we'd be in handcuffs by now. Or worse.
Maybe they were looking for a terrorist.
Don't talk shit and stop playing it coy. They were looking for us. You were right to think that piece of shit cop would manage to identify us quickly.
You know Claps. He's dangerous. You shouldn't underestimate him.
Well, anyway, we made it. Thanks to you. And stealing that trolley with the Alitalia tag was a stroke of genius.
We needed something extra. We don't look much like the photo of good old Aldrigi nowadays.
But we're not that different either. With the same glasses he's wearing in the photo, coloured contact lenses and the same hairdo, we should be able to relax a bit. Just like we did in Florence with that idiot Contri, remember? The policeman who stopped us didn't notice anything, and we had to sacrifice a great deal of hair that time too. Cut off our ponytail, like we'll have to tonight.
Riondino gestured to a taxi. Before getting in, he gave a long sigh.
We're back. Part 2. 2 days later. Chapter 1.
In Italy, here, in Milan, is that what he said? Does he think we're idiots or something?
Commissioner Sensi seemed almost pissed off.
He was just yanking our chain. It'd have to be an idiot to come back here.
Only an hour before, after having no news of him for 2 years, he had suddenly found Clapp standing across the desk from him in his office. Inspector Maezza had knocked, and after opening the door with an almost dazed expression, he had immediately let him pass. Sensi hadn't had time to recover from the shock before Claps began to fill him in without preamble, as though the two of them saw each other every day.
Coincidences, he said bitterly.
No particular merit on my part or mistake on the Riondino's. Pure coincidence. I only found him because of 2 absurd coincidences, or because of how bizarre the case itself was, if you like. I went to Ecuador exclusively on the possibility that Riondino could be the person who had abducted Sheila Ross, and here's the first incredible coincidence. Notwithstanding the fact that she had nothing to do with it, he actually was in Guayaquil. Ridiculous, right? Anyway, when I got there, I found that there was a serial killer who had been active for at least a year and who had already killed 3 victims. I was convinced that the American girl was the 4th, and that Riondino was obviously the guilty party. On the basis of this assumption, which turned out to be completely wrong,
and which almost got you killed,
cut in Sensi, who was still feeling a mixture of resentment at having been ignored for years and relief at seeing Clapp standing in front of him, healthy and safe. On the basis of this assumption, as I was saying, I carried out my investigation, starting with the second and fatal coincidence, the Soli Luna. The first victim and the Ross girl had, in fact, both been to that bar immediately before being abducted. But in reality, they were abducted by 2 different predators at 2 different times. But because I believed that only Riondino was involved, I started with the Soli Luna, looking for proof of his presence at the time of the first victim too, and it was only thanks to that I managed to locate him. Thanks to the absurd coincidence that, a year apart, the girls had become the object of desire of 2 different merciless predators in exactly the same place. If that hadn't been the case, Soli Luna would only have been the beginning of a trail to follow in search of Sheila Ross, and I would never have got to Riondino, and perhaps not even to Raphael.
On the subject of Raphael, did you know that 8 months ago he tried the same thing here? Acting on an anonymous tip-off, our colleagues in Bergamo found an Ecuadorian girl being kept prisoner.
She was tied up and showed signs of beatings, and she said she was Raphael's girlfriend, but she didn't want to report him. She said it was just an innocuous game between them. And as soon as the storm passed, Raphael went back to his country. But it looks like he'd got a taste for it.
Claps remained silent.
But anyway, coincidence or not, you did get to Riondino, Sensi continued. And we missed catching him by a whisker again, for fuck's sake.
The Madrid Barajas surveillance cameras show him going through passport control at 17:34 local time, 10:34 a.m. in Guayaquil, so no more than 2 minutes before the general alarm was declared at the airport. By 17:37, all the exits were closed, and after another 90 seconds they were all being guarded by the police. Riondino can't have got to an exit in 3 minutes. It's a mystery how he got out of there.
2 days have gone by without the Guardia Civil finding the slightest trace of him. The son of a bitch.
This is your time. Take a pause from the words and let the music offer you a moment of calm and clarity. Thanks for supporting this free listening experience.
I'm guessing that we're done. What a shame. But if we think about it carefully, I'm good on my own, don't feel alone. At least that's what I'm telling myself every night. Pillows are cold, silence is gold. Kind of start to get used to it now. Give me a couple more days. I'm beginning to feel like I'm better without you. No tears I cried are in vain. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Give me a couple more days. I'm beginning to feel like I'm better without you. No tears I cried are in vain. Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Take a look at me, look at the way that I Take a look at me, look at the way that I bloom. Just needed some time to grow. They say flowers don't bloom overnight. And now that you are gone, finally know it was never you who made me shine.
He'll be safe by now, and who knows where he is. We might just have a lead, though. What do you mean, Claps?
Last night I called Zambrano. It was still daytime over there, and he'd just finished talking to a hostess who had spoken to Riondino during the flight from Guayaquil.
That's what he said. In Italy. Here, in Milan. Does he think we're idiots? He's just fucking with us, Claps. He'd be an idiot to come back here.
Yeah, sure. Throwing us off his trail. Fucking with us, like you say. But what if it was a sort of challenge?
The killer who challenges the police to catch him? Come off it, Claps. That type of thing only happens in films and in psychology textbooks where they jerk off over the criminal unconscious.
And yet Morphy challenged us only a few years ago.
Yes, but only to confuse us by making us think we were dealing with a serial killer.
Claps remained in silence for several seconds. Commissioner,
Unless I'm mistaken, you studied classics, right?
What's that got to do with it?
Do you remember Pascal? The wager?
The wager?
Yes. That in any case it's a good idea to bet on the existence of God. If he actually does exist, you'll go to heaven, and if he's just a trick, it'll cost you nothing, and you'll have lived happily in the faith. Anyway. Sensi drummed his fingers on the desk for a while before answering.
Have we got pictures of Riondino?
Of Marco Zust. As many as you want, Commissioner, from the photos on his documents and the footage from the airports in Madrid and Guayaquil.
Right. Well, even though I don't believe that Riondino is here, let's take up this wager of yours. We'll put out the pictures, together with the request for maximum attention, and activate standard procedures for searching hotels, public places, transport hubs, and so on.
The media?
Absolute fucking silence. Given that he is actually here, which I don't believe, he'd just hide in an even deeper hole. He'd change his appearance.
He'll have already done that, glowered Claps. He can't go around as Marco Zust.
We'll bear that in mind. Just like 2 years ago, said Sensi, taking off his glasses and rubbing his face. I just hope I don't have to go through the same nightmare as then.
The apartment was small and modestly furnished, but it was tidy and had everything he needed. It was in a large block of flats on a busy street which was full of shops, the ideal place to go unnoticed. The young doctor who owned it was suddenly offered the opportunity of a 6-month internship in the US, and had hurriedly tried to rent out the apartment for that period online, a bit of money that would help him pay the mortgage and cover the costs of staying abroad. When Claudio Aldrighi had contacted him 2 days before he was due to leave, he had initially regretted not having lowered the price to encourage him. But not only had Aldrighi not batted an eyelid at the price, he'd offered to pay in cash for the whole period, adding a further sum on condition that the apartment was vacated immediately. So the night before his departure, the young doctor had stayed with a colleague and given the keys of his flat to his perfectly normal-looking new tenant. "I'm not used to this cold anymore. It gets into your bones." From the window in the small living room, Riondino watched the people in the street below hurry through the falling sleet. "Another reason for getting back to somewhere warm as soon as possible, Jack."
As soon as possible. You know it'll take time, Fox. At least 2 months to get the new passport.
If not longer.
Don't start complaining. Getting a second nationality and an authentic passport thanks to that obliging site on the deep web was your idea. I'd have rather got a cloned one. Christ, we'd have had it in a few days and for less than 1/10 of the $120,000 this is going to cost us.
I'm not complaining. And as well as being good, my ideas often save our skin. Or have you already forgotten what happened in Madrid airport?
How long are you going to keep going on about that, Fox?
Just long enough for you to keep bearing it in mind, Jack. Lately you're not as careful as you used to be.
Well, luckily we've got you to watch over us.
That's right. Make fun of me if you like. But it's the truth. And yes, the passport is expensive, and it's going to take longer, but it's infinitely safer. The documents will be authentic Honduran ones, and they'll hold up to any eventual cross-check. It's obvious that it takes a few weeks to get a nationality and a passport.
For what we're paying, 1 week would be too long.
Come on, Jack. They were even kind enough to change our name for us and give us a real address in Tegucigalpa.
Yeah, a lean-to that barely has a roof.
We don't have to live there, Jack. We don't even have to set foot in Honduras if we don't want to. All we need is the passport.
It's a shitty name, Antonio Lopez.
It's a perfect name. It's Latino, but it's also Italian. Nobody will suspect anything in either case. We'll have an authentic, legitimate passport, Jack,
And a new identity and nationality that is legitimate, too. We'll be able to go anywhere. Okay, Fox, okay. In any case, the die's cast now. I'm just worried about the time we're going to have to spend here. This shitty weather, and having to lay low like this. And I mean, shit, we've only been here a day or so. But I had better memories of this country than what I'm seeing on the TV and in the paper. It's not going to be much fun staying here. And just think, I was actually glad to come back. Jesus, Jack, you're talking like you were a respectable citizen. So, even though we're on the run, it's not like we can't see what's around us. Listen, we're going to have to stay here for quite a while, and in these conditions it's going to be a nightmare. We've only just holed up here, and I've already had enough of it. As well as being more prudent, you used to be more patient too, Jack. It was the Count who was the impatient one. He's been absorbed. He's part of me now. Had you forgotten? Anyway, nobody's forcing you to live like a monk, Jack. We don't have to stay cooped up in here the whole time. We've got a safe identity, and above all, nobody's going to think of looking for us in Italy, never mind in Milan. Yeah, you're right. Nobody's going to look for us here. Riondino moved away from the window. Fox was right. They didn't have to stay cooped up in there the whole time. Chapter 2. As usual, Clapps's night had been short and devoid of dreams. It wasn't even 5 in the morning when the coffee pot was already boiling on the stove. And boiling along with it were the thoughts that had been filling his mind since he had received Zambrano's call. What exactly did Riondino's exchange with the hostess mean? Why had he done it? To throw them off the scent? To fuck with their heads, as Sensi claimed? Perhaps he should look at the question from another perspective. I have to get back to Italy, to Milan, as soon as possible. Who was that information intended for? Because whichever way you looked at it, it must have been intended for someone. For the police in general? Maybe to Zambrano and his Policia Nacional, just as he was leaving Ecuador? No, that didn't make any sense. Claps took a first cautious sip of the almost boiling coffee. No, that information could only have been for him. Riondino must have known from Riveros who was after him, a man he knew and who had been close to catching him 2 years earlier and who had now travelled 10,000 miles to hunt him down, a man who he had killed a dear friend of, Greta. Inexplicably, though, it was the image of Soraya that appeared in his mind, that sweet smile and the composure of her face, her unhurt body. A brief burst of dizziness that lasted less than an instant, exactly the amount of time it took Claps to put the question of why Soraya's face appeared in his thoughts out of his mind. Another sip of the dark coffee to wake him up and help him focus on his thoughts. All right, the message, the information was for him. But that didn't really add anything. How much store should he set by that information? A challenge to the man who had come closer to catching him than anybody else? Or just a way of covering his tracks, because he feared him for the same reason? Or just another way of jerking his chain after he'd come so close to getting his hands on him? There was another variable, however, that might help him interpret it correctly. Claps thought back to the hostess's story as Zambrano had related it to him. It had been a quiet flight. There had been a lot of empty seats that night, and Riondino had no other passengers sitting next to him. She hadn't seen him talking to anyone. He'd spent the whole journey sitting there staring out of the window or sleeping, no tablet, book, or PC. When he'd boarded, his expression had been serious, almost angry, unpleasant, in short, which had made her worry she'd be dealing with a passenger who might cause problems during the flight. Fortunately, however, that hadn't been the case. Indeed, the only time he had asked her anything, he had behaved very pleasantly, both in the way he acted and the way he spoke. He seemed like a different person. And it was then that he'd told her he was travelling to Milan.
a different person. Being Riondino, that must have been what had happened, and the information had a different meaning depending if it had come from Jack, or, for example, from Julia, or from Fox, or from the actor. This was the important variable. Who had it been who had so politely asked the young hostess for some mineral water? Claps had already sensed the impulse of the answer the night before, but he tried once again to think the whole thing through. The Fox, the professor, and above all the actor were able to be pleasant, but it was hard to imagine Jack letting any of his group go out during an emergency situation. He himself had declared that proudly years earlier to Professor Reti. If he had excluded the rebel, who was unable to be pleasant, Little, because of his age, and Hannibal, for obvious reasons, that left Julia. Julia. Claps drained what was left of his coffee and went to the desk in his study. He turned on his PC. He still had the audio, just the audio, from the video of her first appearance during therapy, a recording he had watched more than 2 years ago, and then never again since. He started it. Professor Retti's voice emerged immediately from the speakers. "Julia, I want to talk to you." Claps remembered how, under hypnosis, Riondino's torso had swayed rhythmically backwards and forwards, his eyes closed. "Julia?" A long silence. Claps remembered this too. The video was interrupted to resume an instant later, with the timer showing that 12 minutes had actually elapsed, and Riondino's pose and behaviour had completely changed. Almost lying on the couch, with his feet on the desk, and an expression on his face somewhere between boredom and insolence. "Have you got a cigarette?" Just as he had at the time, Claps shivered at the sound of that adolescent voice, so incredibly young. "I'm sorry, I only smoke a pipe." "What shit, that's for old people." Claps's eyes were closed, but in his mind he saw Riondino ostentatiously refusing to look at Professor Reti, staring instead at his own fingernails. "What do you want from Julia?" "To talk to her. But you must be the rebel, is that right?" "How the fuck do you know my name? Who told you it?" "It was—" "Forget it, I don't care who told you about me. Tell me what you want from Julia." "I'll tell you anyway. It was Jack." "Are you and Jack friends?" "Well, you can both go and fuck yourselves then." He'd said it without anger, sounding almost bored, as though he was about to yawn. "We're not friends, no, but we do talk. Don't you get on with him?" "None of your business. Why do you want to talk to Julia?" "Don't you get on with Jack?" "What do you care?" There was a moment of silence before the rebel began again, in an irritated tone. "I fucking hate him. Always giving orders. Do this, don't do that. I do what I want. Nobody can tell me how I have to behave." "How old are you, rebel?" 17. So? I was just asking. You're young. I'm not old like you, if that's what you mean. For the last time, what do you want from Julia? What if I said that it was none of your business? Retti's voice wasn't in any way confrontational. He spoke almost sweetly. I'd tell you to go fuck yourself, and to forget all about her. I'd stop her from ever coming out. Can you do that? She listens to me. She knows I care about her. Are you trying to protect her? I have no intention of harming her. That's just words. I don't care about words. I want to know what you want from her. What does Julia need protecting from? Or who? From Jack, for example? From Hannibal? Claps remembered the way Riondino, or rather the rebel, had reacted to that name. He had instantly taken his feet from the table and jumped to his feet, red in the face and with the veins in his neck bulging, waving his fist and shouting at Reti, You fucking... It looked as though he was about to set about the professor when suddenly he had stopped moving, as though frozen in that position, before letting his arms fall to his sides and sitting down with his eyes closed. And when he had reopened them, Clapps's blood had gone cold in his veins. Riondino's transformation went beyond anything he could have imagined. The lines of his face had become relaxed and soft, and all angularity, all hardness had vanished, together with all his lines and wrinkles. His face seemed rounder, fuller, in a word, more graceful, and was sweetened by the hint of a smile. If he had undone his ponytail, the transformation into a female face would have been almost total. Absurdly, he had made Claps think of the Mona Lisa.
"I'm Julia."
The voice wasn't high-pitched, but was soft enough to make a person who couldn't see the speaker's face think they were listening to a woman.
"He isn't a bad kid, but he's young. Even though he thinks he's already a man and he's impulsive, he thinks it's his duty to protect the people he cares about."
Claps remembered the professor's expression of shock at the transformation.
"Jack has told me about you and what you're trying to do to help us, but the boy doesn't know anything about it. That's why he was so suspicious. I managed to take his place before things got serious."
Silence. It took Professor Etty several seconds to regain his composure. "Julia, what do you think I'm doing with Jack?"
"I think being locked up here is horrible."
There was great calmness in that voice, and a disarming simplicity in what it said. "Do you know why you're here?"
"I know that one of us did something serious, but I don't know exactly what. Jack has never wanted to tell me."
"Do you speak to Jack often?"
"Hardly ever."
A gloomy note had appeared in Julia's voice. Claps remembered how her face darkened.
"In any case, we've been here for a long time and we're all suffering. I'm very worried, and not primarily for myself."
"Who are you worried about, Julia?"
"Well, you've seen the state the rebel's in. With each day that passes, he's more introverted and aggressive, full of anger. But then, if you deprive a young person of their freedom, especially if they haven't done anything... But the one who worries me the most is Little."
"Little? Jack's never spoken to me about him."
"That doesn't surprise me. Little's just a little boy who..."
"A little boy?"
"He's 7. But Jack keeps him at arm's length, so that's why it doesn't surprise me that he's never mentioned him. It's strange. It's almost as though for some reason he's afraid of him. He's actually a very sweet child, and a very sad one. There's something inside him that hurt him, and that continues to hurt him."
7 years old. The professor hesitated for several seconds. "Can I ask you how old you are, Julia?"
"What a strange question. Nobody's ever asked me that before."
"I'm asking you now, if it's okay."
"Well, I've never thought about it. 30? 35? No, wait. 28. I'm 28.
"And could you tell me how long you've been here?"
"A long time."
"How long? 5 years? 10?
"Jack says 3 years."
"So Little was 4 when they brought you here?"
"No, he's 7.
"You mean he was 7 then as well?"
"I told you, he's 7.
"Okay, Julia." A short pause. "Do you often come out?"
"Hardly ever. During the day it's the others who come out, especially the wimp. I come out sometimes at night, but I don't like where I am."
"And the rest of the time? Do you rest?"
"Of course. I rest like everybody else. I do my things. I spend a lot of time with Little, sometimes with the rebel, but mainly with Little. He needs affection, and not to be on his own."
"Do you speak to the others?"
"Not often. Sometimes to the professor. He's nice."
"What do you mean when you say you do your own things, Julia?"
"My things? When we were free, I used to come out more often and look after the house. Sometimes I used to cook.
I looked after Little. I used to take him to the cinema. I used to draw a lot.
And now, Julia?
I think I can't draw any more. I think about poems and stories to tell Little.
What kind of stories?
The kind you tell children, fairy stories.
I can get you some coloured pencils and drawing paper if you'd like.
That would be lovely.
I'd like to see some of your drawings, Julia. Will you do some for me?
It won't be easy for you to see them. Jack tears them up as soon as he catches sight of them. He always has done.
And why does he do that?
He says they're horrible, little girl stuff. But that's not the real reason.
Do you want to tell me what is?
He's scared that if Little sees them, he might start drawing too.
I don't understand.
Like I told you, it's as though Jack is scared of Little. He doesn't want to hear him mentioned, doesn't want to know what he does, and as well as acting as if that little boy doesn't exist, he's always careful to avoid having anything to do with him. That's why he doesn't want to find himself looking at one of his drawings one day.
You must admit, Julia, that's a strange way of behaving. Perhaps he's afraid of what Little might draw.
I don't know. That's the way Jack is. He's always been like that. We've all always been like this. It's not strange.
There was silence for a few moments. Julia, if I can help you get free, how do you imagine your life? What would you want from it?
Oh, not much. To be with Little, write poems, look after the house, and go out, yes. Go out, spend a lot of time around other people. But Jack would never let me do that.
The recording stopped. It took Claps a while before the tension listening to that recording provoked in him had passed. He went back into the kitchen and drank straight from a bottle of water while a tenuous light began to filter through the windows. It was difficult to pick up the thread of his thoughts. I have to get back to Italy, to Milan, as soon as possible. Had it been Julia who had said it? If it had, it couldn't be a challenge. Something like that was not Julia's style, and trying to yank their chain would be even less like her. It was more probable that it was an attempt to lead them astray, perhaps to protect Little. There was, however, a fourth possibility. Was Julia actually aware of what was going on? Did she know that they were on the run? Could the information that she had let slip to the hostess not simply have been the result of her naivety, of her candour? It was possible, but how likely was it? Clapp sighed. He couldn't work it out. Whichever way you looked at the question, it was a gamble to think that Riondino was really in Milan. A gamble which was basically not that different from the one he had taken when he'd gone looking for him in Guayaquil. A gamble that he'd won. And anyway, in the end, don't hunted beasts often take refuge in the place they know best? Yes, thought Claps as he swallowed a pill. It was on Milan that he would bet his final chip.
Chapter 3. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the first check ordered by Sensi the previous day had been completed. How Riondino had managed to disappear from Madrid airport after it had been locked down by the police was a mystery for which there was only one explanation. All the passengers, pilots, flight, airport, and even uniformed military personnel had been checked as they left. The only way he could have done it was by changing his appearance and his documents, something which, as the commissioner remembered very well, Riondino had already proved himself capable of. But leaving the airport with his new identity was just one of the possibilities. He could have taken a connecting flight. From that afternoon until the next morning, there were only 2 flights to Milan and 1 to Bergamo. Maezza had pulled a face when Sensi had asked for a check on the passengers of those 3 flights. "Commissioner, do you really think that he's come back here?" "I can accuse Mr. Claps of making a mistake, but I can't accuse Monsieur Pascal,"
replied the Commissioner, amused by his joke, and by the embarrassment of Maetza when he'd asked who this Frenchman was. It took hours, but in the end, the over 200 checks on the male passengers on those 3 flights had been completed. "They're all in order, sir, no doubt about it," said Maetza. "It was a total waste of time." "It was necessary, Maetza, so keep your comments to yourself," replied Sensi, sounding almost annoyed. "Sorry, sir, it wasn't a criticism, though. There are pictures that show Riondino leaving the airport." For a moment the Commissioner was speechless. "The CCTV cameras?" "I've just spoken to our Spanish colleagues, who only finished checking all the footage yesterday. They tracked down a sequence where Marco Zust went to the toilet right after passport control, but they didn't see him coming out. They're certain that he's a man who comes out wearing different clothes and with a cap on his head, and even his ponytail seems to have disappeared. Over the next few minutes he can be seen leaving his luggage in a waiting room and stealing another passenger's trolley. He left the airport at 17:47. 17 and 47. 2 unlucky numbers. 2 minutes later he got into a taxi and— "Has the driver been traced?" interrupted Sensi. "I was getting to that, Doctor. The taxi dropped him off close to Bernabeu, which is the stadium of—" "I know very well what Bernabeu is," the Commissioner cut in impatiently. "But are the images of the new Riondino clear?" Maetza shook his head. "They are sending them over, but they don't look that great. The pictures are not very high resolution. In fact, they say they're pretty grainy, and he always keeps his eyes to the ground and his cap pulled down low." "Fuck!" cursed the Commissioner, before slumping back into his chair and recovering his calm. "Okay. He's hiding in Spain. That seems obvious to me at this point. It's the Guardia Civil's problem now. It was fucking stupid to think for even 1 minute that he'd come back to Italy," he said, while his anger was replaced by the pleasant feeling of a weight being lifted from his shoulders. For a few seconds, Sensi sat in silence, thinking. "Maetza, call off the alarm on Riondino. We'll just pay attention at the borders. And fuck Pascal." "What a piece of shit this car is. A Fiat. I shouldn't have listened to you, Fox." "It's not so bad, Jack, and it's ideal for keeping a low profile. Did you want to make everyone notice us by driving around in a Ferrari?" "Forget it. Here, this is it." The white Punto pulled up a short distance away from the entrance to an elegant building. The sleet of the previous evening had turned into a sad, thin drizzle. Even though evening hadn't yet fallen, many lights were already on. "You promised it would just be a look, Jack, remember? Just a look. I want to see how old she is. Aren't her photos on Facebook enough? Photos can be deceptive. 10 years ago she was very young. She won't have changed so much." "We'll see. All we have to do is wait for her to come back from work. Let's make ourselves comfortable, Fox." "You're making a mistake, Commissioner." Clapps's tone was quiet but sharp. "Riondino is here, or is coming. He just chose not to use any means of transport we can check up on. He's a smart man, and a careful one." "No," repeated Sensi patiently for the 3rd time since that interview had begun. "He was seen leaving the airport and going to the centre of Madrid. He is not here, and the fact that he said what he did to the hostess confirms it. No criminal on the run would reveal where he is going to hide." "You're making a serious mistake." Sensi took off his glasses, sighed, and looked straight at Claps. As if he was only seeing him at that moment for the first time since he had returned, he noticed that Claps looked tired, and that there was an almost manic light in his eyes. "Listen," he said, no longer any trace of patience in his tone. "You've been gone for 2 years. Never a phone call, never an answer to the dozens of messages I left you. I only found out a few days ago that you've been in 3 continents hunting for Riondino, without, of course, keeping me informed. You turn up yesterday as cool as a cucumber and tell me, as though it had only been a few days since we'd last seen each other, about the business in Ecuador and this absurd theory that the son of a bitch has actually come back here to Milan.
It's not an absurd theory. I found him in Guayaquil.
That was coincidence, pure coincidence. You said so yourself.
Sensi cut him off in a tone that was harsher than he intended. He's already here, or he's coming, said Claps. Call it a possibility if you prefer, but it's a very concrete possibility, not a theory. Sensi stood up suddenly and went over to the office window. It had stopped raining and darkness was about to fall. One by one, the city began switching on its lights. Darkness, thought Sensi, as though you could call the leaden glow of that Milanese day light, as though you could call what he saw behind Claps's crazed eyes lucidity.
I understand how obsessed you are with Riondino, he said, with a tone he tried to make sound compassionate, but I have to act on the basis of facts. We are understaffed and up to our necks in cases as it is.
Sensi turned to look Claps in the face again.
Let me do my job. Anyway, wasn't it you who resigned 2 years ago? He concluded, feeling only a hint of regret at his words after they had left his mouth.
She appeared from a side street, wrapped up in her knee-length red overcoat. She wore sober black leather boots with a low heel, so as not to slip on the wet sidewalk.
There she is, Fox. There she is.
Looking downwards, she walked calmly with something like composure towards the front door of the building. She raised her head as she pulled her keys from her bag. The light above the entrance illuminated her face for a few moments before she disappeared inside the building.
She's still very beautiful, Jack. Did you see how she walked? How she moved? Jack, not until we're ready to leave, we said. I can still see her skin. Do you remember her little pussy, Jack?
For fuck's sake, Jack, keep your Hannibal under control, not until we're ready to leave.
Okay, Fox. Riondino started the car. Let's go and find a whore for tonight, at least. One with big tits, the way the Count used to like.
Jack!
Don't worry, Fox. Just a fuck.
Soraya's naked body floated palely in the water. Her smile was uncorrupted.
"I'll drown if you don't stop him," she said, opening her eyes.
"You can't drown," answered Claps. "You're already dead."
"I'll do it again unless you stop him. I'll drown," she said, her smile growing yet more luminous.
"How is that possible?" Claps felt light-headed. He felt like smiling, too.
"Come closer."
Soraya's voice was as sweet as the expression on her face.
"And I'll tell you."
Claps sat on the rim of the large bathtub. The water was transparent, and the bottom of the tub an intense azure. Soraya's shadow seemed to be floating there, too. Soraya reached out a hand towards him.
"Are you afraid to touch me?"
she asked, seeming almost amused at the sight of the immobile Claps.
"I can't hurt you. I'm dead. You said so yourself."
Slowly, Claps extended a hand. His fingers brushed against Soraya's. "They're not cold," he observed in surprise.
"They will be if I drown."
"Will you die again?"
"Every time he takes another girl."
Soraya continued to smile sweetly, but now with a hint of sadness.
"You'll stop him before he does, won't you?"
Soraya intertwined her fingers with those of Claps. "But I don't have the police to help me now," he answered.
I don't know where to start looking for him.
Are you going to give up? Are you going to let me drown?
Soraya began to pull her hand away, but Claps didn't let her. He held it tight. I won't let him, he promised, smiling at Soraya's radiant face. When he woke up a few seconds later, Claps still felt for a moment as though he was holding Soraya's hand. Riondino opened his eyes. In the darkness of the room, the digital clock read 3:58. He slid gently out of bed, making no sound.
Come here, little. Are we going out, Julia? Are you taking me out? No, little, we can't go out. And anyway, it's the middle of the night, and it's cold outside. No, it's not. It's always hot here. We're not in that nice place any more, little. It's winter where we live now, and it's very cold. But I want to go out. You know what we're going to do instead? We're going to do a nice drawing. Really? I love drawing. But you've never let me try. Jack didn't want you to. I'm scared of Jack, Julia. Don't worry, little. Jack is far, far away, and he can't do anything to you. Really? He isn't going to come here? No, little, don't worry, you're with me. So, what do you want to draw, then? The sea, with a sailing boat. No, a house, with some mountains. No, I'll draw what you tell me to draw, if you promise you'll take me out when it's not cold any more. To the cinema? Yes, yes. OK, then, it's a deal. But now, listen to what I want you to draw for me.
Chapter 4. The area was in the distant outskirts of the city. The ground was muddy and uncultivated, the road a couple of dozen metres away. It was cold at 6 in the morning, and each word condensed in the air into a cloud of frozen breath. Some parts of the caravan's skeleton were still smoking. Maetza banged his feet on the tarmac while he was filled in on the details. The call came in at 2:30, and an hour later we had the fire under control. When they first went in an hour afterwards, it didn't look like there was anybody there. It just looked like vandalism, kids being idiots. But 40 minutes later, under the detritus, the fireman swallowed and hesitated for a moment. We found the kid, the remains, burned. 10, 11 years old by the look of it. Fuck. Maetza felt his stomach tighten up. He turned to a young uniformed policeman nearby. Are you from the local police station? Yes, Inspector. What can you tell me about the caravan? I've always seen it here. It was in a pretty bad state, without wheels. The whores used to use it. So nobody lived in it? No, Inspector. Not that we're aware of. Just whores, for turning tricks, maybe the odd junkie. Brilliant. And it never occurred to anybody to remove it? The young policeman held out his hands in a gesture of impotence. That's not up to me. Maetza breathed on his hands and rubbed them together vigorously. He really ought to buy a pair of gloves. Whores. So what the fuck was a kid doing in there? As soon as the news started to circulate, the TV crews would be here, and what could be better for the midday news than a nice little report on a kid burnt to death in a caravan, maybe seasoned with a bit of rhetoric about the disastrous social realities of the day, latchkey kids, blah blah. But anyway, with or without the pressure of the media, there were plenty of questions that needed answering. First of all, who was that poor kid, and what were they doing there? Why was a kid alone? The second, had it been an accident, just a tragic accident? Questions which demanded rapid answers, preferably precise and qualified. Create a cordon around the caravan. Nobody else is to go near it now. And call the Labanov to arrange an autopsy for the kid. Since he'd dreamt of Soraya, Claps had only managed to sleep for brief intervals, and his sleep had been, in any case, agitated. He was looking for an idea, a place from which to start looking for Riondino, but the more he thought, the more obvious it was that without the help of the police it would be impossible not just to find him, but to even begin looking for him. So was he going to have to wait for Riondino to strike again to convince Sensi that he was there? It wouldn't be difficult, or even at the end of the day dishonourable, to give in and accept the evidence, but that was not what he had promised Soraya. Soraya. Claps made an abrupt gesture, as though to brush away an unwanted thought. Soraya was just a dream. He had made that promise to himself. He couldn't resign himself to waiting for other victims. Was that dream the Claps of the past come back, letting the image of Greta Alfieri slowly fade and replacing it with that of Soraya's smile, the thirst for revenge at any cost, vanishing to make room for the old anxiety to prevent there from being new victims? New victims who wouldn't be long coming, if under normal conditions Riondino's period of latency between one crime and the next was 3 months, it was now to be expected that the interval would diminish radically. There were plenty of studies and statistics that demonstrated how stress and lack of sleep, which Riondino was surely experiencing at the moment, amplified the aggressive instincts. Don't resign yourself to waiting for other victims. Yet he had nothing to go on except what Julia had confided to the hostess. For the umpteenth time, like a wheel spinning in mid-air, he wondered why Julia had told the hostess about her final destination. Just out of candour, or could there be another reason? Claps mulled over the hostess's tale, word by word, and, as though struck by lightning, suddenly saw something he hadn't noticed, even though it had been right before his eyes from the beginning. He felt a kind of excitement start to stir beneath his skin. It was clear now. Candour had nothing to do with it, just like all the other possible motives. There might be a reason, though, a very specific one. An idea formed in Claps's mind. Julia. Jack. Little. Claps shuddered, abandoning that thought in the corner of his mind for a moment while he went back to thinking about Julia. Her personality was complex, and she wasn't as innocent as she might seem. With a fast and nervous movement, he played back the second recording he had kept. It was the third time he had listened to it that morning. Julia had just told a surprised Professor Reti that she dreamed. "Are you telling me that you dream, Julia?" "Are you surprised? Everyone dreams, Professor. Even you, don't they?" "It's true. It's something we all do." "It only happens to me rarely, but it does happen." Claps had always asked himself how a personality which, when it wasn't out, existed only as an abstract, like a lost thought or a background noise, could dream. "And what do you dream, Julia?" "I know that I have them, but I never remember what I've dreamt." "You really don't remember any of them?" "There's one that I have sometimes, but I'm not sure I want to talk to you about it." "Come on, Julia. It could be useful for the work we're doing together." "I don't know, Professor. Who knows what you'll think of me if I tell you?" "Don't worry. Tell me about it." "Will you tell Jack?" "It's just between us two, Julia." "There's a person lying down, and I'm next to them, nearby. The person isn't dressed. They've got a nice body, shapely. The skin is as white as milk." "It's a woman, isn't it?" "Yes. I caress her. She has nice breasts. Her skin is soft as silk. I really like caressing her, and I keep doing it. I speak to her. Her hips are soft." "And does the woman caress you?" "No, only I do it. I feel all of her skin. Her breasts almost fit into the palm of my hand. Her nipples are dark against the milky white of her body.
Her belly is deep when it welcomes my hand. It's beautiful. I tremble. I never want to stop, but at a certain point I know that she has to go. And I go away.
Do you know where she has to go?
No, but I know that she's going to wear a red dress, and that she's going to go.
Clapp stopped the file. Julia knew, and that wasn't all. She took part in those horrors, lying to herself and pretending that it was a dream instead of a memory shared with Hannibal and with Jack. Lydia Villegas, the girl who had been blessed by fortune, must have known her caresses before she'd known Hannibal's knife, and so must the other poor victims in Guayaquil. Multiple personalities, Claps had thought when he had heard the recording for the first time 2 years ago, different branches of the same tree, some with bitter, poisonous fruits, others with fruits that were sweet or tasteless, but all of the same plant. The red dress, the blood that would have covered that white body, a dress to wear only after Julia's sweet, lascivious caresses. Was that why Soraya had still been smiling when Riondino had so suddenly killed her? But she hadn't worn the red dress before she left. She wasn't prey, she was just a possible witness who needed to be eliminated. And since she wasn't prey, what sense was there in Julia's caresses? And why did Soraya then have that smile on her lips? Claps dropped on the armchair and called a number on his mobile. It took several seconds before the line connected in Ecuador.
Doctor, I hope I didn't wake you up, Zambrano. It's just midnight here. I was drinking one last beer. It makes me sleep better. I've no intention of keeping you from your beer and your bed for long. Have you got the results of the autopsy on Soraya Palacios? Nothing that wasn't already obvious, Doctor. Riondino broke her neck, got her in a deadly grip and gave it one sharp twist. It took less than a second. For a moment, Clapp seemed to hear the grim snap of the bones. No other sign of violence, concluded Zambrano. Are there any signs of a sexual rapport? Asked Claps, fighting off a brief flurry of dizziness. You surprise me, Doctor. How can you imagine that? No penetration and no sperm, either inside her or in the bathwater. But, the doctor who performed the autopsy said the Palacios had a great deal of vaginal secretion. In short, she was muy excitada, mojada, wet, probably still going through the preliminaries with Riondino, or maybe she was masturbating and didn't notice him coming up behind her. In any case, she went from pleasure to death in an instant. That's why she still had that sonrisa absurda on her lips. Claps remained silent for a few seconds. Soraya had been masturbating. The image of her pleasuring herself bothered him, and in any case the situation didn't seem credible. No matter how short, the time between the first sudden touch of Riondino's hands and the deadly grip should have extinguished that smile. It was more credible that Julia had been there with her before Hannibal arrived. Doctor, are you still there? Yes, sure. He paused again. Did anything interesting emerge from the search of the villa? Clapp seemed to see Zambrano shaking his head desolately. Nothing more than what you saw yourself. A lot of fingerprints and DNA, but not one letter, one note, one photograph. Just the outline of the computer on the desk. Though perhaps I do have something new. Riondino used the internet a lot. He had a contract for unlimited data, and he used it fully. Have you managed to find out what sites he was visiting? We know the sites, mainly online trading and Facebook. But there's no way of finding out his interests or who he interacted with, said Claps, vaguely hoping he would be contradicted. No, not without the hard disk. When Claps hung up again, he decided that he could make a perhaps slightly desperate attempt to intercept Riondino. He looked at the clock.
uncertain as to whether to make another intercontinental call or wait a few hours. Maetza lifted the receiver.
"This is Manara from the Labanov."
As usual, more out of habit than modesty, she had omitted her title. "Good morning, Doctor. This is Inspector Maetza. I don't know if you remember, we've already met."
"Of course I remember. That time with the monster and little Ami in Tuscany. Are you the person handling the caravan case?" asked Manara in her youthful voice. "I still have to carry out the autopsy on the body, and the analysis of the remains of the fire has only just begun, but there is something of importance that I can tell you right away. It's not a child."
"What?" Maetza realized that his mouth was hanging open in shock.
"And it's not a dwarf either. It's an adult, a woman, to be precise."
"But—"
"I know what you're going to say," Manara interrupted him. "The body is too small to be that of an adult. That's because of the effects of the extremely high temperature that developed during the fire. It causes tissue dehydration and a violent muscle tendon contraction, which caused a fracture of the long bones," she said in a mild tone that softened the brutality of her words. "The result is a reduction in body volume. In other words, the body has shrunk. That's why at first it was confused with that of a child."
"A woman, you said?"
"Yes, I wanted to inform you of that immediately. You'll have to wait for the other details. I'll call you as soon as I have something for you," said Manara, and hung up quickly.
Maetza stretched in his chair. At the end of the day it was better this way. The idea that it was a child had been upsetting him all morning, and identifying the body now would be a walk in the park. All they had to do was talk to the prostitutes who worked in that area to find out who their unfortunate colleague was. It wasn't all good news, though. A dead prostitute burnt to death in an abandoned caravan didn't promise anything good. It smelt much more like a murder than an accident. He hadn't slept much that night either, no more than 3 hours, before finding himself with his eyes wide open at the first light of the day. Riondino had not got up, though, and had tried to let himself fall back to sleep. He knew he needed it after not having slept enough for days on end. Eventually, he had managed to fall back into a light, agitated sleep, and the rumbling of a passing tram in the street had been the first thing he heard as his mind regained full lucidity. "You hear that, Fox? I'll admit it. I missed the sound of the tram."
"What the fuck came over you last night, Jack?"
"I'll admit that, too. I let myself get a bit carried away."
"A bit carried away? For fuck's sake. We killed a hooker."
"Exactly. A hooker. Who do you think cares? No one will connect it with Hannibal."
"It was only supposed to be a fuck, you said."
"Stop lecturing me, Fox. I've already told you I got carried away."
"This isn't about lecturing anyone, Jack. It's that we need to keep a low profile. Have you forgotten that?"
"She was just a whore. Don't you think that's a low enough profile?"
"Shit, Jack. You're going to get us caught if you carry on like this."
"We didn't leave any traces behind. The fire burned everything up."
"You're starting to get dangerous, Jack. I don't recognize you anymore."
"Fine, I'm starting to get dangerous, but stop breaking my balls." Riondino got out of bed and raised the shutters. "Fuck, it's raining again today," he said aloud. His attention, though, was immediately captured by the sheet of paper on the floor. It wasn't white. There were shapes drawn on it, in a childlike hand. As soon as Riondino saw what it portrayed, his face lost all its colour. Angrily, he seized it, tore it into 1,000 pieces and threw them far from him. "That whore! That fucking slut!" Riondino leaned back against the wall, and as though he had used up all his strength in that angry gesture, slid slowly to the floor and sat there with his head between his knees. His heart was beating very fast, and he felt as though there wasn't enough air. It took a long time for his heartbeat and breathing to return to normal.
"Jack,
leave me alone, Fox."
Riondino got to his feet wearily and made his way over to the bed. "What was in that picture that shook you up so badly? Get lost, Fox. Was it something to do with Little?" "Don't say that name. Don't fucking say it. Nobody must say it."
Claps! Munro's tone hung somewhere between irritated and playful. "This waking me up in the middle of the night is becoming a habit for you."
"Sorry, I completely forgot about the time difference," lied Claps.
"Ah, don't worry about it. It's done now. And anyway, I'd have called you as soon as I woke up," said Munro. "Senator Ross would like to speak to you to thank you in person. When can we organize it for?"
"That's not a good idea. Listen,
"Are you offended because your name didn't appear in the official version?" cut in Munro. "The Ecuadorian police took all the credit, and we thought it would be better if—"
It was Claps's turn to interrupt. "I don't care about my name not being included. I need your help, Munro. That's why I called you. That's all I care about at the moment."
"Riondino,"
Munro's tone grew serious. "Facebook, Italy. I want the profiles of the people who have most recently signed up from Milan, the ones in the last 60 hours, and then the ones that sign up over the next few days, names and addresses."
"Sorry, Claps, but don't you have your own communications police for that?"
"Will you do me this favor or not?"
"There'll be a lot of them."
"It's a short period. There'll be a lot of them, but not an enormous number."
"Are you looking for Riondino?"
"He's already used Facebook to create contacts and almost certainly did the same thing in Ecuador. And now I'm certain Riondino is in Milan, and he'll sign up with a new profile. He probably already has done."
"Yes, I heard about that Iberia hostess's statement. There's a chance that he's in your city now. But why create himself a new profile in Italy? If he uses Facebook, he'll already have one."
"That he used for a long time in Ecuador, where Zambrano is still digging through his life and where his username might yet emerge. He needs to create a new one if he wants to be safe."
"Okay, it's definitely a lead that's worth following up, but why are you asking me to do it? Wouldn't it be easier to—"
Claps cut him off. "I can't count on the assistance of the local police anymore. Don't ask me why not, but that's why I need your help," he said. "Names and addresses. That's what I need to cross-reference and cut down the number."
"It won't be easy," said Munro hesitantly.
"Come on, it's all on the database. You won't have to do it by hand."
"That's not what I mean, Claps. It's a delicate question of national authority. You're asking me for sensitive data about the citizens of another country. And," said Munro, emphasizing the word, "citizens of a country that has its own sovereignty."
"That's a detail you've never much cared about when you've been looking for information that interested you."
"Not this office, Claps. We're the Bureau. We handle federal crimes." Munro was silent for a moment. "But I suppose—"
"What?"
"We could speak to Interpol or—" "Okay, Claps. I'll think of something."
Once the conversation was over, Claps rubbed his face. This thing with Facebook was fairly desperate. But what else did he have to go on? Nothing. Claps dragged himself over to the desk in his study. For no specific reason, he turned on his PC. In his mind, the questions about Soraya and Julia's behavior went round, and gradually the absurd idea which had formed in his mind earlier began to take shape. Claps made another phone call and then went on the internet to look at the times of trains. The train he booked would arrive at 15:30, in perfect time for the appointment he had just made. Chapter 5. Maetza quickly climbed the wide staircase leading to the first floor of the Institute of Forensic Medicine and Dr. Manara's office. He didn't have to wait to see her. "Have you got any more news for me, Doctor?"
I've completed the autopsy, and I think we can reach a conclusion.
Is it murder? Manara didn't answer the question directly. She smiled, and after putting a jotter containing notes which she didn't really need down on the desk, she began to speak in a neutral and professional tone. The body is that of a young Caucasian woman of 21 years old, judging by the almost complete maturation of the wisdom teeth. She was very small, very petite. Her height can't originally have been more than 1.60 meters, and her weight no more than 50 kilos. The body, as you saw yourself, was completely carbonized by the flames. At one stage the temperature must have reached and exceeded 1,000 degrees centigrade until the windows exploded and the flames burst through the roof. After that, and due to the stormy weather and rain, the fire would have continued at lower temperatures, say about 600 degrees, which explains why the internal organs are relatively well preserved, with the exception, of course, of the abdominal viscera, which spilled out and were burnt. Do you mean that the intestines were outside the body? Asked Maetza, feeling vaguely nauseous just at the idea. But then that means—
It does happen quite often, Manara cut him off. It's because the abdomen literally explodes, she said, adopting a softer tone. Evisceration due to expansion of intestinal gas caused by high temperatures is a phenomenon that we do sometimes see, but, urged Maetza, who was feeling even more unwell after her explanation. Well, in those cases, it is, as I was saying, an actual explosion of the abdomen, and on burnt bodies, the tearing of the abdomen is usually jagged and very irregular. With this woman, though, even though it was affected by heat and dehydration, the tearing appears to be much more linear, and that makes me think
that the abdomen had been opened up before the fire.
Again, Manara, smiling, didn't answer the question directly. I therefore continued the autopsy and moved on to the examination of the principal internal organs. Despite having the characteristic appearance of cooked meat, they are intact and free of wounds or injuries from blades, firearms, or blunt instruments. Above all, I found no traces of smoke in the lungs, nor signs of burns inside the trachea. In other words, the woman was no longer breathing when the fire began. Like Greta Alfieri, Christina Manara just had time to think, growing gloomy as she concluded, I believe that ultimately it can be asserted that death occurred as a result of a violent hemorrhagic shock resulting from a deep wound to the abdomen, a wound so deep it caused evisceration.
So it's a murder, a vendetta, a punishment, a client?
Manara was about to say something when Maetza heard the phone in her office ring. She picked up the receiver and listened, replying in monosyllables. That was the results of the gas chromatography on the residues of the fire, she said to Maetza once she had hung up. There are traces of a trigger. Gasoline. Unleaded gasoline. The high-speed Frecciarossa train arrived in Florence in perfect time. Only an hour and 3/4 for a journey that would have taken at least 3 a few years ago. The bitter winter wind that blew down from the mountains and through the streets of the city was still the same, though. Claps, hunched inside his overcoat with the collar pulled up, set off at a brisk walk, and in a few minutes reached Via de Cerretani, and from there the square of the Duomo. Without even looking at the cathedral or Brunelleschi's dome, much less at the passers-by he encountered, he kept walking until, his face numb with the cold, he arrived at Piazza delle Palottole, where Professor Reti was awaiting him at home. That same home where he had received him 2 years ago with Greta. Greta. It all seemed so far away now. Claps had to strain to remember her face that day, her movements, her voice, the dress she wore. "Are you sure I can't get you something to warm you up?" asked Reti. "I have an excellent cognac, the perfect remedy against the winter wind." No alcohol, thank you. I'm fine." I understand. You're right. You want to get straight down to business. You didn't come all the way down here just to sample the cognac of Florence, however good it is.
Clapp seemed about to say something, but the professor cut him off with a smooth gesture of his hand.
Julia. You want to talk about Julia, as you told me.
I'd like you to help me clarify my thoughts.
As Professor Reti slowly filled his pipe and lit it, Claps faithfully reported the hostess's story and his own uncertainties about how much credit to give to that conversation. Yes, there is no doubt that it was Julia, said the professor after long reflection, and she certainly wasn't speaking just to make conversation. Reti left the phrase hanging while he got up from his chair and poured himself a measure of cognac. "Are you sure I can't tempt you?" he asked before resuming. "As I was saying, it certainly wasn't just to make conversation that Julia let slip her destination."
Claps nodded slowly. The professor had understood immediately, not like him, who had needed to chew over it for hours before he had realized.
"Riondino was sleeping," he said, looking into Reti's eyes. "That's right," smiled the Reti, holding his gaze. "You noticed. Riondino, or rather Jack, who had certainly taken full control over the escape, was sleeping. It was then that Julia came out, and only for a few minutes. And she only stayed out long enough to talk to the hostess. Immediately afterwards, Riondino was asleep again."
"She came out when Jack wasn't in control, and she did it specifically to speak to the hostess," Clapp said, his tone very serious.
"Of course, she did it for that precise reason, to reveal her destination to someone. She knew that the police would question the people who were on that flight, and having no other passengers nearby, she called for the hostess's attention with the excuse of wanting some water." Professor Reti paused to light his pipe again. "All this, however, presents us with a problem. Why? It only makes sense if we think she is capable of coming up with a plan to throw them off the trail and protect Little. But the Julia I know isn't capable of strategic thinking or of formulating a plan." They were gradually approaching the point which was most important to Claps.
"And if it had been Jack who got her to do it?" he asked almost provocatively.
Professor Reti shook his head immediately. If that was what he had wanted, Jack would have done it himself. And in any case, in the situation they found themselves in, escaping like that, he wouldn't have let any of the others come out. And in fact, Julia was only able to come out while Jack was sleeping, in secret, you might almost say. And that might make us think that she was telling the truth. But what would be the point of her revealing their destination and facilitating the job of the police? That's the problem. It doesn't make sense that Julia would be telling the truth, but at the same time, I struggle to believe that she was trying to mislead the police by lying under her own initiative.
Claps leant slightly towards Reti. Finally, they had got to the point, to the bizarre idea he'd had.
"Let's just suppose that she was telling the truth. Tell me, Professor, how far could the conflict between Jack and Julia go?" "That's an odd question. Do you think Julia wanted to get Jack into trouble?" "You don't think it's possible?" "Well, Jack and Julia never got along, that's certainly true. But this is much bigger than that. If Julia had consciously told the truth, that would actually mean she was informing the police," the professor said, emphasizing his words, "which might incidentally put her and Little back in the lunatic asylum." Another pause while he drained the liqueur that remained in his glass. "We still don't know much about this pathology, but I can't remember a case of such a bitter enmity between two personalities being mentioned in the literature."
"Billy Milligan had the undesirables, though," observed Claps, referring to the pilot case from 40 years before.
"True. April the hooker, Phil the thug, Samuel the Orthodox Jew, and 10 more. 13 undesirables altogether who clashed with Billy, the leader of Milligan's personality. One by one he put all of them away and prevented them from coming out. That was how he solved the conflict. This shows that violent confrontations between two or more personalities are possible. Yes, of course. But the one between Jack and Julia never seemed to me to be a conflict of that type, so intense as to make her practically turn herself over to the police to get at Jack. That's how she was 2 years ago, Professor, but things might have got worse in the meantime. He would have put her away. And what if Jack wasn't able to put Julia away? I mean, he hadn't managed to do it with Hannibal 10 years ago when he was still leading a normal life. Reti wasn't convinced. My dear Claps, this is a field where we have no certainties and where everything is possible. But even if we admit that there is a violent conflict between the two personalities, it is difficult for me to conceive of this type of, let's say, self-destructive behavior on the part of Julia. But don't we even see it between normal people? Asked Claps. To some extent, isn't self-destructiveness part of human nature? Touché, said the Professor with a smile. Punish Jack, whatever the consequences. Is that what you are thinking, Mr. Claps? It would explain everything. It would explain the fact of her coming out, as you said, without Jack knowing. It would explain what she said. What is the thing that Jack fears more than anything else, even more than Julia herself fears it? Going back to the asylum. Professor Reti carefully packed down the tobacco still burning in the bowl of his pipe. After laying the pipe tambour in the ashtray, he began to talk slowly. Let us not forget, though, that we began with a purely hypothetical assumption, that Julia was telling the truth to the hostess, an assumption that, to be totally frank, continues not to convince me. But since we are in the field of pure hypothesis, let us continue. Do you have any idea what the reason for such a serious conflict might be, Mr. Claps? Little, the Professor reflected in silence for a few moments. That is a possibility. For some reason, Jack fears him, so much that he completely ignores him and behaves as if he doesn't exist, so much so that he never mentioned him in the sessions, not even under hypnosis. He and Hannibal are the only personalities I never managed to talk to, while instead Julia, in her strange way, cares for Little and protects him. That could certainly be the source of a clash between the two. Tell me about Little, Professor. How are you feeling, Jack? Riondino was lying on the bed, and the room was immersed in almost complete darkness. His open eyes caught only a faint glow that filtered in through the window. I'm fine. Everything's fine, Fox. We've been lying on the bed without doing anything for hours. Don't tell me that everything's fine. We'll be going out soon. I just need a little more time. What's happening to you, Jack? All this for a drawing? It was that damn slut. Julia. She made him do that drawing. She wants to get back at me. What was the drawing, Jack? A little room. 2 little brothers in a big bed. A man at the door. And what's so upsetting about that? That it comes from him. She wants to give me his memory. Get inside me. Jack keeps Little at a distance, said Claps. It's the only personality he doesn't interact with. He's afraid of Little's memory. Professor Reti coughed to clear his throat. He laid the now extinguished pipe down on the desk. Which of us normal people doesn't try to forget, try to bury the memory of the most painful things we have had to deal with as deeply as possible in our minds? Well, it's the same for Riondino. He suffered terrible traumas during his childhood, the sexual abuse by the stepfather, his mother's insanity, the death of the little brother he wanted to protect. Unable to accept all that, to process it, his mind couldn't cope, and it broke into pieces, dissociating into various personalities. And to protect himself, he kept the memory of all the horror and the pain he had experienced in a single personality. Little.
"It's no coincidence that Little has remained a child," observed Claps after a few seconds of reflection. "It was then, when he was that age, that those awful events, the pain, the memory of all that had happened, became unbearable for Riondino. It had to be removed, imprisoned and abandoned in Little, while the rest of Riondino, even though it was split, grew up and aged without sharing it, and became what he is today. Jack, basically." "Yes, or at least to a large extent. A Jack who is now fused with some personalities and the few others that revolve around him, including Julia, and Little, who is kept hidden away along with all his awful memories. That's the way it is, but it's not just because Jack tries, almost I would say desperately, to ignore his existence. There's something deeper that explains why he is so afraid of Little." For a moment, Professor Reti seemed to be groping for the right words to explain, but then he said simply, "To understand, we have to start from another point of view. You see, it's precisely the distance from Little that allows Hannibal to exist and to be so evil." Claps rifled through his memories for a few seconds, and then quoted, "People who have never felt pain are bad, because once you've felt pain, you can't want to hurt anyone else. Is that it?" The professor smiled. "That's from Bebo's Girl, isn't it?" Claps nodded. "A slightly simplistic way of looking at it, and you know that just as well as I do, Mr. Claps, as though life was as simple, as straightforward as the story you find in that novel." Professor Reti shifted his position, making the leather of the armchair creak slightly. "Things are much more complex than that. It's true that the absence of a first-hand memory of pain allows a purer pleasure in giving it to others, but this can only happen because inside Jack there is, in any case, an awareness of pain." "You mean that even if he is unaware of the specific events which caused it?" "He is very well aware of the sad facts of his childhood," interrupted the professor, "even if only after having heard them described several times during the trial. But it's one thing to be aware of them, and another to actually remember them. Remembering means reliving them." "Exactly. But let's go back to what I was talking about. Even if he doesn't remember it himself, Jack knows very well what that pain, that horror is, even if Little is the only one who conserves it. Do you remember what you said yourself about Julia? Different branches, bearing different fruit, but from the same tree. Together with his blind rage, Jack senses the sorrow that moves mysteriously in the deafening silence between the deepest, most hidden folds of his fragmented mind, and he uses the part of himself that is Hannibal to prevent it from emerging. If I were a psychoanalyst, I would say that he exorcises it by causing his victims the same horror. Thanks to Hannibal, he transforms all the pain he causes others into pleasure, soothing the vague awareness of his own with a desire for revenge. We are talking about a cruel, pure pleasure that Jack cannot, and has no wish to, give up. For a long time there was only a profound silence in the professor's study. It was Claps who broke it. "Little embodies the memory of the pain, and Hannibal the blind rage that it causes," he said, almost to himself. If Little took his memory to Jack, that sordid pleasure which, thanks to Hannibal, he experiences by torturing his victims, would no longer be so horribly pure. Indeed, it would be counterproductive because in some way it would reawaken the horror that he himself experienced, and that is something Jack cannot want. But that's not all. Having lost his function, Hannibal would probably disappear, and once Little had fused, Julia could do the same, which would make much of the self that Jack had constructed with the other personalities he has formed a group with. In other words, the fusion would be complete, and in this way he would disappear himself to make room for a new person, a finally whole Giacomo Riondino.
And Jack can't wait to cancel himself out.
No, he wants to keep being what he is, to keep being Hannibal. That's why he is so scared of Little, and why he keeps him and himself far apart.
Chapter 6. Maezza was concluding his report to Sensi on what he had discovered from Dr. Manara. And finally, there are the footprints in the perimeter. The ground was muddy, and there were a lot of them. Mostly firefighters' boots, but the people at the Labanov have isolated some others too. There are a couple of pairs of prints that seem to be heading towards the caravan, one left by a female shoe with a heel, and a print that corresponds to what was left of the victim's footwear, and next to this what seems to be a male footprint, size 7. This footprint also reappears several times heading in the opposite direction. The curious thing, though, is that 2 of these are more or less the same distance along the path from the caravan to the road, but at a distance of about 15 feet apart. Commissioner Sensi squinted slightly. So the killer went to the caravan twice? It looks that way, sir. Are there any other prints? Asked Sensi. Only mine and those of a colleague from the local station, sir. We can't really say that a lot of people pass that way. Sensi reflected in silence for a few long moments. He went there with the victim and then came back on his own, obviously, and then went back to the caravan a second time and came back again. He went back to kill her. No, why would she have stayed in the caravan? He'd already killed her. He went back to set fire to everything and cover his tracks. Sensi thought it through logically. If that was how it had gone, it was obvious that the killer hadn't had what he'd needed to start the fire with him. So was it an impulse murder then? In that case, why had he taken a knife with him? Was it possible that he'd found it in the caravan? What point are we at with the identification of the victim? He asked suddenly. And are we certain she was a hooker? Maezza hesitated. For the moment, we only have her street name, Priska. We are trying to find out her real name, sir, but we think that she was from Eastern Europe. The prostitutes in that area are all run by Romanians and Albanians. Cut open and then burned. Sensi couldn't see a trick doing that on a sudden impulse. Her belly had been opened up with a single cut, like in harakiri. Maybe it was punishment for misbehaving. Maybe she tried to keep some money back, he said, but he was only thinking aloud. First he kills her, and then he goes to get the petrol to set the caravan on fire. A lesson for her fellow hookers. Keep to the straight and narrow, otherwise they know what the punishment will be. Maezza seemed to agree. We'll look for a short man involved in the local prostitution. We'll compare the prints of his shoes. Sensi felt a knot forming in his stomach. For a few minutes now, as much as he had tried to ignore it, a disturbing thought had been forcing its way into his mind. A ruthless way of killing, like a serial killer, a murderer who was short, like Riondino. The victim, a hooker, like Dorina Gioca, the first woman he had killed. Okay, Maezza, you handle it, said Sensi abruptly, pushing the thought out of his mind. Then, with an equally abrupt gesture, he dismissed the inspector. Like the night before, the punto driven by Riondino pulled up by the sidewalk in front of the building where Terry Schiave lived. Nice driving, Fox,
I'll let you do it more often. It's a good thing that I did drive tonight. You're in no shape to. I'm fine now. You really don't want to explain what's going on to me, do you, Jack? Why don't you want Little's memories? There's too much shit in there. That's all you need to know. I've already told you too much. Okay, Jack. Just one thing, though. Are you sure that it was Julia who organized it so you would find that picture? Of course I'm fucking sure it was that whore who made him do it. Those two are always together, and that little bag of shit always does what she says. And there was something in the drawing from his memory. That's enough, Fox. Do you think Julia could do it again? Because, given the way you reacted, that could be a serious problem. She's a long way away. She hasn't tried to come out since. She did it while we were resting, and she could do it again. Can you at least feel her, Jack? I can feel her hatred, and now she can feel mine. Anyway, I told you, that's enough. That other whore could be here any moment, and I don't want to miss her. It's late. She'll already be home from work. Maybe we're still in time to see her. What's the point of coming here every evening, Jack? We agreed that we're only going to take her when we're ready to leave. It'll be weeks yet. We have to check her habits, the time she does things. Soon we're going to start following her movements too. It has to be an absolutely sure thing. We need to plan every detail before we act. But that's not the only reason, is it? What? Are you a psychologist now? I know you too well, Jack. Okay, if you really want to know, just seeing her gives me a hard-on. It's like a build-up to the pleasure, Fox. A build-up to the vengeance that I've been waiting for. Is this vengeance really necessary? It's been 10 years, Jack. And for 10 years, the sweet smell of her pussy has been tormenting me. And I haven't forgotten that it's her fault they caught us. 10 years that I've been waiting to fuck her until she's bleeding, and then open her up right up to her throat.
The screen at the end of the carriage showed that the Frecciarossa was travelling at 298 kilometres per hour. Claps looked out of the window. The Autostrada del Sole motorway ran parallel to the tracks, and the headlights of the cars driving along it were inexorably left behind by the train as it sped past. The long conversation with Professor Reti had brought no certainties, but then, in a story like this, how could it be otherwise? Claps was increasingly convinced, though, that war had broken out between Julia and Jack, and he couldn't imagine any reason for this conflict that didn't involve Little in some way. And at the end of the day, the reasons for the animosity didn't really matter. The point was how to use that war to his advantage. Julia had already hit at Jack by revealing where they were going, and that meant she was willing to do anything, even send herself back to the asylum, in order to put Jack back in those chains that he hated more than anything else in the world. Of course, that way she would never again be able to caress some young woman while she waited for her to put on the red dress. But for her that was nothing but an insubstantial dream. Would she do anything else over the coming hours? And had Jack realized what had happened? Probably not, but he couldn't rule out that sooner or later that would happen, and then would he be able to stop Julia from coming out? Julia didn't have much room for manoeuvre. She had only acted when Riondino was sleeping, and Jack had lowered his defences, but that meant that she would have other occasions even after Jack had realized her betrayal. Riondino would have to rest sometime. And what else could Julia do? And how would Claps know and understand? The Frecciarossa slowed down as it passed through the last station before Milan Centrale. Another few minutes, and he would find himself back in the city where Riondino was hiding, perhaps, unknowingly, even near where he lived. Claps closed his eyes and let himself be rocked by the movement of the train. For no real reason he searched his memory for the sound of Greta's voice,
And almost like a betrayal, as soon as he found it, he found himself wondering what Soraya's had been like. The suburbs of the city, with their cold, livid lights, began to slide slowly past the windows. When, a few minutes later, a thin rain began to fall again, Claps was already walking out of the station and barely noticed it. If only it were possible to establish a way of communicating with Julia, a contact.
See, Jack, she's not alone.
Terry Schiavi had come back in the company of a man. They had got out of his car and huddled together under an umbrella, the man holding her to him with an arm around her shoulder. They laughed about something while she looked for the keys in her purse.
So, that will complicate things a bit.
No, it won't. We'll just pick her up when she's out, when she's on her own. We just need to find a safe place to take her. I want to have all the time I need to devote myself to her without rushing things. We'll need some nice handcuffs for what I have in mind.
Did you notice, Jack? She had the keys. He didn't even move to get them out of his pocket. Maybe they don't live together.
It doesn't make any difference. I just told you.
But it does, though. Finding a place to take her might be difficult, and perhaps even risky. We'll have to contact people, expose ourselves, and then we'll have to take her outside her house and transport her. Something might go wrong. Just when we've finally got the new documents and are ready to leave. If you really have to do it, Jack, you'd better do it here, at her house. Nothing will go wrong. It's already gone wrong with her once, and it cost us 7 years behind bars. Wasn't that enough for you, Jack? That was a stupid mistake. It won't happen again. Look, the lights have gone on in the corner flat on the first floor. That must be where she lives. First floor. That means that if we needed to get out of there, we'd be down in the street in no time.
You're even thinking of an escape route. You're a goddamn perfectionist, Fox.
To tell the truth, after the hooker last night, I think this is just another fucking risky idea. But if we really have to do it, I don't want to run too many risks right at the moment we're about to board an aeroplane and set off for a new life. It's better if you take her here, Jack, at her home. Think about it. There's plenty of time, less risks, identical result.
We'll see, Fox. Anyway, we'll be coming back here early tomorrow morning. Let's see if they actually spend the night together, what time they do things, and if they leave the house together. And what street she takes to go to work.
Chapter 7. Sensi couldn't get to sleep. He tossed and turned in the bed as though it would help him suppress the doubt that kept gnawing away inside his head on the other side of the pillow. For all that the rational part of his mind continued to tell him that nothing concrete suggested that Riondino was the killer of the prostitute, the undisciplined part insisted on showing him the similarities between that bastard's early crimes and this new one in the caravan. But why was he so obstinately trying to suppress that doubt? Shouldn't a good policeman keep his mind open to every possibility? Was it perhaps because they were now certain Riondino was thousands of miles away? Or was it because of the fear of having to go through the nightmare of that bloody manhunt of 2 years ago again? Sensi gave in to the impossibility of getting to sleep. He sat up in bed and took his phone from the bedside table. Should he warn Claps? Claps. It occurred to him then that the reason for the stubbornness with which he was trying to ignore the worry was more subtle than that. It was the desire to break away from that friend who seemed lost in his obsession with finding Riondino, to not end up a victim himself, to not have to look in the mirror one day and see the same crazed look and hollowed-out face. He weighed the phone in the palm of his hand, as though he didn't know what to do with it. No, he wouldn't do anything, much less make the mistake he'd been about to make of letting Claps know.
He would just wait. Either Riondino would reveal his presence with further crimes, or nothing would happen, confirming that he was far away. Just as he had done only a few days before in his office, he threw the phone away from him, and with it, finally, the worry in his mind.
Shall we do another drawing? Not tonight, little. Why are you so sad? I'm not sad. Yes, you are. I was thinking about someone. One of us? No, sweetheart. A person who is outside and who I can't see any more. Because they're in the place where we were before? Yes. And what were they called? Soraya. She was called Soraya. Why don't we go back to that nice place then? She's not there anymore. And anyway, we can't go back there. Jack did some nasty things there. It's always Jack. He's nasty. He made the rebel go away too. He's never been back to play with me. Shall we play a trick on Jack, so he'll learn to be less nasty? He'll get angry if he finds out. He'll get more nasty. He won't find out, little. We'll go away, and we won't let him find us. Okay. But he won't make you go away one day like he did with the rebel, will he? No, sweetheart, don't be afraid. I'll always be with you. Really? Really. But now listen to what we're going to do. We're going to sing him a nursery rhyme. We'll do it out loud, and we'll keep doing it until Jack hears us and wakes up. Then we'll run away before he finds out it was us. A nice nursery rhyme. But that's not a trick. He won't like hearing it. Do you remember the one that used to scare you so much? The one about the dead rabbits? I don't want to remember it. It still frightens me. Come on. 6 little rabbits playing with a hive. A bee stung one, and then there were 5. 5 little rabbits running on the moor. One got lost, and then there were 4. Please, don't sing it. I'm here with you, little. You don't need to be scared. 4 little rabbits went to the sea. One of them drowned, and then there were 3. 3 little rabbits went to the zoo. A bear ate one, and then there were 2. I don't want to hear it. 2 little rabbits playing in the sun. Up came a hunter, and then there was 1. 1 little rabbit left all alone. He went and hanged himself, and then there were none. Stop it! Stop it! Why does it frighten you so much, sweetheart? Afterwards the fairy comes and makes them all well again. Because that nasty man says it. The one who Mummy married? Yes. He used to do it when he came into our bedroom in secret. The bedroom you shared with your little brother? He used to say it in a very nasty voice. And then, don't tremble, I'm here with you. And then he used to do all those things to me.
Maetza repressed a yawn with difficulty. The clock on the wall of the local police station said it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the old radiators were boiling hot and gave off the smell of the most recent of the many coats of paint they had received.
I'm sorry to have to get you out of bed, Inspector. When did you catch him? Maetza cut in.
An hour ago, near the Bovisa rail yard. Luca Bai, a petty criminal with a long record of drug dealing and possession that started when he was still a kid. He was with a black guy who managed to escape. We found a large amount of methamphetamine on his person, and as we were bringing him here, he started saying that he had information about who had set fire to the caravan with the hooker inside, and that if we let him go, he would tell us everything. He's locked in that office now, Inspector.
concluded the agent, pointing to a door. The office was a room without windows and with a small desk and 2 wobbly chairs in front of it. One of them was occupied by a man in his 30s, who was hunched up in his down jacket. He was thin and pale, with deep dark rings under his eyes that seemed to go down almost to his jutting cheekbones. On his neck, part of a faded tattoo was visible. "What can you tell me about last night?" said Maetza, going straight to the point.
"Will you let me go afterwards?"
The man's voice was hoarse and anxious. "Where do you think you are, on a TV show? Anyway, I doubt you've got anything to tell me except useless bullshit."
"It's not fucking bullshit. I saw it all. I saw that bastard set fire to the caravan."
It took Maetza some effort to remain impassive. "Go on, then. Let's hear it."
"Is it a deal? I'll speak, and then you'll let me go without charging me."
"Let's say that if you don't speak, you'll be going down for aiding and abetting, obstruction, and, if the magistrate's in a bad mood, for accessory to murder. A woman died in that caravan. All this as well as for drug dealing, naturally."
"Fuck you."
Bai sat there in silence for a few seconds, twisting his head around angrily, and staring at the floor as though to avoid Maetza's gaze as much as possible. "Come on, cut out the performance. You know you're going to end up telling me. It's in your interests. And if you've got some decent information, we won't come down heavy on you for the stuff you had on you when you were picked up."
"Fair enough,"
the man said a few seconds later, resigning himself to the inevitable. He looked up at Maetza and started hesitantly telling his story.
"Yesterday was a shitty day. I was really pissed off. I'd fucked everything up and I couldn't go home. So I'd done a bit of gear in the car, down there where it's dark, in front of that fucking field where the caravan was. When I came round, I was half lying down between the front seats, and my arm was all numb. It took me a while to work out where I was and to get myself sitting up. It was dark, and there wasn't anyone around. At least I didn't think there was. But then I saw a guy rummaging about in a car a few yards away from mine. After a while he went off across the field to the caravan. I stopped watching him. I needed a piss, but I wasn't sure my legs would hold me up, so I stayed in the car a bit longer. And when I decided to get out and have a piss, when I was about to open the door, I saw like a glow in the field. And after a while there was this weird noise, like a kind of sucking noise, a muffled explosion. And then the flames started shooting up really high from the caravan, and the guy ran to his car. He got into the car really fast, but then he drove off pretty slowly, like he wasn't in a hurry."
"Did you see his face? Would you be able to describe him or recognize him?"
"No," said the man, shaking his head. "It was dark. He was all wrapped up and he was wearing a cap."
"What about the car?"
"It looked like a Punto, but like I told you, it was dark."
Maetza sighed. There was nothing in the man's story that could be of help. Nothing that he didn't already know. He'd just wasted a few hours of sleep.
"Is that it?" he asked in a bored voice. "No, I haven't told you the best part," said Bai with a crooked smile. "When he set off, he switched on the lights and I saw... But without a deal, I think I'll forget the number plate and the model pretty quickly. So, have we got a deal then?"
Maetza clenched his jaw and stifled the desire to punch that smug smile off his face.
"We've got a deal," he hissed.
"One little rabbit left all alone. He went and hanged himself, and then there were none."
Riondino's lips were barely moving. The rest of his body was supine and almost immobile in the bed. Only his chest moved rhythmically with his breathing.
6 little rabbits playing with a hive. A bee stung one, and then there were 5.
The voice started to get louder in the darkness of the room, and the words began to take shape.
5 little rabbits running on the moor. One got lost and then there were 4.
It was a small, infantile voice, the voice of a little boy reciting a nursery rhyme without a pause, starting each new line as soon as he'd reached the end of the previous one.
4 little rabbits went to the sea. One of them drowned and then there were 3.
Riondino moved his head slowly. His breathing began to grow faster.
3 little rabbits went to the zoo. A bear ate one and then there were 2.
The voice seemed to grow stronger, finding an echo among the dark corners of the walls.
2 little rabbits playing in the sun. Up came a hunter and then there was 1.
Riondino began to toss and turn in the bed, moving about as though some pain were cutting through his sleep.
1 little rabbit left all alone. He went and hanged himself, and then there were none.
Finally, Jack sat bolt upright in the bed, dripping with sweat, his eyes wide open, and his heart beating wildly. Clapp sensed the vibration immediately. He could feel it breaking up the apparent calm of a shallow sleep. He stretched out his hand to his phone without opening his eyes or wondering what time it was. "It's 4 o'clock in the morning over there, right?" Munro's unmistakable voice was as clear as if it wasn't coming from across an ocean. "This time it's my turn to get you out of bed. A bit of revenge."
I wasn't sleeping.
"Sure, I understand perfectly. You don't want to give me the satisfaction."
Have you got something for me, Munro?
Clapp's eyes were now open. "Okay, who needs small talk? Let's get straight to the point. Okay, check your email. I just sent you the new Facebook profiles opened in Milan in the last 72 hours. There are more than 400 of them. Don't ask me how I got them."
400? I was hoping there would be less,
said Claps in a disappointed voice, slipping out of bed quickly and going over to his computer.
Less?
In a city with almost 500,000 PCs and more than twice as many mobile phones, personally I'd say that's a pretty small number of people signing up. Anyway, I still haven't managed to get everything you asked for. For the moment, I have no IP addresses, and so I don't have the actual identities of the new profiles. Claps held back an exclamation of annoyance. That information was indispensable to be able to make use of the list.
Will you be able to get them?
It's not easy, but it would be helpful if you could draw up an initial list based simply on the profiles I sent you.
It's practically impossible to cross-reference them with just the profiles. Riondino,
always given that he's actually in there, interrupted Munro.
Okay, if he's in there, he could be hiding behind any of these profiles, even that of a woman. And in any case, I'm sure his profile would look absolutely normal. Those IP addresses are absolutely indispensable, Munro. I need to know who is behind the nickname and where they are connecting to the internet from to be able to get closer to him.
I understand, but like I told you, it's not easy. Munro sighed. Anyway, I'll do what I can. I'll be in touch as soon as I have something. As he opened his mail, Claps made a quick mental calculation. Even in the unlikely case that looking at the profiles did lead somewhere, and supposing that he devoted at least 10 minutes to studying each one, verifying their activities, friendships, and photographs, it would take him over 60 hours of uninterrupted work. There was absolutely no way that he could do it by himself. The list of 400 nicknames opened up in front of Claps. Too many. Even organized into 4 columns, they took up 3 whole pages of the word file. And yet Riondino must be hiding behind one of them. Claps rubbed his face as he began to feel an overwhelming desire for coffee. There had to be another way to use that list. The policeman was standing before his Inspector General with an intimidated expression on his face and his eyes lowered.
He was a foreigner,
Swiss. He calmed down right away and he looked like a good man. How much? Snapped Zambrano in a harsh tone. What do you mean, Inspector? What do I mean, you piece of shit? Do you think I'm an idiot? Livid with anger, Zambrano moved his face to within an inch of that of the policeman. How much money did he give you to get you to let him go? He shouted. As he had promised Claps before he had embarked on his return flight to Italy, Zambrano was digging into the life that Riondino, as the irreproachable Swiss citizen Marco Zust, had led for 2 years in Guayaquil, not only to reconstruct the atrocious murders he had committed during his stay, but above all in the hope of finding a trace, a clue, anything, in short, that might prove useful for tracking him down now. Projects, contacts, maybe information that he had let slip to someone in a moment of distraction. It hadn't been easy at first. It seemed that Riondino had lived out those months like a ghost. With a lot of patience, and after having questioned, in some cases quite aggressively, potential witnesses, though, many aspects of Riondino's life had emerged. But for the moment there was nothing that looked to Zambrano as though it was surprising or useful. The information he had managed to gather told of the life of a contradictory man, a private and cagey investor in the stock market during the day, and by night a theatre enthusiast and devotee of the good life. Sports cars and beautiful women, high-end escorts, and never the same one for more than one night, but also hookers picked up in the worst kind of places, where he sometimes went to get drunk or to have his pockets emptied at illicit gambling tables. In one of those places one evening he had caused a brawl that, thanks to the miraculous intervention of a police patrol which happened to be passing by, hadn't ended up with a stabbing. There was no trace of the episode in any police report, but Zambrano had no trouble identifying the patrol involved, and at the end of their shift, he had stopped one of the two in the locker room. "How much?" he growled again. The humidity was made even worse by the hot water of the showers, making the air almost unbreathable. "He had $300 in his wallet," said the policeman, lowering his eyes. "For me and my partner, if we let him go." "You fucking idiots!" hissed Zambrano. "I'd have both of you up before the magistrate if it didn't mean I had to break the promise I made you." He calmed down right away and seemed like a normal person, said the policeman, still trying to justify himself. "Tell me, you piece of shit, would he have looked as normal even if he hadn't had such a full wallet?" Zambrano took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. "Why did that fight break out?" he asked after a few seconds, his voice now calmer. "And who was the other guy?" "An old acquaintance from the district, a guy who's always pulling a knife on someone. Matteo El Irvienti Rincon. He's probably spent more time in jail than he has out of it." "And why did the fight break out?" Zambrano asked again. "The Swiss guy told us it was all his fault. He said it was him who had started it by acting stupid about the music they were playing in there." "And El Irviente?" "He looked shaken up. He wasn't as cocky as usual. He sat there in a corner not saying anything, just cleaning the blood off his mouth. But anyway, he backed up the Swiss guy's story." "And even with all his previous, you let him go?" "We couldn't let the Swiss guy go and then take him in. And anyway, at the end of the day, it was only a fight where nobody got hurt." "Pendejos," growled Zambrano before turning on his heel and leaving. Chapter 8. "Pull over, Fox. There, behind the car of our friend's boyfriend. If his car's still here, that means he spent the night here too. Maybe they lived together. Turn off the engine and let's wait. It's nearly 8. Now we'll see if they leave the house together too." "Jack." "What is it, Fox?"
We need to rest. It's been days since we slept more than a few hours a night. Last night it was 2 at the most. You can thank Julia for that. What did she do? Another drawing? Don't ask. Don't. Riondino's eyes seemed to suddenly stare into space. 6 little rabbits playing with a hive. A bee stung one, and then there were 5. Jack? 5 little rabbits running on the moor. One got lost, and then... Jack, what the fuck is the matter with you? Riondino twitched, and his eyes briefly flitted about. Then he took a deep breath. Nothing, Fox. Don't worry. It's fine. No way is it fine. It was like you'd disappeared. All I could hear was silence. I thought that Julia was about to come out. No, that slut has hidden herself away. She knows I'd never let her come out. She waits for the night to do that. It's just tiredness. You're right. Too many sleepless nights. I feel like we're losing our lucidity, and we can't afford to do that. I was struggling to concentrate on the driving. We absolutely need to catch up on our sleep, Julia or no Julia. We'll find a way, Fox. Look, he's coming out, and he's on his own. The man who had entered the building with Terry Schiavi the night before had just emerged, pulling his overcoat around him and going quickly over to his car. He walked past the Riondino's Punto, unlocking the car door with the remote control. A few seconds later, his car entered the flow of morning traffic. He looked pissed off. Same as you would if you had to go out in this cold and go to work, instead of staying in the warm and banging that slut of a friend of ours, Fox. Let's see how long it takes her to leave. The real Claudio Aldrighi was a middle-aged man with the little hair he had left shaved off and an expression somewhere between scared and worried. I hired a car, he said with a confused expression. A white Punto. Maezza didn't lose his cool. He had long been used to childish attempts to hide evidence. The rental records say that you did it 2 days ago. And that's why you dragged me down here to police headquarters? For the first time since he had been taken from his home without an explanation, Aldrighi appeared relieved. This is definitely a mistake. I've never rented a car in my life. We have a photocopy of your driver's license, Mr. Aldrighi. Do you remember where you went 2 nights ago with that Punto? How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know anything about this fucking Punto, or whatever shit it's involved with. I wasn't driving it. And anyway, what license am I supposed to have shown? Let me see this photocopy you say you have, he replied with growing anger. At the sight of Aldrighi's outraged reaction, Maezza's confidence began to wane. He passed the facts from the car hire company to Aldrighi. After a quick glance, the man tossed the sheet of paper on the desk. The name and address are mine, but have you seen the picture, for fuck's sake? Does it look anything like me? He asked, pointing to the photograph on the license, before concluding, And anyway, 2 nights ago I was in Rome for work. You can check. There must be at least a dozen witnesses who can confirm it. Clapp sent over 400 friendship requests from his brand-new profile, Profiler Claps, along with the same message to each. Welcome back to your city, Jack. While I wait to meet you in person, could you let me speak to Julia? There's more she has to tell me. He hesitated before pressing send, asking himself once again whether what he was actually about to do was the right thing. They were the same doubts that had accompanied him all through that sleepless night. Whether it was a wise move to tell Riondino that he was on his trail, and let Jack know that it had been Julia who had revealed his presence in Milan, fanning the flames of the war between the two. There were plenty of good reasons for not doing it. Firstly, it would make Riondino become more prudent in his hiding place,
and perhaps even plan a new move abroad where he could disappear again. And then there were the effects on the war with Julia. What would they be? Even though Jack hadn't done so, in the face of Julia's tale-telling, would he now manage to put her away as an undesirable and not let her come out even when he wasn't conscious? Exactly the way Billy Milligan had done with 13 of his personalities. And, of course, if that happened, there was no more hope that Julia might somehow reveal something that would help him find Riondino. Solid reasons, but what would the effects be if he didn't do it? If he didn't throw that stone into the murky, still waters of the pool? The answer was all too obvious. Nothing. Things would stay exactly as they were now, which meant no trail to follow and no organised manhunt with the assistance and the tools of the police. Yes, a pool whose dark surface was still and unmoving, and beneath it, invisible, a Riondino. A pool? Claps was suddenly seized by a dizziness that forced him to close his eyes. He saw Soraya's smile, and he felt as though he was penetrating it, finally understanding everything about her. He saw Greta's face, slightly blurred, her prey-like eyes distant from one another. An even more violent spell of dizziness took him away, far away from that computer, far away from his home, towards an old vision, a recurring nightmare. He felt the sodden grass beneath his feet, the water beginning to cover him. It was hallucination, delirium, a lucid nightmare that Claps knew all too well but hadn't experienced for a long time, and that he'd thought he would never experience again. Once, in what felt to him like a previous life, it came every time he was involved in an investigation, and some painful empathy tied him to the victim. An investigation where there was an unknown monster to stop, and he had to drive him out, understand what it fed on, how it dressed, how it breathed, what mask it wore, and how to tear it off. It started with a strange feeling. His head would spin, and he would be overcome with a slight sensation of nausea, and then it was as if everything around him disappeared, and the dizziness dragged him into some sort of other obscure dimension. Like now, even though now he found himself wandering through a dark nocturnal wood, smelling its odours, the wild breath. He had never talked to anyone about it. In the woods he came to a deep pool, and slowly he immersed himself in it. And in that immersion it was as if he attached himself to the victim. He felt their pain, their astonished rebellion at having met death, and with that burden he let himself sink towards the bottom of the abyss in a fluorescent darkness. And as the surface gradually grew distant, he felt that he was becoming a different person, one who was determined, thirsty for justice, for the desire to avenge the victim he was carrying with him. It was only then that he began to swim, pushing his body downwards towards the bottom of the pool, the slimy, putrid bottom, where he would find the monster and dig out its den. He wouldn't come up until he had done it. He would find it even at the cost of crushing the lungs in his chest, at the cost of dragging along with him anyone who opposed him. Now, however, Claps did not immerse himself, but remained motionless on the edge of those still waters, unable to take a step forward, as though some mysterious force were holding him in place. There was a body floating inert in the pool. It bobbed in the water, on the verge of sinking. For a moment the moon illuminated the white teeth of a smile that was beginning to fade. Soraya's legs were the first part to disappear under water. Then the trunk, inch after inch, slipped slowly below. He had to do something. He couldn't just stand there. Before he emerged from that lucid delirium, Claps felt his hand click the button on the mouse. In a fraction of a second, the friendship requests with the message were sent. It took several minutes before he found the strength to get up from the computer and swallow 2 pills.
Terry Schiavi left the house 20 minutes after her male friend. Wearing the same red coat as 2 evenings before, the same boots, she headed immediately for the nearby subway stop. 20 minutes, Jack. Plenty of time to go up to her house as soon as her friend has left. You're still going on about this idea of doing it all at her house. You know, I'm starting to like it. We'll have to get her to open the door, though. Come on, Jack. That won't be hard. All it'll take is some stupid excuse. I'll handle it if you want. Okay, Fox. That can be your job. But 3 little rabbits went to the zoo. A bear ate one, and then there were 2. Jack? We'll do it soon, Fox. We'll do it soon. 2 little rabbits playing in the sun. Up came a hunter, and then there was 1. What the fuck, Jack? We need to get the documents from Honduras. Doing this first would be like telling the police, "Here we are, we're back. Come and get us." I want her. I've got too much shit in my head to be able to wait long. And it fucking hurts. Julia? Is it her that's putting it in there? If that's what the problem is, we certainly aren't going to solve it by taking the girl before it's time. That's my fucking business, Fox. Your fucking business? It's all our fucking business. Shut up. I might not be able to bury that bitch Julia, but I can manage you easily enough. You want to end up the same way as the rebel? Jack. Come on, do you? Do you want to end up like him? No. Good. So shut up then. And now let's go home. I want to find out some more about her. You've been studying her Facebook profile for the last 2 years. What are you hoping to find out that you don't already know? Her profile's only partly public. We'll send her a friendship request. And do you think she'll just accept it? You just said that it'll be easy for you to get her to open the door, didn't you? Well, in that case, you should have no problem thinking up a way to get her to do it. Maetza was in Sense's office. He was standing in front of the desk. But the license number's right, Doctor. Except for the photograph, everything corresponds with the original. Sensi tapped his fingers nervously on the desk. Has this Aldrigi ever had his wallet stolen? It's never been reported, and the license that he showed me was the original. It's never been replaced. There is only one explanation, then, said Sensi angrily. When will they decide to close down those fucking websites? They do, sir, but they're fighting a losing battle. They just reappear at some other address, and you can't find out who's actually running them. It's the deep web. Unfortunately, it's not difficult or even expensive to get hold of clone documents nowadays. Let me see that picture, Maetza. Commissioner Sensi looked at it for a long time. As it was a photocopy, and on top of that had been faxed by the car rental company to the police station, the features of the face were unclear, but the more he looked at it, the darker his expression grew. Can you get it any clearer? Sure. Within certain limits, I've already told the lab they're just waiting for you to send it to them, sir. Good. But first, tell me. Sensi held up the photo to Maetza. You've looked at it carefully, too. Does it remind you of anyone? He asked in a serious voice. No, sir, answered Maetza, trying ineffectively to hide the hint of uncertainty in his voice. Sensi sat, absorbed in silence. The nagging doubt that he had left on the other side of his pillow was becoming much more than a mere suspicion, more than a worry to try and push aside. Anyway, we have a name, a license plate, and soon we'll have a decent photo, he said after a few seconds. And all without this bastard suspecting what we know. Come on. Let's get to work, he said conclusively. But Maetza hesitated in the doorway. Sir. What? Do you want me to tell Claps?
Commissioner Sensi slowly took off his glasses and put them down on the desk.
"Didn't you say you didn't recognize anyone in the picture?" he asked, giving him a surly look.
Maetza ignored the direct question. "We can request a comparison with the images we have with Riondino. The Labanov are good at that, and they're equipped for it. In a few hours they should be able to tell us something specific, sir."
"You didn't answer my question. Do you think it's him?" repeated the Commissioner with the same expression.
"Maybe there is something, but it's just a feeling, sir. It's more that I think there are too many similarities in the pattern of behavior, including the clone documents. What if Dr. Claps were right in thinking that Riondino was here?" Sensi took a deep breath and then looked into the inspector's eyes. "All right, call the Labanov. Give them everything we've got, including the photos on Marco Zust's papers." Maetza nodded. "We'll have the results by this afternoon, sir." "It won't make any difference, though," said Sensi, knowing he was lying to himself. "Whoever that bastard is, we have to get him." "And Claps?" "Never mind Claps, Maetza. I have no intention of involving him, whether it's Riondino or not. Enough talk. We've got leads to go on, and our job is catching that hooker's murderer." Chapter 9. Riondino got up from the armchair where he had fallen asleep 2 hours earlier, as soon as he had returned from spying on Terry Schiavi's house. There were no nursery rhymes in Jack's head. He looked around him. There weren't even any drawings left out for him to see. "She didn't come out, Fox. This time she didn't leave her shit around for me." "Maybe she only comes out at night. Or maybe she's decided to leave you in peace." "Don't count on it. She's just trying to poison me slowly. But she's not going to succeed. She has no idea how strong I am, much stronger than her, and than all the shit that little kid can give me. I know how to survive that poison. All I need to do is slice open that little bitch to free myself of it." Riondino sat down in front of the computer. "It's time to send a friendship request to our old friend." He turned it on. "I don't want to waste any more time. Come on, Fox. Get to work." "Slow down, Jack. We need to plan. We can't do things impulsively if we want them to work. It's not that simple. First, we need to work on our profile and create a page that arouses her interest and reassures her." "You mean common interests?" "You said her profile is only partially public. That means that she's careful about how she uses Facebook. We need to give her the opportunity to see some points of contact that will convince her to accept the friendship request." "You're right, Fox. From her timeline, it looks as though she likes all this vegan bullshit and nature documentaries. But she's also a fan of Ligabue and Vasco." "Good. That's already something to start building a new profile that might interest her. But it's important to reassure her. We have to make some other friends before we ask her. Show her that we already know other people." "That's a good idea. Are you going to try with the contacts we had on the old profile?" "Do you think I'm a complete idiot, Jack? That would be absolutely fucking stupid. If they've found our profile from Guayaquil, they'll be monitoring all those contacts now. Only new friends, with ideally 1 or 2 of Terry's friends amongst them." "Right." Riondino typed in his password and his Facebook page opened, showing that he had received a message and a friendship request. Dr. Manara put her hand on the shoulder of one of her colleagues, who was sitting in front of a PC screen. "Is that the final result of the analysis, then? Is it certain?" The screen was broken up into several windows. In one could be seen the photo from the fake Claudio Aldrigui's driving license, and the one from the passport of Marco Zust. In another, a long comparison of numeric parameters. "More than 90%, Doctor. It's practically certain, yes. The program doesn't give 100% certainty even with two identical photographs. It always leaves open the possibility of a coincidence, as unlikely as that might be. Dr. Monada picked up the phone, and the receiver felt as heavy as if it were made of stone. 2 years earlier, she had had to tell Sensi that the corpse on the obituary table wasn't Riondino's, and now she had to tell him that Riondino had come back and was hiding behind the name of Claudio Aldrighi. Riondino jumped to his feet, cursing, as soon as he read Clapps's message. "We've got to get out of here, as soon as we can." "Calm down, Jack. There's something about this that doesn't sound right." "Calm. That fucking whore has sold us down the river. What the fuck do you mean there's something that doesn't sound right?" "Why aren't the police already knocking on the door? Have you asked yourself that? If he really knew that we were behind that profile, we'd already be behind bars." "You mean that our friend Claps took a shot in the dark? At most, Julia might have found a way to let him know we're in Milan, and that we've got a Facebook profile, no more than that. No name, no address. Claps probably sent hundreds of those messages. It's the only explanation for why we're still free." "But the police will be going through the profiles he's messaged one by one. They'll soon get to us." Fuck. "They might as well not have anything. There must be too many names for them to check them all out. Think, what reason could he have for putting us on our guard if he hoped he'd be able to identify us? This is all just to provoke us into doing something stupid, something like leaving the city. They'll already be monitoring stations, motorways. So what do you want to do then? Stay here and wait for them to come and find us?" "Don't be stupid. I'm just saying that we've got time to think carefully where to look for another hiding place and how to get there. But the real problem is something else." "That Julia is fucking things up for us." "Exactly. She's fucking things up for us, but at the same time she's fucking things up for herself. You have to make her understand that, Jack. You absolutely have to speak to her. We have to make a truce." That morning in Guayaquil was clear, but the humidity would soon make the horizon hazy. Zambrano had got to the office very early, and had immediately called one of the men who had worked for many years in the neighborhood where Riondino had the brawl. "Matteo Rincon, alias El Hirviente, the hot one," said Zambrano dryly. "Yes, sir." "You know him. You know who he is." "A bad penny from Mapasingue." "I have to speak to him. Will I find him there?" "Yes. He hardly ever leaves that barrio. It won't be easy, but there are 2 or 3 places where you can try, Inspector." "Have we got a file on him?" "A nice thick one." "Get a move on then. What are you waiting for to bring me it?" Riondino let the darkness envelop him and his mind become a blank screen. His breathing was slow and deep. Julia. A vague sensation of a presence in that white ocean. "Julia, I hear you. Come out. We need to talk, to sort things out. What you're doing is putting us all in danger. Even you. Don't you see that?" There was a breath of freezing wind. "For fuck's sake, Julia, we can't go on like this. Tell me what you want me to do to make you stop all this." 6 little rabbits playing with a hive, a bee stung one. You have to pay, you bastard. The white sea became empty once more. Nothing in the hotels and residences. There is no Claudio Aldrighi among the guests. "What about the car?" asked Commissioner Sensi, his face tense. Maezza shook his head. "The same, Doctor. We've spoken to garages and mechanics. As you ordered, we've brought in all the available men. We are checking all the paid parking lots, and the license plate has also been given to the Carabinieri and the traffic police. But the city's a big place. Sensi wouldn't have confessed to anyone that he'd hoped until the last that it wasn't Leondino. That fucking Punto will have to turn up somewhere, eventually, he said slowly. Normally, the chance of getting his hands on someone who had escaped him in the past would have filled him with adrenaline and given him the thrill of the chase, as well as the grim satisfaction of revenge. But this time it was different. The Commissioner was overcome with a cold, oppressive feeling. Has everyone been warned about how dangerous the suspect is? Was it a sensation that contained within it an equally unconfessable seed of fear? Whoever locates the car knows that they must just report it and at most follow it without taking action, nodded Maetza. I don't want any heroes or any more corpses to cry over. But would it really be like that? The blood in Sensi's veins felt chill. We gave them very clear instructions, sir. They're to wait for the task force to arrive. I want it to be a clean operation. Just a quick warning, and then fire at will. The Commissioner's expression grew cruel. Riondino must go to the morgue, not to the holding room. I'm stronger than her. I'll hold her off. She'll get us caught, Jack. It won't come to that, maybe not. But meanwhile, we have to get out of town. We can't stay in the city now the police know we're here. Ah, finally. Have you already thought of a plan? Because that's exactly what the police will be expecting us to do. Remember what we did 2 years ago? We'll leave Milan by the back roads. There's hardly any risk of getting stopped for a check if we avoid motorways or public transport. We'll go to Como, and from there we'll walk to Switzerland under cover of darkness, taking the same crossing as last time and avoiding customs. They aren't looking for us there. Okay, we'll go tomorrow morning after we've paid that little slut a visit. I've been waiting too long for it. Jack, are you sure you want to do that? Let's think about getting somewhere safe first. I've waited 10 years, and I've no intention of passing up the taste of a pussy now it's so close. Aren't we already deep enough in the shit? Do you really want to increase the risks? You don't understand, Fox. I can already feel her flesh opening up under the knife, her blood spraying on my face. I have to do it, Fox. And 5 little rabbits running on the moor. One got lost, and I need that pleasure, to be able to put up with the shit Julia keeps putting into my head. Jack, shut up, Fox. Shut up. We'll go out as soon as it's dark. There are things we still need to get. He had been sitting in front of the PC for hours now. With an effort, Claps unscrewed the safety cap of a new full bottle and swallowed down another pill without any water. Maybe he was taking too many, but he couldn't do without the chemical assistance now. He had to keep the nightmares, visions, and depression at arm's length. Stay clear-headed, rational. He had received about 20 messages in response to his, and, as he had expected, all were from profiles telling him he had got the wrong person. But had he really expected Riondino to answer, maybe he hadn't even read it yet. Whenever he eventually did, though, he would have 2 reactions. The first, emotional and unpredictable in its development, of Jack towards Julia. The second, rational reaction about organising what to do now that the police knew he was hiding in the city, and it was this reaction that he could hope might play in his favour. He couldn't stay in Milan now. He had probably taken refuge there, thinking that no one would ever go looking for him in that city. The escape from Guayaquil had been sudden, and now, building himself a new identity, finding a new place to start his latest life, would take time. And what better place to organise things than in the city where you grew up, where no one would look for you? But now, after that message, things were different. Jack now knew that Claps and the police were onto him.
2 years earlier, starting from nothing at all, they had managed to find him and had almost got him. No, he wouldn't stay in the city and wait for them to come for him. Riondino would leave Milan. But to go where? He must certainly have trustworthy documents that had allowed him to leave Madrid airport and then to reach Italy. He could go anywhere, even abroad, where, apart from in Spain, the police were not looking for him. Maybe Switzerland, the way he had last time. After all, in moments of difficulty, don't people tend to repeat those actions that in the past have turned out well? Now more than ever, though, the help of the police was indispensable. Claps had to find a way to convince Sensi. Anxiously, he called the number on his mobile. Sensi answered after a few rings. "I'm glad to hear from you," he said, though his tense tone didn't show it much. "I was too harsh with you the other day."
"That doesn't matter," Claps spoke almost frenetically. "There's no time to explain it to you now, but you must believe me. Riondino is definitely in Milan, and he is about to leave, perhaps for abroad, Switzerland." Sensi didn't reply for a moment.
"You don't need to explain. I know he's here," he said slowly, almost unwillingly. "I've already warned border posts and sensitive places."
"Has something happened that I don't know about?" asked Claps, surprised by Sensi's words.
2 nights ago, but I only received confirmation that it was him a few hours ago. It was—"
Claps heard a commotion at the other end of the line, and Sensi speaking excitedly with another person after removing the phone from his ear.
"Are we sure? Where? Right. Let's go, now!"
Sensi returned to Claps to brusquely end the call.
"I have to go. Don't call me. I'll call you as soon as I can."
Travelling at speed, the Alfa Romeo cut into the traffic on the main road, ignoring the curses and insults of other motorists.
"Slow down. We're almost there,"
said Sensi, his heartbeat speeding up. Maezza lifted his foot from the accelerator, took the service road, and then gently turned into the first side street on the right. The street was a residential one. There were no shops and few people walking along its pavements. After 100 meters, the car slowed down.
"There it is, Doctor. Can you see it? On the other side. Don't stop. Keep going."
The Alfa Romeo carrying Sensi and Maezza passed slowly in front of the white Punto. The commissioner noticed how normal everything seemed.
"You can't see anything," said Maezza, as though he had read his mind. "But we have 6 men in 2 cars parked just a few yards from the Punto, and a patrol at each end of the street ready to block it off. Go a bit further on and then turn round and go back. We'll park so that we've got a clear view of the Punto."
Sensi felt as though all of his muscles were tense.
"We just have to wait for Riondino to come and get it."
Chapter 10. Riondino walked out of the knife shop and disappeared into the crowd of passers-by.
"Do you like our new knife, Fox? He'll remember us. Handcuffs and a knife. The shop assistant. Of course he'll remember us, but so what, Fox? We'll already be far away, waiting for those fucking documents from Honduras. The police will have an identikit. They've never caught anyone with one of those. And anyway, we'll change our appearance.
We can't. This is what's on the photo on the documents."
"Shut up, Fox.
Let's just get the hell out of here, Jack. Forget about the girl. We already have enough problems with Julia.
I'll cut that slut up if it's the last thing I do. I'll handcuff her and pull out her guts inch by inch. I'll put them around her neck like a necklace and— shit, look."
On the corner of the street where he had parked the Punto, a traffic policeman was gesturing to a car to leave the no-parking area where it had stopped. A serious expression on his face, one of the 2 occupants of the car got out and quickly flashed what looked like a badge. The traffic cop moved away quickly after giving some kind of military salute.
"Police, and there are 2 of them in the car with the engine turned off.
They're waiting for something. For somebody. Calm down, Jack. It's probably just some politician's security detail. So where's the fucking official car, then? There doesn't need to be one. And anyway, the Punto's not even near here. It's just a few yards away round the corner. I don't like it, Fox. Okay, Jack. Calm down. Let's keep walking. We'll walk around the block and take the street from the other end. It took a few minutes to get there and notice another car parked at the corner of the street with its engine turned off and two almost immobile occupants. Shit, they're here too. They've sealed off the street, Fox. Still not convinced? A group of 4 people were walking along the pavement on the opposite side of the street to where the Punto was parked. Let's go. We'll pull down our cap and pretend that we're bringing up the rear of those 4. Are you out of your mind, Fox? If there is anyone watching, they'll think we're together, and if they're looking for us, they're expecting someone on their own. I just want to see, Jack. Let's go, before they're too far ahead to catch up. As he quickly walked over and joined the quartet, Riondino managed to count 3 cars, with 8 men sitting immobile inside, surrounding the Punto. We're screwed. Julia has fucked us completely. Let's get out of here, Jack, calmly, without anyone noticing us. Fuck! Let's go. Forcing himself to walk slowly, Riondino turned the corner back into the wide avenue where the knife shop was. As he passed in front of it, he turned to see what was happening behind him. Then he began to walk more quickly. He continued for a few dozen meters, staring straight in front of him with his hands balled into fists in his coat pockets, before crossing the street to the opposite pavement. After casting one last glance behind him, he slid into a narrow, dimly lit side street. Swearing isn't going to help, Jack. Riondino was, by now, a long way from the Punto, but his fists were still tightly clenched in his pockets, the nails almost cutting into the flesh, and the reflection of himself that he glimpsed in the window of a shop showed a tense, hollowed-out face. That fucking bitch! Putting that little kid's shit in my head isn't enough for her. She wants to get us caught. If they've found the car, that means they also know the name, and they have the photo. No more Switzerland, Jack. We need to hole up and wait for the new documents. Hole up? Where, for fuck's sake? How the fuck should I know now? We'll find somewhere. We'll change the way we look, steal someone's identity. Nice plan. Maybe let ourselves be picked up and taken home by a faggot like you, just like 2 years ago in Florence. You'd like that, wouldn't you? That would be one solution. But if it doesn't appeal to you, we'll do something else. Fuck you, Fox. And now here we are out in the open in the cold, with the police who have a picture of us in their pocket, but they don't know where we're staying. How the fuck do you know? How do you know what that bitch Julia has told them? They'd have come to pick us up there, wouldn't they? But they've only found the car. That means they've got the right name but the wrong address. For tonight at least, it'll still be a safe place to hide. Unless Julia finds some way to tell that piece of shit Claps where we are. We won't sleep. We won't give her a chance to come out. We'll have to sleep sooner or later, and then she'll fuck us over. We won't be able to stop her. We'll lock ourselves in, disconnect everything, make it so that she can't communicate with anyone while we're resting. We'll manage to neutralize her, Jack. Trust me. She'll fuck us over. No, we won't let her. For now, let's get into hiding, and tomorrow we'll find some asshole to steal an identity from. She'll fuck us over, I'm telling you, but before she does, there's still one thing I want to do. Fuck, Jack, you're not seriously thinking. We'll go and get her tomorrow morning. Fuck, no, we can't do that now. I've already told you, Fox. I'm doing it, if it's the last thing I do. No, Jack. No. If I have to get locked up, I want to at least know that I did it. I want that little bitch, her blood, her tight little pussy. No, not now.
Calm down, Fox. You fucking idiot, Jack. You just don't get it. I won't let you pull this shit. Oh, yeah? And how, asshole? I won't let you. You can't do anything about it. You're only out because I let you out, and I've had a belly full of you. Get lost. Go and find the rebel. I'm not letting you out anymore. Jack, fuck you, you piece of shit. With no answering echo in his mind, Riondino continued to walk quickly towards his hiding place. In the end, Zambrano had found him. Mateo Rincon, alias El Hirviente, the Hot One, was bent over the engine of an old pickup in a small, messy mechanic shop in the Mapasingue barrio, an area which was the total opposite of a residential suburb. "I didn't know you were a mechanic, Mateo," said Zambrano, showing his badge. He had read all of El Hirviente's thick file, and it had emerged that one of his principal occupations was car theft. Apart from cerveza, he dedicated his leisure time to women and to quarrelling. Zambrano would have been curious to know whether his nickname came from his relationship with the former or the frequent fights he was involved in, but Mateo was clearly the type who lost his head easily, and who just as easily would pull a knife from his pocket. El Hirviente looked up slowly from the engine, wiping his hands on a rag. He was thick-set, with wide shoulders and a broad chest. With his slit-like eyes, he measured up Zambrano and the distance separating him from the workshop's only door. "Don't worry. I'm not here to make problems for you. I'm not going to check the number plate of that pickup, or the chassis number," said Zambrano in a calm voice. "I just want to talk to you." Mateo's diffident silence continued. He threw the cloth into a corner of the room and waited for Zambrano to continue. "I want to talk to you about something that happened between you and a foreigner. He's the one I'm interested in, not you." El Hirviente put a cigarette between his lips and lit it. "I don't know any foreigners." "Oh, yes, you do. I wouldn't say you were friends exactly, but you've definitely met, or rather quarreled. A fight one night here in the barrio. A fight that only didn't end badly because a police patrol arrived when you'd already pulled your knife out." Mateo Rincon's face grew dark immediately. "I don't remember," he answered, as unhurriedly as the cigarette smoke that emerged from his nostrils. "But my colleagues," continued Zambrano undeterred, "let you go after they'd emptied out the foreigner's wallet. Now, do you remember?" "No, nothing. Maybe I was drunk that night," he answered, forcing a mocking smile. Zambrano remained calm. "Why the fight? And what can you tell me about that person? Any detail might be useful. I repeat, he is the one I'm interested in, not you." "That doesn't change anything. If I don't remember, I don't remember." "Mateo, Mateo." Zambrano's tone was patient. "Why do you want to make me play the mean cop? You know that I only have to make a phone call to have a squad come down here and check that pickup and search the place." "They won't find anything here," answered El Hirviente, but he looked away shiftily. "You don't think I believe in fairy stories, do you?" This time it was upon Zambrano's lips that the mocking smile appeared. "But even if I did, do you really think that I'd have trouble framing you for something?" Mateo didn't move, but stood staring at the tip of his cigarette as it burned down. After waiting a few seconds, Zambrano took his phone from his jacket pocket with a resigned sigh. "All this for a gringo." "He wasn't a gringo," said El Hirviente suddenly, before he had started the call. "I remember something now." "Just something, Mateo?" The man took one last pull on his cigarette and then threw it to the ground.
It was late, and the place was half empty, he said slowly, without looking over at Zambrano. He'd been there for a while. He was practically asleep on the table. He'd been drinking like a pig. It wasn't the first time I'd seen that Italian piece of shit.
Italian, did you say? Interrupted Zambrano. Not Swiss.
He said he was Italian. Do you want to hear the story or not?
Of course. Carry on. You said you'd already seen him.
Only a few times, but everyone in the barrio knew who he was. He came to gamble and fuck the odd whore. He always left a few dollars on the table or on the girl's pillow, so he was always left alone, even though he never came with an empty wallet. He was a good investment for the locals. I don't know why he'd ended up drinking in that bar that night. There are no whores or games there. In any case, the radio was playing one cumbia after another, and suddenly he woke up and started going crazy. He was shouting, "Change the fucking music," in that stupid fucking voice of his. I shouted at him that he could go back to Italy if he didn't like our music. He said something to me in Italian that I didn't understand, and went over to the door, all pissed off. But when he was leaving, he came out with a concha tu madre that I understood all too well. He shouldn't have done that. I caught up with him in the street, and you already know what happened then.
Tell me anyway, Matteo. Matteo's eyes grew even darker. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about what had happened next. But after a long pause, he continued.
I hit him, and he went down right away. I picked him up and hit him again, and he still didn't react. It was like hitting an empty sack. A few people had gathered around us. They were all laughing at that asshole and shouting for me to finish him off. In the end, I threw him against a parked car, and he was knocked unconscious and fell to the floor. I kicked him a couple of times while he was down there and spat on him. As far as I was concerned, that was an end to it.
Zambrano raised an eyebrow. You haven't told me everything, though. When the patrol turned up, you were bleeding too. El Irvienti hesitated again. He lit a second cigarette with hands that to Zambrano seemed to be trembling slightly.
Are you looking for that man?
I'm not the only one who is.
Then you're looking for El Demonio, Inspector General.
The demon.
It was all over. He was lying there, unconscious on the floor. There were people all around me, patting me on the back and offering me drinks. I don't know how, but he got back up, and it wasn't the same man. He seemed bigger, stronger. His eyes blazed in the dark, and he had this frightening, hoarse voice that sounded like it came straight from hell. He said some weird stuff before he started coming towards me.
What did he say, Matteo?
Something that didn't seem to make any sense. That the kid was an idiot, and that he deserved it, but that now I'd have him to deal with.
The kid? Is that what he said? El Irvienti nodded before continuing.
I hit him with 2 hard punches, but he kept coming like they'd been caresses. And he hit me here, on the mouth, 1 punch. I found myself on the floor with my lip burst and 2 broken teeth. He had this weird leer on his face, and he gestured to me to get up. "Come on, we've only just started," he said.
The slight trembling of Matteo's hands was now more evident.
Those eyes and that voice were scary. And that strength he had. He was the demon that had taken possession of his body. There's no other explanation for it. I would have run away, but I couldn't do it in front of all those people shouting, "Kill him," at me. So I found myself back on my feet with my knife in my hand,
and the taste of blood in my mouth. Go on. He still had that evil grin. He said that he was glad I'd pulled out my knife, so that he could take it along with my ears, that he would give them to his dog, and he would keep the knife for the slut that had made him come here. He took a step towards me. The sky was dark, and suddenly everyone went quiet. His eyes were blazing even more brightly than before. I already knew that I wouldn't be able to stop him from doing what he'd said he was going to, even though I had my knife in my hand. I just wanted it all to be over quickly, and that the people from the barrio didn't see I was shaking. That was when the patrol arrived. El Hirviente crushed the cigarette butt under his heel. For the first time in my life, he said with a crooked grin, I was glad to see the police. A moment later, everyone else had vanished, and that devil had changed appearance again. He was acting like he was the one who'd been in danger. A nice, inoffensive tourist who'd ended up in the wrong barrio. It was obvious that he didn't want to go to the police station. He took the blame for the fight and pulled out his wallet. A second later, he was gone without even looking at me. And since then, he's never been seen in the barrio. That's the whole story.
It's 9 o'clock. Maybe Riondino isn't going to use the car until tomorrow. After a 2-hour wait, which had gone from being nerve-wracking to wearing, Commissioner Sensi gestured to Maetza to go. There's no point us staying here, too. The team are well trained. They know what to do. You don't think he might have realized we were here? Asked Maetza timidly, as the car pulled away from the curb and drove past the Punto. Don't talk nonsense. What could he have seen to make him suspicious? We just have to be patient. He'll come back to get that fucking car sooner or later. Sensi threw a last glance at the Punto that was dwindling into the distance in the rearview mirror. If Riondino hadn't shown up all night, the morning would see the neighborhood filled with people, their eyes wide open. It was probably among them that he was hiding. 2 years earlier they had also found the block where Riondino's hiding place was. Men in every street, in the bars, in the shops, cameras on every corner. But it hadn't been enough to capture him, and that failure had allowed him to spill much more blood. It would be different this time, though, the Commissioner said to himself, trying to ignore a grim premonition of imminent tragedy. Claps, said Maetza, distracting him from his thoughts. Are you not going to tell him what's going on? Sensi was silent. With all due respect, I think you should, sir, insisted Maetza. He hasn't been working with the police for a long time. But it was him who dug out Riondino in Ecuador. He forced him to return and gave us the chance to catch him now. That catch him now gave Sensi the gloomy feeling again. He was the first to think that he'd come back here, continued Maetza, and you two have been friends for years. I really think you ought to, sir. Sensi struggled against his own obstinacy. At the end of the day, Maetza was right. And maybe Claps had managed to piece together some more information since the phone call he had received earlier. I'll call him tomorrow if we haven't picked up Riondino during the night. Sensi hadn't called him back yet, but at least he was now convinced that Riondino was there, and the borders, customs frontiers, stations, and principal channels of movement had been put under surveillance, and that was all Claps wanted. He felt that this time the end was near. It had to be. The hunt would end with the capture of the prey. The prey? Claps realized that it was the first time he had used this term for someone who was not a victim. For Riondino, a word that evoked blood, evoked the end. The end. Claps was suddenly struck by something like a revelation. And afterwards? He couldn't see anything but emptiness. What would become of his life after he had obtained justice for Soraya's extinguished smile and revenge for Greta's life being cut short? Emptiness.
Perhaps the same emptiness that there had been before those 2 years, and that he had barely managed to conceal in a life which basically contained only tragedies and horrors, a life that was populated by monsters, by murderers needing to be captured. Emptiness. With the images of Greta and Soraya's smile, which would inevitably fade gradually from his memory, along with the one which would remain indelible, of Raphael's red blood flowing from his carotid artery. Emptiness, not peace. Claps turned off all the lights. He tried to become part of that darkness. That evening Zambrano returned to the Mapasingue barrio. Sitting at a table in a bar that could have held its head up with the worst tavern in some port, he let his palate be caressed by a frozen cerveza, while he turned over in his mind an idea that had come to him immediately after his interview with El Hirviente. A few days after that brawl and the flashing of the knife, the corpse of a prostitute had been found much further downstream, almost at the mouth of the river, or rather what was left of it after its long stay in the water. Of the little that could be established from the remains, it was clear that death was not due to drowning, but to the skilled use of a knife. The murderer of Lourdes Rosero, for that was what the unlucky woman was called, had never been found. Had it been upon her that Riondino had carried out the threats he had made to El Hirviente?
"I'll keep your knife for the slut who made me come here." "Come on, Janina, I'll buy you a drink," said Zambrano, gesturing emphatically to the woman who had just entered the bar. Her black hair was tied back in a ponytail, her eyes were proud, and she wore a pair of very tight jeans and a tank top that looked to be about to burst under the pressure of her ample bosom. "I've told you all I know about that man," said Janina with a sigh as she sat down. "I didn't meet him more than 2 or 3 times. He came, he fucked me, and he paid well. That's it." Zambrano said nothing and took a sip of beer. "You can't keep hassling me like this," continued Janina, looking annoyed. "I have to work, and the customers don't like seeing me talking to you." "The first time that senor came here to Mapasingue, he ended up in your bed, Janina. And right afterwards, you took him to get fleeced at an illicit gaming table." "So what? He asked me to. He wanted to play more than he wanted to fuck that time." Zambrano dried his moustache carefully and pulled out a photograph, placing it face up on the table in front of Janina. "Lourdes Rosero. Your colleague. Do you remember her?" Janina's expression was wary. "I don't know her. Never seen her in my life. She's definitely not from this barrio." "Come on, try and remember. It's no accident that such a distinguished senor ended up in Mapasingue. Was it her who sent you the Italian? To entertain him and then take him gambling?" Janina burst out laughing. "With all the competition we have, do you really think that we pass on rich foreign clients to each other? We keep a tight hold on all the ones we're lucky enough to find. And if they want to gamble, each of us knows a place to take them and gets a cut without having to share it with anyone." The disappointment on Zambrano's face convinced Janina to smile with less sarcasm. "He was my man. He thinks he's going to get rich and famous by acting in that company of deluded fools poor Maestro Riveros ran. But in the meantime, he lives off what I earn." Chapter 11. "The kid? Is that what he said?" asked Claps, repeating into the phone the same question Zambrano had asked Mateo Rincon a few hours earlier. "Those were his words, Doctor. I only know Riondino from what it says in his file, but when I heard that I immediately thought of the rebel." Claps ran his free hand over his face and glanced at the clock, which showed 7:30 in the morning. In Guayaquil, where Zambrano was calling him from, it was half an hour after midnight. Yes, he was probably the one who was out at that moment when the brawl started. That arrogant sounds like him, but it certainly wasn't him who got back up. According to Rincon, it was El Demonio, but to me it sounds like Hannibal, which at the end of the day is almost the same thing.
Claps remained silent for so long that Zambrano began to worry that he'd been cut off.
If I was able to question Rincon today, he went on, it's only because the patrol turned up. He wouldn't have survived otherwise. It arrived less than a minute later, when Rincon was already on the floor with a bust lip. And when he got back up, frightened now, he had pulled out his knife so as not to lose face with the people of the barrio. However, Riondino had time to say one more thing, though, and that's the reason for my phone call, Doctor.
Zambrano reported, word for word, the remainder of El Hirviente's tale.
He was going to keep the knife for the slut that had made him come here, Doctor, he concluded. At first I thought he was referring to some whore who had sent him to that barrio for the card games or something. But then I found out that it had actually been one of the actors of the company he was part of who had told him to go there. And so I started wondering if when he said ocurrir aquí, by aquí, he actually meant Ecuador, his escape from Italy. And I remembered the circumstances of his arrest 10 years earlier. What was the name of that girl who managed to escape him and get him captured?
Terry Schiavi,
answered Claps in a whisper, his breath suddenly catching in his throat. What if it was her he was talking about, Doctor? And now that Riondino is actually in Milan...
Sense's heart jumped when he saw the phone on the dashboard light up and start to vibrate. Was it the call he had been waiting for all night? Had the Riondino finally returned to the Punto? Call from Claps, the screen said. It was better that it was Claps who had phoned him first, he thought, as he switched to the hands-free.
I'm driving, Claps. Can't we talk in half an hour when I'm in the office?
We have to talk right now, and this time you have to listen to me.
Listen, there's something I've got to tell you, too. I was going to call you this morning. You were right. Riondino is here.
You've already told me that. What you don't know is that he might have a project. I've just spoken to Zambrano. He talked to a person in Guayaquil. Riondino might still want Terry Schiavi as prey. Claps quickly related what El Hirviente had told Zambrano.
After 10 years, said
Sensi, though he was actually less surprised than his tone implied. Revenge is a dish that's best served cold. Anyway, clichés aside, in all these years, Riondino never had time to go looking for her. He can, now that he's back here, though, and hiding behind an unknown identity.
That's not quite how things are, Claps. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. We have a photograph with his current appearance, and we know the name on his documents. We'll have him in a matter of hours.
Sensi was still silent about the discovery of Riondino's Punto and the ongoing operation. You've told me the same thing before, but he always managed to escape.
He won't this time. Just to be on the safe side, we'll move Terry Schiavi to a safe place, but I'm telling you, she won't have to stay there for long.
Maybe not. But suppose things don't go the way you're hoping. Wouldn't some discreet, unobtrusive surveillance be a better idea?
What the fuck, Claps? Do you want to use her as bait?
I'm not saying to use her as bait, but in the meantime let's speak to her and decide what's the best thing to do. Anyway, watching her means protecting her, right? Riondino has only been in Italy for a few days. He won't go for her straight away. That's not his modus operandi, and if he continues to follow that, the first thing he'll do will be to try and make contact with her if he hasn't already. We need to talk to her immediately, and I have to see her computer, her phone, her mail. Sensi pulled over to the side of the road without turning off the engine.
There was always the chance that Riondino had abandoned the Punto, or that it would be days before he came back to get it. In that case, watching Terry Schiavi might turn out to be the best move. "Okay," he said, glancing at his watch. It was still early, and he was already in his car on the streets of the city. "We might as well do it right away. I'll get the address for you, and I'll see you at her house. I'll tell Maezza to come later to arrange surveillance." Walking quickly, Terry Schiavi's partner came out from the front door of the building. He was slightly late, and those few minutes meant he risked getting stuck in the rush-hour traffic. He didn't have time to notice the man standing on the corner of the street who watched him get into his car and drive off. Riondino slipped into the building as soon as the tail lights of the car disappeared around a corner. He quickly climbed the steps leading to the first floor. In front of him was the door of Terry Schiavi's apartment. He laid the palm of his hand on it and tried to sense her breathing through it, her smell, the vibrations of her heartbeat. As he rang the bell, a violent light filled his mind. If she asked who he was, he might not be able to speak, to find an excuse to get her to open up. But she didn't. She opened the door, with her last smile. "That's the address, Claps, the same one as 10 years ago." Claps repeated the address. "I remember it. The first-floor apartment. Riondino had been there to propose an insurance plan. That's how he'd seen Terry Schiavi for the first time. I've nearly arrived. Another few minutes and I'll be there. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be there as soon as I can." Fuck. The phone. Trapped in a line of slow-moving cars, Terry Schiavi's partner cursed as he tried to pull out and turn round. It wasn't the first time that he had forgotten it, and he didn't know how he could have been so stupid, but now he had no choice. He had to go back and get it. Holding an arm out of the window to ask the other drivers for patience, he managed eventually to get out of his lane and into the one going in the opposite direction. Pissed off at the idea of being late for work, he put his foot down hard on the accelerator, and a few minutes later he was back outside the building. He left his car double-parked and quickly climbed the stairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. When he opened the door, Terry Schiavi's companion didn't give himself time to think, or perhaps even to understand what he was seeing. He immediately threw himself on the man who was crouched over Terry's mangled body, hurled him to the floor, and began to punch him repeatedly while the knife flew into a far corner of the room. Sensi found a parking space right outside the building, and, hunched over slightly from the cold and the rain that was beginning to fall, walked the few yards that separated him from the open door. Unhurriedly, he climbed the stairs leading to the first floor. He stopped suddenly on the landing, alarmed by the sight of the half-open door of Terry Schiavi's apartment. He continued warily. From inside he could hear a hissing sound, panting breath, as dark as a portent of tragedy. Adrenaline flooded through the commissioner's veins while, his gun in his hand, he silently opened the door. In all his time on the force, Sensi had probably never seen so much blood. "Stop! Police!" he shouted in a tremulous voice at the man who, astride what was now a lifeless body, continued to stab it with the knife he was holding. Not far away, in a puddle of blood, Sensi recognized what had once been Terry Schiavi. She was half-dressed, and there was something in her mouth, a gag to stop her from screaming. Her arms, almost dislocated at the shoulders, were pulled back, and her wrists held fast by a pair of handcuffs, which were hooked around the leg of a heavy piece of furniture. Her pallid skin was already growing livid with bruises, and an atrocious wound ran down from her throat to her abdomen. "Police!" he shouted again, his voice this time sounding more steady. "Drop the knife and get up slowly." He held his gun in both hands, pointed at the man. His heart was pounding crazily. The man rose to his feet slowly, almost painfully, and turned toward Sensi.
his eyes lost and his arms hanging by his sides. "Drop the knife," the Commissioner ordered again, without lowering his gun. Something like retching, like a hiccup, shook the body of the man, who bent over. "I got here too late," he managed to say in a feeble voice. "Too late." Sensi glanced quickly over at the body of the man lying on the ground, transfigured by death, and tried to identify any of Riondino's features. "I wasn't supposed to come back. It was just a coincidence. But it was too late." Sensi immediately raised his gaze and his aim to the man. He was standing there in front of him, inert and emptied of all strength. On his face, too, was blood and the signs of struggle. "Too late." This time it was unmistakably sobs that shook his body. "He was standing still over her when I came in," he managed to say through his tears, squatting down on his haunches, as though he no longer had the strength to stand, and covering his face with his arm. "I hit him as much as I could, but it was too late." Sensi lowered the gun. "Call somebody, please. We can't leave her like this." Sensi took a step forward. My Teddy. What a tragedy." The Commissioner felt the adrenaline begin to calm in his veins. So this was how this damned nightmare ended, with the sacrifice of the last victim claimed by Riondino's madness. "A tragedy," repeated the man, getting to his feet with painful exhaustion. "Like something out of Shakespeare. Do you remember Romeo and Juliet?" "What?" asked Sensi, trying to understand. An almost invisible light flickered in the man's eyes. "The death of Mercutio." Chapter 12. Riondino dropped the knife, which clattered on the floor, then walked over and stood near the inert body of Commissioner Sensi. Greedily, Jack breathed in the acrid smell of blood that filled the air, the dark, pungent smell of death. The light in his mind was increasingly blinding. Riondino's eyelids began to flutter rapidly, and Jack felt himself going away. With a brief burst of lucidity, he tried ineffectually to stop Julia from coming out. Claps made his way slowly through the traffic, too slowly. He looked at the clock resignedly. Sensi must have arrived at Terry Schiavi's house several minutes ago. It wasn't far, but at this rate it would take him at least another quarter of an hour. Sighing with frustration, he turned into a side street in search of an alternative route. Jack began to take back possession. He felt more clear-headed now that the madness of the fight was over, and even before he opened his eyes, he was beginning to take back control of his senses. It was cold, and there was something tight around his wrist. Suddenly he remembered. Julia. In a moment, all his senses were back, and he opened his eyes wide. The handcuffs he had used for Terry now chained him inexorably to the bars on the wide-open bedroom window. Through the doorway he could see Sensi's inert legs and the blood on the walls of the living room. "Julia!" he shouted aloud. "I'm here, Jack." "What the fuck do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind?" With his free hand, Jack rummaged frantically through his pockets in search of the key to the handcuffs. "You won't find it there. Can't you see it? It's over there on the bed, where I threw it, where you can't reach it." "Fuck, you fucking bitch. Don't you realize that this way you'll end up locked up too?" Spotting the key between the two pillows, Jack gave his hand a violent jerk,
which only succeeded in making the cuff bite deeper into the flesh of his wrist.
I don't care what happens to me. I don't care, as long as you pay for what you did to Soraya.
You're crazy. You're completely crazy. A trickle of warm blood began to run down his arm from the handcuffed wrist. You're going to throw our lives away for some fucking dyke cook.
A fucking dyke cook? You killed her, even though you knew how much she meant to me, and now you're still insulting her. What do you mean, our lives, Jack? There's only ever been your life, and from now on you're going to spend it in a cage, you piece of shit. And gradually, so gradually, like a slow poison, I will give you the memories of Little, all his suffering. 6 little rabbits playing with the hive, a bee stung one.
You whore! You fucking whore!
I've given you an alternative, though, if you are willing to accept a different punishment for what you did. Look down by your feet, Jack.
On the floor, barely within reach, there was a cleaver.
Remember Hannibal? No, not the monster that you have inside you, Jack. The fictional one from the Thomas Harris book. The one from the film with Anthony Hopkins. The FBI woman put him in the same position as you're in now. He cut off his own hand and fled. Do the same, if you're brave enough. Punish yourself for what you did to Soraya. If you do that, I'll be satisfied.
My hand, for fuck's sake, Julia.
I'll stop tormenting you. You'll be free to escape, and you'll be able to start another life where I won't be your enemy anymore. Come on, Jack. Show us that you've really got balls.
You'll be crippled too, don't you understand that?
Just a little handicap at the end of the day. One that will help me never forget Soraya. Anyway, enough recriminations. That's the only way you're going to get free.
Riondino stretched as far as he could to pick up the cleaver. It was cold to the touch. It wasn't very large, and must be for a home kitchen. He would need to strike repeatedly to break through the bones and sever the hand from the arm. With his free hand, Jack raised it. He took aim. He imagined the first blow slicing into the flesh and the blade's violence being halted by the bones. He could almost hear the dull sound. He imagined his own screams while he raised the cleaver for a second time, the fury of bringing it down again, the bones breaking while blood sprayed everywhere. He imagined his hand still hanging from his arm by a strip of flesh and requiring a third swing. Come on, prove to everyone that you're not just able to use a knife on other people. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes. His hand clenched spasmodically on the handle of the cleaver, the stiffened muscles in the tension ready to bring it down. And then, at the last instant, he threw it from him with a cry. It struck the mirror in front of the bed, smashing it into 1,000 pieces. Fantastic, Jack. I knew it. Eres un hombre que no tiene cojones. Claps had never imagined he could feel so much pain as he did now he was faced with that poor body, with Sense's glassy eyes. How acute and how coarse it could be at the same time. How you could hate life in the face of death. He had touched Sense's cheek with a kind of caress, feeling that the skin was already irremediably cold. A vibration, a low bass note, had begun to creep into his mind. Then he had heard that noise. Like an automaton, he had picked up the knife and gone towards the other room. "Please, help me." The voice was weak, frightened. "They're all dead, aren't they? He killed them all. Except for me. Except for me." The man held out his free arm to Claps. "I live in the building. I was coming down the stairs to go out when I heard this moaning sound. The door was open.
there were 2 bodies already on the floor. He came at me straight away, handcuffed me to this window. He was about to kill me, but someone came in. I heard them fighting. Then, nothing else."
The man stopped to catch his breath. He looked exhausted. Claps took a step toward him. The intensity of the vibration increased.
"Please, let me out of these handcuffs. The keys are on the bed."
Claps saw them. He picked them up.
"Let me out. Let's call the police."
Slowly, Claps took a step towards him with the keys at the ready. The man held out his free hand again. It was covered in blood. Claps stopped. His face and clothes were bloody too, like those of someone who had been in a long fight. "He came at me straight away, handcuffed me to this window." Straight away. Only at that moment did Claps seem to notice the man's short stature.
"Let me out of these handcuffs, please. I can't take any more,"
said the man, his voice growing fainter. Claps carefully observed his hands. They had aged since he had last seen them, but not so much that he couldn't recognize them. He dropped the keys to the ground. As soon as Riondino met Claps's gaze, he understood. A chaos of sounds began to fill Claps's mind.
"Was it Julia?"
he managed to ask. Riondino's posture was as erect as the handcuffs permitted, his voice steady. "Do you know that bitch? You must be that piece of shit Claps, then." In that chaos there was the voice of Greta, the voice of Sensi, the voice that he had never heard, of Soraya. "I'll come looking for you when I get out again." And there were the terrified screams of Terry Schiavi, Lydia Villegas, and Maribel Castillo. "You won't be able to keep me behind bars for long. You can bet on that." Those of all the victims. His hand clenched the handle of the knife, while the noise in his head grew into a deafening, unbearable cry. Claps couldn't even have said how many times he stabbed him. Chapter 13. Maetza had wanted everyone to leave him alone. He sat as though hypnotized in front of the television. He hadn't managed to shed a single tear yet. On the screen, the first images of the evening news appeared. And so, with this final gruesome tragedy, Giacomo Riondino's dreadful trail of blood this morning came to an end. The camera zoomed in on Federico Montanari's face. 2 years ago, on this same channel, and with the same words, we gave the same news, which, unfortunately, was later proven to be incorrect. That is not the case this time. Riondino's lifeless body is, without any margin for error, in one of the refrigerator cells of the city morgue. Before his death, though, he claimed 3 more lives. Those of Terry Schiavi, who he had already targeted 10 years earlier, Alessandro Bori, her partner, and Chief Commissioner Sensi. No official statement has yet been released about the dynamics of the events, but reliable sources say that it seems Commissioner Sensi surprised Riondino in Terry Schiavi's apartment when, unfortunately, it was already too late for her and her companion. The violent struggle between the two caused both mortal wounds. Commissioner Sensi. He muted the TV. "Bullshit," he said angrily. In the distance, he had seen Claps moving wearily away from the building when he had arrived. Then he had found all the rest. He didn't know how he had managed to remain calm, but he had realized what had happened at once. He had given a melancholy smile at the thought of Claps walking away, and had picked up the keys to the handcuffs from the bed. He released the body of Riondino, which was hanging from the bars by its wrist, letting it fall to the ground, and then had put the handcuffs in his pocket. Only then had Maetza taken his phone and raised the alarm. He had gone back into the living room and knelt down by Sense's body to keep him company until all the others arrived.
"Don't worry, sir," he whispered softly. "I've sorted it all. No one will bother your friend."
A picture of Sense appeared on the silent screen of the television. It was a photograph from a few years before, taken as he was leaving police headquarters. Among the other people in the background, Maetza recognized himself. Finally, he began to cry. Epilogue. The now completely empty bottle slipped from Clapps's hands and fell from the bed to the floor, but he didn't hear it smash. He was already far, far away. He sat on the edge of the bathtub.
"See?" said Soraya. "I didn't drown."
Her face was radiant. "I was scared I wouldn't find you. Another woman died. I couldn't save her."
His destiny had been marked for years. It was a sacrifice to allow you to stop that monster.
He can never hurt anyone again.
And I didn't die again. Thank you.
Claps felt great peace inside him. He held out a hand to her.
"Don't lean over too far. You might slip into the water,"
she said to him with a sweet smile. "It's too late. I've been leaning out too far for a long time." Claps felt the water caress him and carry him close to Soraya's pale body. "And now I'm in, see?" It was no longer a bathtub. It was a large lake. The blinding light of the sun was so strong, it made sky and water look like a single dazzling color.
"I can't take your hand. I have to leave now."
"Where will you go?"
"Down. But don't worry for me. I won't drown."
"I want to come with you."
Soraya gave him an intense look. "You can't go back afterwards. You know that, don't you?"
"I don't want to come back. Will I find Greta? Or my poor friend?"
"Nobody knows what you will find, or even if there's anything at all to be found. But you already know that, don't you?"
How sweet Soraya's smile was, and what peace there was in those waters. Claps stretched out his hand to her again. "Take me with you." He felt Soraya's fingers intertwine with his own. And immediately afterwards, the waters of the lake closed over them. Thank you for listening to Taken by Monty Marsden, read by Leighton Pugh, produced by Rushforth Media for Saga Egmont. Egmont is a charitable foundation that donates €13 million to vulnerable children and young adults every year. We are working hard to ensure as many children as possible get invaluable access to education and social resources. Thanks for helping us make a difference. To find out more, please visit our website www.egmont.com.